on the left lane as I was trying to speed through it, and I think I got about halfway up my car door.
Wow.
That was bad.
Lovely.
That was bad.
Peyton pointed out this morning that the rain is coming in so heavy, as you can see, it's actually made it through that first pane of glass and into the second.
Oh.
Do you see that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I think that the carpet's going to get real wet here soon.
Pepe, you were the first one in. You leave the earliest. You arrived the earliest. Was it that bad for you coming from Rockwall?
Just the wind. I maybe got 8 or 9 raindrops, big raindrops when I got into Dallas, but it was no rain coming in, just wind. Like my car, I didn't know if I was just sleepy or drowsy and swerving, but the Camaro was not lasting much in the high winds here. But yeah, just high winds coming in. But then 15, 20 minutes after being there, I could tell the rain was picking up.
He's been sassy. We've been fighting this morning already. Like before the show started, we've
I'm
been
sure
going
it's
back and
his
forth.
fault.
It is his fault. He doesn't understand what air raid sirens are for. He's trying to treat me like I'm the dumbass because I tell him air raid sirens are for the 75 mile per hour winds. And he's like, they only play those for tornadoes. I'm like, no, they don't. They play them for weather, like anything that could cause problems for people in the weather. So big hail, strong winds, they'll play them for all those. And he keeps telling me I'm wrong. But I managed to avoid it. I woke up.
And what's the ruling on that?
I assume Bobby's right. I just don't care for that. Like, to me, just play it for the tornado. Like, I don't. Strong wind.
How can you tell the difference?
Exactly,
I hear a
that's the point.
siren, I go, oh, tornado.
Yeah.
So
I'm going into the middle bathroom or whatever, right? That's what I'm doing.
So to their point, the reason that they do that, Mayfest had a massive hailstorm way back in the day that was big enough where if the sirens didn't go off, people were going to get hit with that, and it was going to be a big problem. And as they pointed out this morning on when I was watching the weather, they mentioned that the straight line winds are so high that they're about 5 to 10 miles per hour away from an F0 or an EF0 tornado anyway. So they're like, it's kind of the same damage. And so you got to be prepared for it. But I got up, I looked, and I saw on the radar how close it was. And I was like, if I just book it now, I'll probably stay ahead of things. And I did. I got here, and then it was about 5 minutes later, it just started going nuts.
Mama D gave me the warning last night as she looks out for the entire radio station. And I woke up to hail at my house. And then when you're driving the side streets, I'm like, all right, let me just get to the highway. And once I got to the highway, I hit the flooding. So it was the hail, the crazy rain, East Dallas. Then it subsided a little bit. And then on my driving app, it's like bad weather and 0.4 miles. Is it still there? I was like, oh, that's available for non-accidents. And I was like, yeah, it's still here because it picked right back up. Had to get off of 30, avoid 75. That was a bottom 5 treacherous drive coming into work today. And then I'm going on Munger and these side streets, and they have construction. Well, it's blown all the cones everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Construction barrels all over the place.
Construction barrels. So I'm like Mario Kart in here. Like, I'm going to have to turn around in this, go back somehow. I'm already going down a one-way street, the wrong way probably, but dodging all the cones and the strings and everything blown all over the place. You add that to the already crappy Dallas road construction. That was bad.
Yeah, I don't have trash cans. I don't know that they were outside last night. I didn't notice them this morning. My butt's still wet from running through the rain to get to the car down the street.
Tolo Skyler 817 says tree down on his car this morning.
Oh,
so he said lucky just some scratches. Now he's driving on his way into work toloing. So
yeah, I was waiting for a tree to fall. I was waiting for a tree to fall on the back roads, or I think the worst part is the puddle.
Oh, the puddle's the worst.
The water puddle.
You can't see for a hot minute.
And your car swerves.
It does.
And your car you lose total control of it. And then when I got there on the highway and the sirens are going off, or I'm reading y'all's nonstop text thread when I'm stopped, I'm like, I'm going to get hit with a tornado here.
You'd be pretty screwed, especially that road leading out of your neighborhood. If a tree went down there, you're just screwed, right? Like you can't get out.
No, I can go the other way.
But is it like how far back does that? I would imagine it adds probably 15 more minutes to your drive.
Yeah, it'll be a ways back. It would be a ways back. So be careful out there. It is awful. I was actually surprised I didn't see more accidents and police officers.
Yeah, I saw. I mean, like they knocked down in Southwick. They knocked down the road to 114 down to one lane because there was a giant puddle. But there was an accident too, and probably caused by that giant puddle that's always in the middle of the road, and that added about 10 or 15.
It could be weather. It could be Dan Brunoff. It could be the ice caps, or it could just be outside the continuing curse of Luka.
And the best paint scorer in the league.
Got Kyrie down here. That is obviously a major concern, what's going on right now.
We really screwed up in the midst of the Mavs PR crisis in not just listing all the next things, because it's really predictable. Like all the next things that could go wrong with the big men all out, and then the next target was going to be, I can see Texas William with one of his memes right now with, who's the deaf guy with the stick? He goes down the hallway knocking on your door.
The
Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Grim Reaper
guy with the stick.
I thought you said the deaf guy with the stick.
I first thought death guy's like, oh, Kevorkian.
Yeah, it would go next to the door of Kyrie Irving, as last night we were talking about it on the group text. The knee looked like it did not go the correct way. The left knee buckling and hyperextending. The Twitter doctor saying best case, hyperextension, bone bruise. Worst case, ACL tear. Kyrie Irving not returning.
It's a oh, what now kind of thing. What's next? It's a terrible run for the Mavericks. And you know what? The Patrick Dumont and the Adelson family and Nico Harrison, they brought it on themselves. They really did. And, like we're sitting here like, oh, when your first thought as a fan is that's karma. That's karma. That's your first thought as a fan. And that was, just go on social media. That was like probably the number one word that was associated with this.
Twitter also saying Nico did this to Kyrie because of the workload he has him carrying.
Absolutely.
Any way to redirect it to Nico.
It is like they have had karma, luck, whatever you want to call it. They have had the worst run that I can remember any team in this city having, where it's they make the move to trade Luka, that's bad enough. Then they have all the bad PR of their response to it. Then it's Anthony Davis shows you just enough to be like, hey, he's going to be exciting here, and then gets hurt. And then it's every other guy getting hurt past then. And if you would have asked me yesterday, well, what's the worst thing that could happen to Dallas at this point? I'm like, I don't know. Kyrie goes down with an injury probably, and then boom, here you are. This is what we've opened ourselves up to. And they had, I don't know if you saw it last night. Did you see Joe Trahan from WFA, his video of the arena in the third quarter?
Empty.
Mass exodus of fans just going like, see ya. And Joe tweeted, he said, mass exodus from Mavs fans after the third quarter with their team down in more ways than one. They've seen more than enough on this night. And they are just, it's droves of people just leaving the arena before the fourth quarter. It has reached just an awful point where nobody feels good about this basketball team.
You couldn't write more negative karma in a movie.
You couldn't.
You couldn't. You couldn't script, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. Jason Kidd, who actually showed up to his press conference after the negative news with reaction to Kyrie.
Just unlucky. Hope that he's healthy. And it's not serious. But, just the injuries that we've had this season. Guys are trying to hold it together to get, other bodies back. And it just seems every time we're getting close to get someone back, someone goes down. And tonight both Hardy and Kai go down. And so we're running out of bodies here. But, guys keep fighting.
Yeah, Jaden left as well.
Yeah.
So Hardy was out. Just as I'm getting ready to go and try to put together a Mavs starting lineup for their next game, you have to subtract Jaden Hardy against Milwaukee.
It's like find a more depressing Mavericks season that started with promise. Then you just can't do it.
The Warriors elimination, maybe.
That was pretty bad. Yeah, that 06, 07 year was pretty bad.
But we didn't we didn't know it at that point. Like here we're in the middle of the season still. Like that's it. That season started. Remember that season started 0-4.
Yeah, these were your leading guys in minutes last night for the Mavericks. Kai Jones, fresh off a 2-way contract that he signed. Najee Marshall, Max Christie, Spencer Dinwiddie, and then 25 minutes for Klay Thompson, who was minus 30 in the box score. Just, it's bad. This is as bad as things have been in Mavericks land since the Ross Perot Jr. 90s days.
What spot do you have to be in now to even participate in the play-in?
Top 10.
Okay, well, they're still 3.5 up on Phoenix. The Suns, what an all-time disaster. The Suns are 3.5 games back. The Mavericks now trail the Wolves, the Kings and the Clippers by a full game, but it doesn't look like they're going to have their only star left.
You would have a rematch of the West Finals in the first play-in game if it ended today. So 7 plays 8, 9 plays 10. The winner of 7-8 is automatically in, and the winner of 9-10 plays the loser of 7-8. So you would get Mavs Wolves, and the winner would play the loser of Clippers Kings.
Just go open the box score and just read it up and down. Like just read up and down the names that played in that game last night, and you're like, how did we go from? We all were maybe a little bit homerish, but we were all picking the Mavericks to win the NBA Finals against the Boston Celtics less than a year ago. And you look at that lineup and you go, what the hell happened?
It's a 30 for 30.
It's insane.
It really is a 30 for 30. And Nico Harrison and the ownership making it even worse with a ticket increase, which we'll get to at 6:40 this morning here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt with you. Let us know the road warnings that we need to know of out there.
Don't call it an increase. You call it an investment. It's just an investment in the team.
It's an investment.
Investment in the team.
They have the tricycle halftime act, juggling dishes for longer.
Hey,
you get more
that's
value out of it.
Red Panda, man.
Red Panda.
She's awesome.
Get more value out of your investment. Hit us up at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Jared Sandler will join us from Surprise, Arizona, our Rangers insider. We will have all the final notes from the NFL Combine, all the NFL rumors as well, including the Eagles cutting a possible corner that you could add. Kellen Moore continuing to add former Cowboys to his staff, and the absolute legend, Jimmy Johnson, saying goodbye. That's next as we go inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here at 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolos are sending in siren verdicts to decide who is right between Bobby Belt and Peyton Russell. Let us get you through your drive this morning as part of the 6 a.m. club here on Sean and RJ. Tolo Ted, as much as I hate to agree with Bobby about the warning sirens, he is right. TR, Bobby is right. They do sirens for wins. Get it together, Pepe. Went off here in Carrollton as well. Chris Brown, don't argue with him.
Oh, wow, no,
he said they do not do sirens for wins. LOL, they only do if there's a tornado either spotted or indicated. And Tolo Kevin said on the dart training heading into work, randomly stopped and been on a standstill for 20 minutes. This storm is no joke. So right now, 2-1 in favor of Roberto over when they actually have the sirens go off. Someone asked Dan Brunoff downstairs. And power is also going off?
Yeah, Bobby said, what, 500,000 homes?
It's 300,000. It's over 300,000 DFW residents right now without power.
Including us. We have it here, but my house, no power.
Oh.
Very apocalyptic when you leave the neighborhood and there's nary the street light. Very, very unsettling.
What's the radius you have to live within a fire station to get their power or hospital?
Oh, gosh. I don't. That's a good question.
Because to me, I would, Peyton, when you're looking for a place to move to, Rockwall Heath, I'd factor that in.
I would say it is further than 1 mile because I'm 1 mile from a fire station.
1 mile, that's it?
I'm 1 mile from a fire. Yeah, the Roanoke Fire Station, I'm 1 mile from.
All right, well, then I'm not covered either.
Well, I don't know the exact mileage, but I know that I was once in it and moving 0.2 miles away, I was then outside of it. So I know it's somewhere in that window.
Were you always good to go?
We never lost power at the other unit, and then when Kristen moved us, then that's when all the problems started.
It's Kristen's fault.
It is her fault.
Yep, you could have been a man. And
I
put
love
your
her
foot
anyway.
down. You could have been a man and said, no, we're not doing it.
I love her despite her faults.
877-881-1053. Let us know where you are, where you're at, and what is going on around you with the nasty storm screwing up the drive to work or wherever this morning. You guys knew something was up during that weird AI Jimmy Johnson generated segment on Fox. That was during a Super Bowl, right?
Super Bowl pregame, yeah. And it was very awkward. It was well done. It was just like, AI is creepy. AI is very, very creepy.
It was the Tupac hologram for a guy who was still alive. It was like, what are we doing here? Why are we doing this AI presentation and trying to throw him back? It was just, it felt odd.
Well, Jimmy Johnson yesterday on FS1 announced his television retirement. First worked for the network in 1994 and then returned after coaching the Dolphins from 96 to 1999. So Jimmy Johnson is leaving the set on Fox.
Yeah, and he was, I've always enjoyed him on TV. I've always felt like he's brought something that was different than most of the other analysts who are on there. And the thing is that, like, I didn't feel like he was, I said in the email last night, I didn't feel like he was losing his fastball. Like, I felt like Jimmy today was the same Jimmy I saw 10 years ago or 15 years ago. It's just, it's going to be a little odd to consume the NFL or cover the NFL in an era where Jimmy Johnson's not involved. If he is truly just going on the boat and going off and just living his retirement, because he was hired by the Cowboys as the head coach in February of 1989. I was born in June of 89. He's been in the NFL in a prominent space my entire life. And so my entire awareness of the NFL has Jimmy Johnson as a big main figure of it. And so, I mean, this is big.
So NFL.com says he announces his retirement from Fox after 31 years of coverage. I had to go back and do some math. Didn't he coach the Dolphins like 26 years ago?
Yeah, they just started with the 94, his first job, and then they totally wiped away the fact that he left for like 5 years and then came back. But yeah,
I was like, what's going on here? But it's like, look, his career should have ended here with the Cowboys and not with Miami, and then he should have gone and done the Fox thing. And yeah, that Fox show has been, they've been incredibly stable with their personnel. I mean, Howie's been there and Terry has been there forever.
Yeah.
They just keep adding to it, though.
They do. They keep adding to it. They have Sean Payton for a year.
I stopped watching pregame shows a long time ago. There's no point for me.
But the only thing that ever seems to come valuable out of that for us anyway, like when we're talking about playing something, not just Glazer, but like when we're talking about playing a take from one of the shows, it's usually a Jimmy rant. It's Jimmy getting upset
because we're the Cowboys station,
right? But I'm saying, like, that's the stuff that typically goes viral. There's not a lot of Terry and is like, well, shucks, and Howie Long's Mr. Buttoned Up. Like, Jimmy was the edge and the fire and the intensity on that show.
I do think they missed an opportunity, and I guess they're not long enough, but they could use, both of those shows could use Cower and Jimmy as coaches on like a whiteboard more.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like just breaking down what this team could do against this defense or whatever. I think they missed the boat. I'm sure Jimmy would have been great doing the Gruden whiteboard type stuff than he did.
Did you have a favorite all-time pregame show cast when it came to NFL football? Where you're like, all right, that's CBS cast with Sims on there, the Fox cast.
Yeah.
Football Night in America somehow gets all these ratings, even though no one goes crazy over Garrett or Tony Dungy or Chris Sims.
Probably just because it's what I grew up with. But yeah, to me, the classic, it's James Brown, Terry Bradshaw, Howie Long, Jimmy Johnson. That was I never liked CBS's coverage that much. I always felt like that was an awkward fit, some of the stuff they did there. The Football Night in America is really good. I liked that. I've liked that for a long time. But yeah, that's the classic. Those four, the old Fox graphics that were so like hip and new and like, look, we got the robot that plays football, and it was just that's my childhood when it comes to watching football.
Probably is Fox.
And you went down the nostalgia route a couple weeks ago with Baseball Tonight. Had you thinking of like some shows like that?
Well, that's the thing, because baseball, there was a photo that popped up about an old storage closet. This was the day that Major League Baseball and ESPN decided to get rid of their relationship, and there was an old storage closet, and that is the Baseball Tonight studio. That's where they keep all their crap. All the crap that ESPN has, all their old sets, they keep in the Baseball Tonight studio. And it just gave me real nostalgic views about all these shows that we wish we had this week in baseball. Ahmad Rashad with Inside Stuff. NFL Primetime when it was really NFL Primetime.
Boomer and TJ.
I mean, there were some great shows back then that we just don't have anymore. Or because either, like in the Baseball Tonight situation, they just don't do baseball, or, NBA and NBC was gone for a while, so the Inside Stuff was out of there. And just the hosts that we don't think about anymore, that was so much better back then. It really was. And, of course, it's nostalgia because we were 10 years old.
Yep.
And everything's better when you're 10 years old. And we probably would not be watching Inside Stuff at 45. Yeah. But, you might just turn it on and go, oh, nostalgia.
Channing Frye told us that's what's ruining everything. It's the nostalgia. But I really do. So I'll go back and watch old 90s games, or I've had to transfer over some of my old VHS to DVDs where I had old 90s games on there.
Yeah, you were looking for Nico Harrison games last night.
I was, and I'm going to find that. I promise I'm going to find it, and I'm going to get this loser just fumbling the ball like into the sideline area because he doesn't know how to dribble, and I'm going to throw it in his face.
An extra level of vengeance is out of the blue. I could tell Bobby got the refill as he's like, I'm looking for Nico basketball games. That's what
I found still images of him playing poor defense. Couldn't get a hand in the face, but no, I think it's. I went back and I've seen some stuff from like 94, 95, 96. It still holds up to me. Like, I mean, I love the way that they did the highlights packages. Yeah. We're kind of oversaturated in this day and age. Back then, that was a big chunk of the analysis you got. And a lot of the commentary you got on what was going on in the NFL was on those shows. And to me, that's just always going to be one of the better sports productions that's ever existed.
All right, you can bring back one of the four. Inside Stuff, Baseball Tonight, Edge NFL matchup with Jaws.
Ooh, that also had Sal Pal.
It did. Or This Week in Baseball. Or if you want to do American Gladiators, you can go with that.
I was going to go with one of the two baseball shows. I feel like we have enough X's and O's type stuff with the matchups. What was the first one?
Inside Stuff.
I loved Inside Stuff.
It was great.
But it was also
Summer Sanders?
Yes.
She was on there later. It was mainly Ahmad Rashad early, but
Willow Bay.
It would have some. It was a little fluffy. Like at times it was like,
of course, it was Ahmad Rashad.
Yeah, it was Ahmad Rashad. Like, hey, it's my boy, and like that's like our whole the whole show's just basically gonna be I'm friends with this basketball player. But I loved it as a kid. But I'd take any one of those. I loved all those. Probably This Week in Baseball.
I'm going to go This Week in Baseball as well.
A bunch of the Cholos weighing in on this conversation. 682 needs less Gronk on Fox. Not a fan of Gronk. 940 hopes Terry Bradshaw follows Jimmy into retirement. And 9 you're getting a lot of texts on the OG CBS with Musburger and Jimmy the Greek.
Oh,
Jimmy the Greek.
All right.
Wasn't Willow Bay with Larry Johnson?
I never heard that, but
I thought I heard that.
Like Grandmama?
Yeah.
No idea. So Jimmy Johnson stepping away from the Fox set. Back to Inside the Star. The Cowboys are going to tender Cavante Turpin at a second-round level.
Yeah, and this is something that we had talked about this couple months ago, where their options were they could do an original round tender, which is basically nothing. He was undrafted. They could do a second-round tender or a first-round tender. Didn't make sense to do the original round tender. There was a question, I think, of just, okay, how much do you want to solidify that Turpin's going to be here? Because what these tenders are, you slap a tender on this player and say, okay, you're a restricted free agent. Any team that wants to sign you can, but we get right of first refusal. If we don't want to match it, then we get a second-round pick from them. And in the event that nobody signs you and you can't come to an agreement on a contract, you just get this set number of like $5.5 million. So that's basically what Turpin's at right now. He's probably going to make no less than $5 million next year, $5.5 million. And now they'll try to negotiate something so that they don't just have to have that fully guaranteed on the books.
More touches, in my opinion, more touches for Cavante. DeMarcus Lawrence told Mac Engel, the ball's in the Cowboys' court. I'm not only going to play in Dallas, I'm going to have other options. I'd like to stay here. It would be a glorious thing. My family is here. I love it here. The fans love me here.
Yeah, when we talked to David Cantor last week, he made it sound like retirement's not on the he made it sound like retirement's not on the table. Like what we're gonna do is we're gonna play football, and hopefully that's in Dallas, but we're willing to go somewhere else. I think that D-Law, that's not an empty threat. I think a lot of what's gone on the last 2 years here was probably frustrating for him. I think he was one of the ones most upset and devastated by the Green Bay game. As much as people were like, oh, he said we're burned out. Don't listen to that. That's him trying to come up with an answer on TV so that he doesn't say the uncomfortable part out loud, which is he probably felt like some guys didn't give the effort that they should have, and that there were certain guys who weren't prepared. But then with the injury situation stuff, I do wonder if there's just a point now where D-Law says, I need a reset. I'm going to finish out my career, but I need a reset here at the end.
T. Higgins gets tagged in Cincinnati, and Darius Slay gets released in Philadelphia.
Man, the Higgins tag, that's going to be $26 million.
Yep.
Because this is the second tag. I thought it would have been more. I thought the second tag would have been way more than just 26.
So there is a
transition, a second.
Like, there's a multiplier on it for getting tagged a second time. But I don't know how they're going to apply in terms of averaging that out. And so him getting tagged the second time, $26 million makes sense for one to tag that, but
this is bad team building, right? You got to let T. Higgins go.
I think it's bad team building because you got to also sign Jamar and Hendrickson in the offseason. That team needs defensive help. Now, the old stars on offense, depth on defense. I mean, they're taking it to a whole new level. And when you have Joe Burrow, Kansas City's doing this. When you've got an elite quarterback, you don't necessarily maybe need to pay for two top-flight wide receivers.
Just when you think the Dallas Mavericks can't be any worse, not only does Kyrie get hurt, but they did what to next year's ticket prices? That is next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
But first, let's talk about my absolute favorite spot to watch a game, get something to eat, or enjoy.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Dallas has gone to his zone. Trey Lyles says it doesn't matter to me. Puts one on their head.
Kings TV with the very short highlight. Kyrie Irving leaves with the knee injury or the leg injury. Mavericks fans leave in the second half, 122-98 Sacramento. The good news is the Mavs are pretty clear of the Phoenix Suns for the number 10 spot, but it's looking like Kyrie may be missing. Any early projections, Dr. Choppy?
Not until you get it. You got to get an MRI because it could be anything from like a 2-week simple hyperextension to, that's like 9 months. You know, like with an ACL. Like you just don't know.
The Dallas Mavericks yesterday dropped another one on us, and we need to have a list of what could be next, like the all-time bad moves that they could make before the end of this show today, because increasing ticket prices for next season is now on the list.
Man, like, I got to hand it to them. I mean, they have won the title. They have clinched it. It's only March. We're only 4 days into March. And they have won the championship for the dumbest organization in professional sports for the calendar year of 2025.
Or
No one's dying.
maybe not, if it's all intentional.
Or if it's all intentional.
Yeah.
Like this would, if you are a conspiracy theorist, Derek, and you believe that they are doing all these moves just to move the team to Las Vegas, you got another bit of information that will help your case.
Yep.
You could go into the courtroom of public opinion and prove beyond probably a reasonable doubt at this point that the Mavericks are making all these moves with the intent of killing the fan base so you can move them to Vegas. Long play, 6-year long play, but you can figure it out.
So beyond reasonable doubt, are they winning a criminal case? Probably not, but a civil case.
Civil case.
You could win a civil case
Yes,
probably on enough information that you have here,
Casey
which
Anthony.
is they continue to just make dumb move after dumb move. I saw somebody had tweeted at Brad Townsend yesterday, Dallas Morning News, and they'd said, "What's going on here? Owners jacked up concession prices 30% this year," which I didn't realize they had done that. Now they're doing the season ticket prices 2 years in a row. And Brad Townsend said, "Legitimately, I recently spoke to an NBA owner who expressed shock that the Mavericks don't generate more revenue, given that they are in the nation's 4th largest media market. But I also legitimately think it's tough timing to raise prices, to say the least." That's the thing. It can be true to say, historically, you're kind of below the rest of the league, and maybe you're looking for some sort of market correction, especially a group like Patrick Dumont's that's so clearly about revenue. But then there's also just optics, which they clearly have no understanding of what that means.
None. They've never been to an eye doctor.
Full season ticket holders will have to pay an average of 8.6% more next year than they're doing this year if they wish to maintain the same seats. Those who own club seats or terrace level seating will see an even larger increase that is expected to surpass double digits in terms of percentage.
Yeah, so like your floor seats. So they're going to do like, this is, you could save a little face when you say, all right, we're going to make the people down front, pay for a majority of the increase. Honestly, 8% is like more insulting than 30%. 30% I'm just not going to go. 8% I still might go. You're just trying to bilk me out of a couple extra dollars. Like you're raising the upper deck from 20 to 24. You're just trying to steal $4 from me. $4 is not enough for me to say no. $40 is enough. You know what I mean? Like if you raise them from 20 to 35, I'll be like, yeah, no. I'm not going to pay that for an upper deck seat. But for like $4, I'll be like, all right, fine. But now you're just trying to bilk me out of a couple dollars.
All right. I've got my conspiracy theory. It just dawned on me what they're doing here. What are the only seats anybody wants to a Mavericks game right now? One that's close enough to where you could potentially yell at Nico Harrison.
Yeah, that's true.
And so there's like, all right, take advantage of it. If anybody wants to sit up front here, jack those prices up a little bit. And yeah, sure. If you pay the extra money, you can come scream at Nico if you like down here at courtside.
They're just trying to build a buffer zone around him so that no one sits down there.
Yeah. So like, but let's just say like they turn like, I don't know, $1 million profit per game in ticket sales. Which is, they probably do more than that, I would assume.
That may just be parking.
It may just be parking. But let's just say it's $1 million.
Sure.
And you have an 8% raise. Like, what are you really investing in the team? You're just trying to steal a couple extra bucks from people.
Yeah, because you're not going to be on that second apron or whatever because you're not paying Luka now. God knows if you're going to bring Kyrie back. Like, I don't know when they talk about for competitive reasons or whatever the exact language was they used to WFAA yesterday. I don't know what you could possibly come up with to say, well, we need the money for this because we're clearly investing in the team to such a great extent.
That's the thing. You sit there and you add everything, and it's like the Lakers, well, we got to make some money back on adding Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
Not here.
No. You traded him 30 days ago, and then you raised ticket prices. Like, you're not even paying attention. You are sitting there, I don't know where they are. Maybe they're in Vegas. They literally are in Vegas, maybe. And they're completely unaware of what's gone on here in the last 30-something days. Completely unaware.
All right. We've covered the Mavericks, and now we're going to have to move on to the baseball team. Spring training taking place in Surprise, Arizona. Rangers insider Jared Sandler will join us this morning at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, we are fast approaching opening day. We're already here into the early month of March, and Rangers are about ready to get started here. Bleacher Report had their 8 MLB teams that they feel will have a better record in 2025. So these are the teams that are just, what's it called? The Pythagorean
theorem. It's PECOTA. I think it's PECOTA.
So they are looking at, all right, who are the teams that are most likely to go up and surpass that? And they're not including teams like the White Sox, who they're like, the White Sox were so bad last year. Yeah, they're probably going to win more games. We're talking about teams that actually might be a little bit more competitive. And the number one team on the list, the first team out of the gate, is the Texas Rangers, according to Bleacher Report. Now, They say a year after winning their first World Series title, the Rangers had something of a championship hangover last season, regressing to a 78-84 record and failing to capitalize on a very winnable AL West. And they say whether Bruce Bochy's squad returns to the playoffs in 2025 or not, they figure to win more than 78 games this season. So Bleacher Report not buying stock in Texas is going back to the playoffs. Texas is winning the AL West. But they're saying if you want a solid bet, better than 78 wins is coming for Texas. Look at, and this is what they add, Jock Peterson being added as the DH. They talk about Evan Carter and Josh Young hopefully being able to play more than the 91 combined games they had last year. Adolis Garcia had a 684 OPS last year. You expect that would be a little higher. Marcus Semien was 699. Same thing, going up a little bit. And you've got Jacob deGrom back, who didn't look totally like deGrom at the end of last season, but was still good control, good command of the fastball, was able to throw strikes, wasn't having a lot of issues with balls. And so he should be, if not back to deGrom form, he should be a definite plus for you in the rotation. You've got Evaldi, you've got Malley. You hope Cody Bradford is able to build on some of the things he did last season. So Bleacher Report generally saying, look, Texas, maybe they don't go back to the World Series. Maybe they don't even win the AL West again. But that's a team who they're not going to just win 78 games again in 2025. And that's something Choppy's been really high on. Choppy thinks they've got a nice ceiling here.
Their over-under win total for the year is on BetMGM is at 86. I think their floor is probably around 85 wins. That's their floor. I think they're a really good team. I like the improvements they made. You have to bank on health, which is always a dangerous thing when it comes to DeGrom. I mean, look, DeGrom, Evaldi, they've missed starts. Like let's not sugarcoat it. Adolis has got to play better than he did offensively, and so does Semien. They got to have more power. But you bank on Evan Carter to come back. You're hoping that Wyatt Langford, that September was just a kind of sign of things to come. There's a lot of hope. There is a lot of hope. You are putting a lot of faith into the unknown. But if just 75% of the unknown hits, you're looking at a much better year than last year.
God, that's the biggest thing I'm excited about, though, is what Langford did at the end of the season last year. The way he was hitting, It was just like, okay, could we get the guy who's supposed to hit 40 home runs and hit 315? Like, could he be that guy that fast? Because that last month of the season, that was basically his 162 game pace, was about 315 batting average, 48 home runs, bunch of doubles, and it was just he looked like he finally settled in at the end of last year.
Who else is on that list of improvement?
They have the Atlanta Braves up here. The Braves obviously were a team that had lost Ronald Acuna Jr. They lost Spencer Strider. They said each won't be ready for opening days. They continue to recover from injuries that sidelined them for most of 2024. But Chris Sale, Ronaldo Lopez, Ozzy Albies are other players you can reasonably have durability questions about. But they say that with them adding Jerks and Profar in free agency and knowing that they're going to get these guys back healthy for the majority of the schedule, that they figure to win 95 to 100 games after winning 89 last year. They've also got the Reds on here, the Boston Red Sox, who they say that it's a crowded AL East. Red Sox are likely not going to win that. But again, an 81 baseball team on the ascent, they should be able to win more than their 81 games and be a lot more competitive this year than they were last year.
All right, little Rangers and baseball preview on your home of the Rangers. Again, Jared Sandler from Surprise at 8 o'clock. You may soon be getting your wish with the NFL breakup. According to the gossip sites, both teams for Travis Kelce and Tay-Tay are maybe suggesting to each of them, you should break up because you are now hurting each other's brands.
From Radar Online, Tay-Tay is being advised to give Travis the boot for the sake of her global brand. First of all, they keep their careers separate. They're trying to keep their careers separate from their relationship.
Yeah, it's very helpful when he goes to every one of her concerts and she goes to every one of her games.
So until now, they've been the ultimate power couple. But whispers are swirling. They've hit a bit of a snag. I love how they write these gossip columns. Apparently, her team is worried they've been overselling the relationship. Her getting booed was a hit to her brand. And the incident, which some were saying was playful ribbing, she was all about the Eagles before she fell for Travis. She was an Eagles fan. Yeah, because she's from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, she grew up like an hour outside of Philly or something.
Her team is advising her to lay low. It's going to sting, like a sense of guilt she hasn't earned. It's creating a weird tension between her and Travis. Man, this is this is crap. This is crap. And this is, I'm a firm believer. I'm a firm believer that everyone in the world should play team sports because they just teach you about how to deal with adversity. Everybody who's played team sports has been bullied and beaten and mocked and made fun of and had their head stuck in a toilet. All right? You're broken. They break your older teammates, the seniors on the team. Your duty to the freshmen is to tear them down and break them down. All right, at least when we were kids, that's what there was, right?
Yeah,
that was your duty as a freshman.
Choppy incognito over
It
here.
was a badge of honor that I carried all their equipment, and then I had urine thrown at me. I was a badge of honor. Maybe who I am today, where I could take it.
Look, let's be honest. Ever since Taylor Swift came around Travis Kelce, he's not the same player. We're talking about a guy who, for his career, was averaging 13 yards per reception. In the Taylor Swift era, since she's all about eras, he's averaging 9.5 yards per catch. He can't even get to the sticks anymore. That's how much this woman has drained him. You're talking about a career low in touchdown receptions last year. He got three touchdowns last year. 5 and look. Don't include in this the fact that he's 35 and he's been banged up a lot. Yeah, don't forget that. It's literally just about her.
My big concern with him is his hair and what's happened to it. I don't understand.
She happened to it. They talked about that. That was an off-season article that she was the one who was like just doing his facial hair and his
and
hair
Amanda
up on his
says
head.
she's the last one who should be giving hair advice. Like she does nothing with her hair. Apparently, just nothing but bangs. Nothing but bangs. Every time there's an award show, my wife is screaming at the TV, do something with your hair. Do something.
That's her music. She is the music equivalent of just throwing bangs on something.
You gotta dump your friends, Taylor. Dump your friends.
There it is. 6 a.m. club. Make sure you are careful out there. Give us all the traffic advice. Do we have a highway shut down, Bobby? You said in the commercial
somebody
break?
texted and said 121 at Carrollton Parkway was shut down, which... Jesus, that's both sides of the highway. That's not good. That's going to slow things down.
Are the Eagles losing Darius Slay for Myles Garrett? Is DK Metcalf about to get moved? And the predictions for every other available NFL player. Will anyone end up on your Cowboys? That's next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a nasty Tolo Tuesday out there. Appreciate all the Tolos giving us the weather and traffic updates with the wind and the rain. Latest from EST on Twitter. One lane open on I-35 and Bear Creek in Red Oak. Trailer turned to its side. We got a lot of crap out there, so be careful driving and tell your boss that Sean and RJ said just deal with it. I'm going to be a little bit late. Shout out Treif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and one of the rumors we did not get to at the NFL Combine was Diana Rossini saying that the Philadelphia Eagles are really, really interested and may start turning it up when it comes to Myles Garrett. There was this little mini arms race between Washington and Philadelphia. Washington may be interested in getting the A&M superstar, and that would cause Philly to go ahead and up their offer. But here's Howie Roseman apparently lurking again after releasing Darius Slay yesterday.
Yeah, this would be an actual big move from Howie. Like Howie, I know he just won a Super Bowl, but I'm saying Howie throws.
Yeah, Saquon was nothing.
Howie throws darts. I'm just saying Howie does throw darts, and so he's just like, I'm a volume shooter. Okay, that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna put up 40 in Gilbert Arenas fashion. But what he going after Myles Garrett, that would clearly just be all right. Let's do this again. We got a window here where we can win, where Saquon's still gonna be effective. Let's go for the throat here and try to get back to back.
That's not throwing a dart. That's throwing an axe. Yeah, he's throwing axes. That if he gets Myles Garrett, that would be frightening. Because
it leaves me here just kind of like lost in this wind outside as a Cowboy fan and follower. Like it feels kind of hopeless right now.
It feels like we're playing a different sport. It feels like the front offices of the two organizations, and the only organizations. You see this throughout the history of the sport. When you've got an elite quarterback in your division, what do all the other teams do? They try to get an edge rusher, right? That's what they always. Historically, they've tried to do that.
So they think Dak's elite,
right? But when you've got a guy in your division that is running the operation this way, and you are running your operation almost a completely opposite way. I understand, right? One zigs, you got to zag, but it could not be worse to have Howie in the division. He is the one guy, and it doesn't look like you are even trying to be in the same league as them.
Look, if you want to position this as we can't afford it because of financial decisions we've made, switches we flipped, things we did to open up a window to be competitive. If you want to position it that way, fine. I'll even play ball with you on that and say, okay, you are in a difficult financial position relative to the cap. Then you don't just get a pass for that, though. You need to then hold accountable whoever put you in the position. Whoever got you in that position, that you guys made errors along the way and how there were misjudgments on how much the cap was going to expand and different things like that. Philadelphia was in some of the same sort of positions, too, with contracts, and they didn't have the same trouble navigating it. So whatever you did, whatever advice or counsel you were listening to that led you to that point, to where you're saying you can't even afford a $6 million Derrick Henry cap hit last year, then somebody needs to either answer for that or their voice needs to not be as prominent in that circle anymore.
How do you feel about the possibility of Darius Slay, age 34?
Well, this is kind of a Philadelphia thing, right? Slay's still decent. He's still got he's still got years left. I mean, his PFF grade was about the same as it was the previous year. Now, it was way down from like 21, but 21 was way up from 2020. But they've got 5 or 6 defensive backs that are 24, 25 years old or younger that are cheap. And this is one of the things that you can do when you have a Super Bowl, but B, also you've done pretty well stockpiling players at that position group.
Yeah,
you've got depth.
They stockpiled draft picks. Like, they somehow managed to go out and acquire players that were big time players while also getting a ridiculous amount of draft capital. They weren't making let's throw a fourth at Trey Lance to start one game for us when the season was out of hand and say goodbye to that. Let's spend another fourth on Jonathan Mingo and then just kind of hope something clicks into place. They're in a position where they said, all right, we can throw our draft capital at getting 2 corners to replace Darius Slay. He can be in here to bring them along this year, and then they'll be ready to jump in, take over. And by the way, we still have enough draft capital where we might trade for Myles Garrett.
Would the Cowboys have done this with Slay? Would they have just cut him? You know,
yeah.
They would have?
Yeah.
Because they walked away from Ware, they walked away from Dez, but I think they really thought Ware was done.
Yeah, I think
and Dez too.
I think they would want to.
Dez was done.
Dez was done.
They'd want to pull the parachute on a corner that age. I don't even know that they would have let Slay get to 34.
Maybe. I don't know. It just seems like it just doesn't seem like it's in their DNA to walk away from a player that's good, that's still performing.
Last thing on the Eagles defense, who is this Hunt player?
Jalix Hunt. He was their 4th round pick. He's a defensive end, and this makes me roll my eyes about Vic Fangio. Jalix Hunt had done a podcast interview and told the fellas there about Vic Fangio's such an intense coach that when we were getting ready for our Super Bowl parade, we had work to do.
After we won the Super Bowl, we came in, I think we had the parade Friday. On Thursday, we came in just for a team meeting to let everybody know how the parade was going to go. The offense dips out. Vic, defense come out. He goes over, we have a checklist each game of what we need to do. And if you get a yes in those boxes, 9 times out of 10 win. Did we win? Yes. Did we hold them to less than 4 explosive plays? Yes. Did we win on 3rd down conversions? Yes. Did we win on 4th down conversions? Did we stop them in the red zone? Did we miss tackles? Did we sack Mahomes? Like, each thing, he goes to just the first half stats. Good, we stopped them here. They got negative 55 yards, negative 11 in the first half. This is unacceptable. Circles the second half. Unacceptable. 22 points. We won. They didn't score in the first half. We're having a meeting after the Super Bowl. He wants perfection.
Dude, if Vic Fangio were ever a real head coaching candidate again, I hear this story and I go, I would never, ever hire you. You just...
People are going to eat this up. Fans would eat this up. This was supposed to be before the parade?
Yes!
Like a huddle, a pre-parade huddle?
Yeah, like, hey, guys, get back here. But before you got here and drink these beers, I want to remind you about that Xavier Worthy touchdown catch when you were up 25 freaking points in the 4th quarter.
I want you to read this Mario Puzo book first. By the way, I just went and looked. How many players' average annual value of their contract in the Cowboys is $9 million or more?
The average annual value of their contract, not their cap hit?
The contract.
APY. Off the top of my head, 6.
7. 7. How many do the Eagles have?
Probably
12.
13. They have doubled you up, and yet they're still trying to get Myles Garrett.
Great point.
And we don't know, and we can't sign anybody. What's going on?
Great point.
I mean, Dak's cap hit is massive, and some of these other cap hits that they've got for Lamb and stuff are they're not just playing guys who are over $9 million. They're paying guys at the top of the market, and they're waiting till way late to do it.
So this rumor from the Combine is ping pong back and forth in terms of accuracy and correction, but apparently the Packers and the Seahawks were discussing a DK deal. All right, DK to Green Bay. Metcalf is entering the final year of his 3-year, $72 million extension. He's due to make $18 million with a $32 million cap charge. Josh Jacobs at the Super Bowl probably did not make some of his wide receiver teammates happy when he came out and said, we need a number 1 receiver, okay? Now, they have pick number 23. DK Metcalf as a possibility to the Packers. People have thrown out Schottenheimer ties with Tyler Lockett over there. Just asked my fantasy team, Peyton, Jackson Smith and Jigba from Rockwall emerging as an absolute star and a number one. So this is the DK Packers rumor.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this. I'm curious because he does it. I felt like he got hurt more than he does. I guess he's been pretty stable. It felt like he gets hurt all the time.
It's like a Julio dinged up thing.
He must be on. Yeah, it must be on injury reports or something. Because we're talking about he didn't miss a game until 2023. Then he missed one, and then he missed one in 24. That's it. That's all he's missed in his career. He's missed 2 games, which doesn't seem right. It seems like he misses a lot more than that. But I mean, look, I know his skill set has a tendency to decline faster. Like a bigger guy who's super athletic, that's going to decline faster than other guys at other positions. But you do need a second receiver here in Dallas. Like I would just at least
you got to pay him.
I'd at least find out though. Like, I'd ask him about it.
Oh, you always ask.
And
Ian Rappaport says the Packers have had trade conversations about Jair Alexander, and they would move him for the right price. And this guy has emerged as a vocal knucklehead.
Yeah.
If I just judge him off of what he says.
And what was it? He got that suspension for the coin toss or whatever he had a couple years ago where he just went rogue and decided to call something, and they ended up having to suspend him for it.
But look, some people at one point had him as a top 3 corner.
I was just about to say he is the poster boy for just the year-to-year instability of the cornerback position, because that dude has been locked down some years, then other years it's like, goodness, can you cover anybody?
He's 28.
75 PFF grade.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's still a good player. Like, what do you trade for him? Unless he gets cut, obviously. I saw that. You mentioned DK. It's funny because I saw one of the dumbest trade proposals of all time regarding DK and the Cowboys.
Humorous. And who's it from? So we can make fun of them.
Sporting News.
I don't know anyone over there.
This is Vinny Iyer. I don't know Vinny Iyer.
No.
I've heard his name before. He's been there for 30 years. But I don't know him. DK and a high draft pick for Micah. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Okay. Jair's next teams, according to Vegas, Buffalo, Baltimore, Washington. Jonathan Allen's next team, Detroit, Chicago, the Chargers. Is the Four Nations in a little bit of jeopardy now?
Well, maybe. Matthew Tkachuk. He is hurt, and he is out for the rest of the regular season. Now, this is an injury, a groin injury, or groin, as Broadus would say, but a groin injury that he suffered during the Four Nations face-off. And he's going to be out for an extended period. They hope to get him back for the Stanley Cup playoffs. They are the defending champs. All right, he has 636 points in 642 career games.
Wow.
That is an insane amount of consistency. This is a tremendous player. He's one of the leaders. Now, this I think is going to be interesting for the NHL. Do they continue the Four Nations in the future, or do they change it? Because they're going to be in the Olympics next year. So there is no all-star break for the NHL next year. It's the Olympics, right? And hockey is a little different. National teams kind of are on the same level as your regular team. Like they just kind of like, all right, you guys go do your thing. We get it. Unless you're Vancouver and they wouldn't let Quinn Hughes play. But whatever. We're not going to be bitter about that one. But, I mean, does this change anything when it comes to the NHL in the future of their Four Nations?
No. I don't think so. It was too big. It was too great.
It was great.
I mean, what do people still reference about Major League Baseball's All-Star Game? Was Pete Rose running into Ray Fosse, and it didn't matter that Ray Fosse had chronic pain for like the rest of his life from separating his shoulder and having broken bones on that collision. People still are like, yeah, but it was awesome. Like Pete Rose barreled over him in an All-Star game. Like if it's just up to the public is not going to have a ton of sympathy for this, I don't think.
Stars and Jersey tonight, Vegas with the latest Stanley Cup odds. All right, Bobby, you're going to get to guess here.
Yeah.
Since you like to interrupt and disrupt all of our hockey talk.
Gosh.
The favorite to win it all. Don't look at your computer and your standings
There's
either.
just so many teams out there I could pick. I am going to go with the Atlanta Thrashers.
It's not the Atlanta. Is Winnipeg the favorites?
Nope.
Florida?
Nope.
Just kidding. It's the Edmonton Oilers.
Yeah, way to go. Way to look. Edmonton at 6-1. Your Dallas Stars are in second to win it all, plus 750. Then Carolina, Florida, Washington, and your Jets. Everything you need to know here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053.
Interesting that we are this late into the season. Right? You only got a couple of weeks left. And the team with the best record of the most points in the entire league, Winnipeg, is, what'd you say, 6th-ish on there?
Yep.
That's pretty remarkable. It's very telling about Hellebuck.
What is it like inside a Dallas Cowboy combine interview? We take you inside that meeting in case you've ever wanted to know during the commercial-free Expressway, where we also ask Reddit. Next on Sean and RJ, the commercial-free Expressway, right after this on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's also Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Arlington, you ready? An all-new Dave & Buster's is opening soon. Prepare to step into a new era of fun with your entire crew, from all-inclusive high-tech darts and social shuffle suites to 360-degree fun inside the arena. There's something for everyone to enjoy. Trust us when we say you are going to have to see it to believe it. Pull up for the grand opening festivities on March 7th at 9 a.m. with me, Zach Wolchuk, and experience the fun firsthand. Only at Dave & Buster's in Arlington.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are starting the commercial-free Expressway here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. I love this song. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden firing up the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on.
A little insensitive, though, of Peyton to play Coolio ahead of Jared Sandler coming on. Just kind of rubbed into his face that Coolio wasn't able to make it to Jared's event.
Oh, that's right.
I think that's just some really second-level trolling. That was a little much.
Jared Sandler from Surprise, Arizona, also on your home of the Rangers at 8 o'clock. Jimmy Johnson stepping away from Fox TV yesterday, and Bobby has found the statement just released from Jerry Jones. Quote, "From the time we were in college until the time we were holding up those Super Bowl trophies, I knew Jimmy Johnson could be anything he wanted to be, and he has. Some of the most exciting times in my life I shared with Jimmy, and I cherish them. As one of the most gifted people I've ever been around, Jimmy has blazed a remarkable, unique trail that is now deeply embedded into football and broadcasting history. Congratulations on your incredible career, Jimmy, and I wish you well in your fourth quarter, my friend. You will always be a winner." Very nice, very warm message from JJ to JJ.
Man, it's awesome that they, it took 30 years that they finally seem to have a very nice, cordial relationship. It's it stinks that it didn't happen in 1993 or 4, that they were able to kind of bury the hatchet, as they say. And
although many will tell you the Jerry defenders, right, because the media was split, those who love Jimmy and those who love Jerry on on each side, they will say that Jimmy was going to go anyway, that the burnout factor was real, and that he was too much of a flirt, and that ticked Jerry off. Yeah,
he may not have. I mean, he may have been one of these. I got 5 years here.
Yeah,
I'm going to ride these guys for 5 years, and once I've ridden them, I'm out. And he did. I mean, that's kind of did the same thing in Miami, although it just never went as far and as it could have. You would think it would go farther with Dan Marino, but him and Dan didn't mesh.
There's so much that people look, not to absolve Jerry of how that went. I think they both had their hand in it. A lot of it felt like Jerry, but I mean, when you look back at let's just say that played out today. Could you imagine if whoever the next Kevin O'Connell, like he's out there, he wins a Super Bowl, he wins back-to-back Super Bowls, and a week after he wins the second Super Bowl, the Jacksonville Jaguars are having meetings with him, which is way illegal according to NFL rules. But having meetings with him about like, hey, do you want to come coach us? And he's like, maybe I do. Yep. And he's publicly flirting with, maybe I'm going to go coach Jacksonville.
Yep.
That'd be insane if a coach did that today. We'd all be just like, what the hell is this guy doing? That feels more like a Nico move.
But was it because your owner broke the agreement of what his involvement was going to be? And all of a sudden, the socks that he's supposed to be focusing on became the jocks, and you wanted this credit and started interfering with personnel moves, which was supposedly their original agreement.
Sure, like I said, I still think most of that probably rests on. I feel like most of it rests on Jerry, but I don't think it's just as simple as like Jimmy did nothing to make it worse. Like I think Jimmy probably. They were two very hard-headed people.
Oh, yeah.
I think Jerry probably at different points went like, okay, you're going to do that. Well, then I'm going to do this, and we're going to just keep making it worse. And if they've both talked about this, if they were both a little older, a little wiser, they probably both play that completely different.
Yeah.
And keep winning.
Or if you win that Super Bowl 7 or 8 years into starting it, the worst thing that can sometimes happen is having that immediate success, because Jerry's got to be thinking, this ain't that hard. Anyone can win. And then Barry winning it only solidified Jerry's thought. Anyone can win with this roster.
Any one of 500 guys.
Yep. Are you kidding me? This isn't that hard. I'm going to end up with 11 of these bad boys, 12 of these bad boys. And that winning that happens early can cloud the judgment and make you think it's a lot easier than it is getting to that first Super Bowl, right? Dan Marino, you already referenced him. And then you never get back. And then the Luka curse hits you. What is a Dallas Cowboy?
It's going to.
Sorry, they're saying this. They want me to change it. The Nico curse.
The Nico curse. The curse of the. Oh, but hang on. It was the curse of the Bambino.
Trust.
Not
in
the curse
Nico.
of the Harry Frazee.
That's right. What is a Cowboys Combine interview like? Todd Archer did a pretty neat piece taking you inside of the Jake Ferguson interview. Said it was 18 minutes. The Cowboys got all the answers they needed in that interview process and were not compelled to bring him to the Star for a visit. So when you look at Ashton Genty or you look at these quarterbacks and say, was it an official? Was it unofficial? Is there a visit? Is there not a visit? Jake Ferguson did not end up going to the Star. Quote from Chris Vaughn, director of college scouting, Deuces Pops. By the time we get to the Combine, we are either confirming or verifying information. We've got a lot of info already, but if we think a guy is really smart, now we're verifying that. Rarely do we go in and start a report from scratch. We are further along the process. The 18 minutes doesn't seem like a lot, but we know what we want to get to. So the Cowboys meeting another 45 players last week in Indianapolis. They already met with a number of prospects at the Senior Bowl. East-West Shrine game is a prelude to the Combine. And the prospect sits, I love Todd painting the picture of the room. The prospect sits at the head of the table with all eyes peering at him as he looks at a video screen or a whiteboard. He'll see some Cowboys plays on tape as well as some of his own plays from college that will be dissected. And Ferguson said, it's stressful if you make it stressful. Everyone's like, it's the rest of your life, but honestly, you just need to be yourself. That's what got you there. The Cowboys start their player interviews by asking background questions. Beforehand, they have their in-house security team and general counsel go through any legal issues a player may have, so they know the answers to the questions they are about to ask. Who told us at the Combine that someone just started lying and they're like, you're off the board? You're out. See you later. Was it Tannenbaum? Yeah, it was Tannenbaum.
I can't remember if it was Tannenbaum or Dame, one of them. But yeah, somebody had, I don't think he identified the player, but they knew he was lying through his teeth immediately.
Some of the guys are very honest. Some of the guys will know that they completely lied. So you just kind of know you want to avoid them. Because I think I asked the follow-up, does that ever burn you? Like, okay, someone lied. Just like your kid lies. Just like you lie about getting in trouble.
Wrong.
And you're going to take them off the board and eliminate them. That it doesn't come back to burn you. And this article, along with Tannenbaum, was like, no, most of the time, almost all the time, it's right when they lie to you.
Yeah, and it's because of the things they're usually, like they mentioned there. You got to remember, they mentioned security team, general counsel. Like, these are potential legal issues some of these guys are getting asked about where they already know the answers to, where it's like, okay, now you're lying to me about something that maybe you had a run-in with the law, and it's not just about, I had a great relationship with my quarterback, when in reality, I thought he was like kind of a D-bag. It's not like that. It's a lot of times it is stuff where they've got that 18 minutes to pack in really important questions that they want to know how they answer them.
Real quick, it did burn the Cowboys once, did it not, with Randy Moss? Now, he didn't lie, but he had off-field concerns, and they passed on him for those.
Yeah, but it burned 19 other people, too.
Yeah, it did.
The coaches in the room will draw up different formations on the whiteboard and have the player remember them. Then they will pivot to a different topic, only to go back to the formation and have the player draw it up later. They're testing a player's memory and how well and quickly they can learn. You're listening, taking notes on how the guy comes across, how he talks the game. You want to understand that. You want to see his poise. Some interviews stand out. Some people were in the room when the Cowboys talked to Sean Lee in 2010 at Penn State. Lee's understanding of defensive concepts, his energy and leadership stood out to everyone in the room. Quote from a Cowboys personnel guy, I wanted to draft him right there, right then and there. Ferguson, I absolutely whiffed on a guy in the Penn State game or something. The dude swam at me and I missed. Coach Wells, Lunda Wells, who we saw at the Combine, was like, what are you going to do there next time? This is my block. This is how I'm supposed to do it. And I missed on it. Wells goes, okay, what are you going to do the next time? I answered him again. He asked it again. Finally, I just said, well, I'm going to F him up. And Coach Wells said, good. That was the answer he was looking for. 2 months later, Cowboys drafted Ferguson, who went on to the Pro Bowl in 2023. And Ferguson said, quote, the first day in here, the first thing Wells said to me was about that interview. So that's Todd Archer taking us inside the Cowboys process.
Yeah, those interviews, they make a difference. Not just the ones at the Combine, but the ones they get at the facility, or the ones, like you mentioned, that they have at the Senior Bowl or other various places. It's such a critical... That's one of the ways that they really fell in love with DeMarvion Overshown, was when they heard him talk about the game of football and talk about the way that he sees it. And they're like, okay, he's kind of been a raw project, and he's played a million different positions at Texas, but we feel like we can bank on this because of what we've seen in this interview process. The interview process was huge for them with Tyler Smith because they knew he was raw. And it's like, okay, the tools are there. The biggest thing we're going to have to investigate here is, do we trust what we find out in these months leading up to the draft that says he shows he can pick it up, or he shows he's coachable, he shows he's smart, he can pick these things up. It's burned other people. The Vikings didn't interview Laquan Treadwell. Laquan Treadwell got to Minnesota and he couldn't pick up the playbook. And they were like, he doesn't understand NFL concepts. And they didn't know it. And that kind of screwed them a little bit. Other people have been screwed by it. Dak Prescott was a guy who really impressed them during the interview process with the way that he was able to go back on the whiteboard and draw stuff back up for him. And so these are absolutely crucial moments for them in terms of trying to figure out who can actually handle what we throw at them. And that's why a big chunk of it's about talent, but it's not just, hey, who's the most talented player on the board? There's a lot more that goes into it for them to say, can you reach it? Can you maximize it?
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line.
It would really suck either way if you don't draft somebody because of, their ability on a whiteboard and then they turn out to hit. But it would also suck the other way that if you draft somebody even though they were terrible on the whiteboard and it turns out to be you would have been right to pass on them. Like it is one of the more difficult parts of the draft, because you would think the draft is just about, hey, talented player, let's take him. But there's a lot more to it, especially in position. Positions matter. Quarterback, you cannot have a guy who can't understand the defense. Like, their ability to process, to me, your ability to process is as important or more than your physical arm strength.
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider, will join us from Surprise, Arizona, to get you your baseball fix coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. We are commercial-free in the Expressway. It's Tuesday. That means it's time to Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly? Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan as we do every Tuesday. You can weigh in on the Fan Cam over on YouTube, Twitch, or on the fan text, and we'll kick around some of these questions here in the studio ourselves. And we got a special request.
Oh no!
For the first question.
From who?
From you.
Oh.
This man, and it scares me a little bit. This man was like, "Hey, let me answer the first question. Let me get the first one. I know how to answer this." I said, "Okay." So Peyton Russell, and those of you listening in our audience, if you had 10 seconds to ruin a first date, what would you say?
I'd say, man, you look skinnier on your profile picture.
Oh boy!
Did you use Photoshop or was that?
You're really good at Photoshop.
Wow!
What did you say to my wife?
I said you're prettier. That you're better looking than your photos or something like that.
He gave the
Hang
reverse.
on. That's a compliment, though.
Yeah, he did. He gave the reverse on it.
That's a good thing.
That's a perfect double-sided statement.
Yeah.
You have to stop and then go like, was I just insulted or was I complimented?
Yeah.
And then they just walk off, and then you never know.
Tough to beat, Peyton.
This
Tough
is
to beat.
really tough to beat. But I'm sure you will come in second place.
I would just pass gas right there. Right? I would just. But
I don't know.
It's not saying anything. But I think a girl, if you walk up to the table and she's already sitting down there and you crop dust her as you're walking by,
Gross.
I think that might end things pretty quick. Or you just do it, then you take the napkin and you go like this. Start wafting it. Take your hat off, waft it her way.
Yeah,
I was thinking that Peyton's real answer, and maybe my answer would just be, all right, left side only. That's what I would say.
Left side.
Like
on the bed?
On the menu.
Oh.
Like appetizers.
Did you see those starters right there? That's for you.
Those
definitely Peyton.
Yeah, circle the starters. Apps, soups, and salads.
No queso. Can't have queso.
There you go. Left side.
I mean, it is just something to the extent Peyton just said. If you want to ruin a date really quick, just some sort of physical dig against them, just right out of the gate.
214 says you look like my ex. That one ruins it pretty quickly.
Oh,
I did that once.
You chose your hair like what?
I did that once. That was not a.
What did you say?
I didn't say she looked like her. I just talked way too much about her, and that was that one screwed up. But
Yeah.
I wasn't that interested in her anyway. She didn't look as good as her pictures or whatever Peyton said. That's what that was.
Chose that outfit. Why did you go with that hairstyle?
214. How hot is your mom? It's not bad.
That's not a terrible one. Eventually, I get to that in the relationship.
But you don't sit down.
Because that's how I'm going to judge you.
How hot's your mom?
Yeah.
Like, 469. I love you. Just right out of the gate.
Oh, yeah. Or like a stalker thing. Like, you've done your Facebook homework, and they be like, so what are the places that you eat lunch at there in Plano? Or like you know her, like the business, you know where it is.
Yeah.
And you like reference something there like a stalker.
I'll look like Penn Badgley from You. I'll just look like I've been
black hat, pulled way low.
Just totally keeping up with everything you do there. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan.
God, when's that show coming back, by the way?
I have no idea. RJ Choppy. 6-hour drive. You can only listen to one artist. Who are you listening to?
I don't even listen to this artist anymore. But
Fish.
No, I don't listen to Fish anymore. But like I know I've been to his concert like 11 times. There's every single song I know that he's done that he did for about a 15-year period. So it's just a volume thing. It's Dave Matthews. I don't even
11 times, really?
11 different shows, yeah.
I love music. I don't know that I'd want to go see anybody that many times.
Well, I mean, he, like every album you would go, he would have a tour for every album, and then he would do a tour in between. And you went and saw him, and I went and saw him in different cities. Like I was there, or made a trip to go and see him. He puts on a good show, and back in the day, Dave partake in some balloons or whatever, and it'd be a different day.
Dave fans are rabid. They love him. Sean, 6-hour car drive. You can only listen to one artist. Who are you listening to?
I had an older answer and a newer answer. My first one, my buddy came to visit. We're out at the pool, and he's like, put on this guy. I just went to this concert. And this is one of those guys where I did not realize I liked a ton of his songs, but I didn't realize he was actually singing them.
Working on the night shift, baby.
And And then the next one came on from John Party. And then the next. And I'm like, I don't know what John Party looks like. I can barely remember his name. And I'm like, I like that song. I like that song. And I did not realize all these songs are from John Party.
He looks exactly how you would expect him to look.
Like John Mayer?
No. He's got like the cowboy hat, the big square face. He looks He looks like the guy that we saw with the Bitcoin shirt in the bar at Prime.
Oh.
He looks just like that guy.
Yeah.
He's fantastic.
But I love John Party's music.
Yeah,
Kristen
great.
just had that same thing happen with Jordan Davis, the country singer, where we were playing stuff in the car, and she's like, I know that. Oh my gosh, that's who that is? Like, she had no idea they were any of his songs.
But then I was like, all right, my old school one that I would probably have to go with, a funny wedding story. Someone wasn't in charge of the rehearsal dinner playlist, and this just kept playing and playing. Almost scarred me to not want to listen to him anymore, but I could listen to this guy for 6 hours straight. Darius. Not Hootie, but Darius.
I was about to say, so you're not a let her cry.
Yeah, I can do it. I can do it, but Darius Rucker, I can listen to a lot of his. So 6 hours straight. There you go.
Some of the answers over here on the YouTube. T from the 203 says Queens of the Stone Age. It's a great band. I love Queens of the Stone Age. 469 Coetzel. 682 Calvin Harris. Peyton Russell, I saw the cut sheet. Your answer stunned me, and you said you've gone over this before, but I didn't know this. Peyton, your artist that you're listening to for a 6-hour car ride.
Yeah, this one might confuse a lot of people with my lack of knowledge of music, but this was because my dad and I going to baseball tournaments as a kid. This is what all he would listen to, and so obviously me sitting in the front seat, I'd have to listen to it as well. But it is Foreigner.
You're as cold as ice.
Good stuff.
Stunned.
I like it.
Because we've done it before. I mean, we've had 1.5 hour long trips to Waco to play baseball, and then we had the 1.5 hour drive back. So, I mean, we've done about 3 hours or so.
Gather the Foreigner.
Yeah, Gather the Foreigner.
How many more songs does Foreigner have? Is it a ton?
Oh, yeah, no, Foreigner's got a decent catalog.
Jukebox Hero is really good.
I'm stunned he named anything, though, that was pre-2013.
Yeah.
Like, when he put that on there, I was like, you're screwing with me, right? That you have that as your song? He's like, no, I really do like that. 469 Bob Marley, 972 Pink Floyd. My answer, and it's...
Floyd. He always got a ton of hits. That, like, he doesn't sing them. David Guetta.
He
He's
doesn't
involved in
sing them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's like the
DJs
DJ. David Guetta's got just banger after banger.
This answer would change probably from week to week, but right now I've been diving back into their catalog recently. So right now the answer is this band.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies.
Fleetwood Mac. I absolutely love Fleetwood Mac. In fact, when you mentioned the Jerry-Jimmy relationship and how it's like, it's wild they ever were able to do the things they did with the issues that they had. That's Fleetwood Mac to a T. They are the Dallas Cowboys. With Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham having their problems and all the interpersonal relationships, I absolutely adore Fleetwood Mac, though. They're way up at the top of one of my favorite bands. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, what movie do you watch at least once a year?
Goodfellas.
Okay.
It's always on TV.
It's on a lot.
And that's the reason why. I don't go search it out. I don't go seek it out. I'll just stop to try to get like a scene in there of shaving the garlic in jail or watching them sit there at a certain point in the movie. But it'll end up being Goodfellas. When I do, every time I come across Forrest Gump, I'll be like, I don't want to be depressed. You know, I remember crying first time watching it on the bus scene of Say It's Taken. And then when I do watch it, I'm like, I didn't catch it the whole way through, but I wish I'd watched this from the beginning. But it will be Goodfellas just because of the television frequency.
Yeah,
it's on a lot. It's on a lot. It's, for me, at first I thought it was like, it's Fast and the Furious is always on. It's like, I don't know if I get a notification on my phone or like somebody from the heavens just kind of pushes my thumb to that channel, but like I can always find it. It's on probably every month, and I inevitably stop down at some point every month because there's crap on TV for the most part. So it's probably the original Fast and the Furious.
It's Love Actually, because every Christmas season, sometime in December, Kristen and I are going to watch it. And so it'll be like we haven't watched Love Actually yet, and we'll just get like popcorn and sit down, have drinks. And it's such an easy, rewatchable movie.
You know, the one I would probably add that I watch because of my wife is Wedding Singer. She's in love with Wedding Singer. She loves Adam Sandler way more than he should be loved in terms of his newer movies. Even the other night at the Oscars, that bit wasn't that funny.
Yeah.
Could have been funnier with him dressed up like us on the morning show. And I love Adam Sandler personally, but man, she can watch The Wedding Singer all the time.
Peyton, what movie do you watch at least once a year?
This one was tough to think about because it had to have been like a seasonal movie for me, so it's got to go to Christmas, and it's Christmas Vacation. I think it's always like, I know you can watch that movie any time of the year, but right around Christmas is when obviously I sit down and watch it with the family, or Mackenzie likes to watch it as well. 817 says Shawshank Redemption. 972 and 214 both say Home Alone 2.
12 Vader says Hunt for Red October.
Why
Easy
Home
Money.
Alone 2, though?
Probably, well, I don't know, actually. I thought I was about to give it an answer. I was like, because it's Christmas, but like, so is the first one. 12 Vader says Hunt for Red October. Easy Money T23 says Friday. We've got some other answers on the YouTube. Patrice, I don't know how to say your last name. Draft Day. They watch that every year.
I still haven't seen that.
You know,
I haven't either.
I kind of like it. Yeah, I kind of like it.
And then Rage says Forgetting Sarah Marshall, which is an absolute classic and gets overlooked way too often. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. This is a good one for Sean to answer here in a sec.
Dude.
You're not going to lead off. You're not going to lead off.
Okay.
I'm just saying, this one I feel like will be one that you're going to have an answer for. RJ Choppy, what is the best way to get a woman's ring size without her knowing?
Phenomenal question.
Yeah, that's a good one. You know, if she already, let's just say like, you know, so Sarah wore a lot of, how I got hers, she wore a lot of rings anyway. Like she would have a bunch of rings that she would just throw on her fingers.
Yeah, you could just steal one.
So I just grabbed one when she took them off at night, and I just put it on my pinky. Right? And I went like, oh, it comes up to about that roll of fat line.
Oh, you didn't take it into the store.
No, I just put it on my finger. I said, yeah, it kind of goes there. I mean, you know, you could, if she's sleeping, get a string, put it around, and then mark it, and that's it. But it's a tough one. I mean,
well, I thought to make the question more interesting, answer this if you don't live together first.
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
So these were some of the answers that came across on Reddit because everybody had their different ways that they were creative. Some people said, you don't. You ask them for their ring size.
Well,
like,
that's
you
not
just
the
do
point of
that.
the question.
Right.
That defeats the purpose.
Somebody else said the best thing to do is just when you get into a relationship and it's serious. Like this one girl said, my boyfriend just asked me right out of the jump, like, hey, just give me a list of all of these things that you have so that whenever I want to surprise you with any of them, you don't know it's coming now, but I need to have that size now. Somebody else said they went to dinner. Her husband had asked her girlfriends to help out, so they all went to dinner. And the married ones started passing their rings around, and they were all trying them on, and they just found the one that fit her the best, and they gave her that one and said, all right, it's this one. That's the closest one to it.
That's a great idea. Go to the friends.
Yeah, that's a really good one. There's also one of these ones in here that said...
Except you would have gone to Carly, and she would have thought you were proposing to her.
Giving me her ring
Her
size.
dreams would have come true.
Seductively suck her finger and keep your mouth in that same formation until you can get to the jewelry
What
store.
are you wearing a sleep apnea mouth guard? Setting up a sleep mouth guard?
I like that. Last one here from Reddit, and then we'll get Peyton's thoughts. I asked my fiance's friend to help out. That included going to the jeweler with me since they have the same size finger and skin tone. It turned into a massive fight when my fiance thought I was cheating on her with her friend. So that ended up burning. Peyton, did you have to sneak around and get Mackenzie's ring size?
Nope. I just asked her. I said, look, if you want to do this, if you want a ring, just give me the number so I know what to get. No, but I mean, ask her friend's a good answer. That was mine. Or if she has a sister she's close with, go to her as well because they can always, because apparently all these girls have ring sizers now and stuff. So it's like you can just play with that and then she can just get back to me.
Plus, as you know, Peyton destroyed any element of surprise with that entire process. He told her when it's happening. He told her when the photo shoot. He told her when the ring. I have the ring. The ring's coming here. So he ruined all the drama.
940 says just get the ring larger than what you think it is, then they'll resize it. And so that's the play there. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell. Now, we all know what the biggest is, so don't go spoiling that.
Thank
but
you.
What's the biggest lie an adult made you believe when you were a kid, Peyton?
Oh, it was the watermelon seeds. If you eat watermelon seeds, it'll grow out of you. Because I believe that because it made sense. I was like, okay, seeds go in the ground, you water them. I drink water. Like it made sense to me, and I bought it for many years. And then obviously I grew up and did not believe it.
I don't know if they knowingly were lying to me, but I did not find out until I was an adult that when my parents told me if you turned on the dome light while you were driving, that was illegal.
That was the one that came to my mind that about the dome light. The one I tell my kids.
Drive barefoot? I don't know about that. Is that a myth?
Oh,
I don't know.
It's
It's a good
illegal?
question. I was always told you couldn't.
If you drive without shoes, it's illegal.
My dad always told me driving with headphones on was illegal.
That would make sense.
And I see people with AirPods in all the time. I'll tell you the one I tell my kids, and they're in school now, so I can say
it's legal. It's legal to drive barefoot.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
I've told them that they're like they've asked for sips of alcohol, and I said you guys are allergic. I said, remember what happened when you guys were kids? You guys got some, and you broke out in a huge rash.
Ooh.
So I tell them they're allergic.
That's a good way to get it.
That'll work for another year and a half.
Play them a little bit, Sean.
That eventually you swallow like 8 spiders a year with your mouth open when you're sleeping, or
I assume
8
that's
bugs.
real. Is that not real?
That's a good one.
It could. I don't know.
I assume I have one growing in my ear.
I have no idea. No clue. But that was a myth.
Yeah.
That was so. If you swallow the gum.
Oh yeah, how it'll never leave your system.
Yeah.
That's a big one. Yeah, because we all got that one growing up. All right, we are doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean, you just won $20 million. Your parents ask you for half. What would you say?
Yes.
Just yes. Here's half of it. You can have it.
Yeah.
Nope. Well, one.
Well, you would divide it into one.
Who would add a quarter of it?
Huh?
He'd give his dad a quarter.
I was gonna say that'd be buried treasure. But if you end up to me, it's
buried treasure.
$3 million will set you up fine.
Why?
Why do you need 10? Why do you need 10? I got philanthropic goals. Why do I have to you're cutting?
What are your
into,
philanthropic goals?
Because
I've never heard
a lot
you.
Of stuff.
I never heard you one time talk philanthropy.
I want a lot of stuff, and it costs money, and it costs a lot of money.
Is that philanthropy?
Here's the thing. I just think would I probably do it? Yes, I probably would. But I would feel like, why are you just asking me for $10 million? Like, why are you going that high? I would give it to him, but I'd be like, that seems just like an odd ask to be like, can I have half of that? Okay, I guess so. I mean, I
Plus,
guess
my parents are older, so I'm going to get it back soon.
Yeah,
anyway.
that's the thing. You got to find out how old. If your parents are 45 years old,
right?
Then Ma, we don't need that. But she's 70 something,
Yeah.
so it's like, I'll get it back in a couple of years.
Yeah,
you just make sure that it doesn't go to the sisters.
Peyton, would your parents like to increase their wealth by 1% and take your half of your $20 million?
Yep, I'm frugal, so I'd say nope. Here's $5 million though. Look, they're like 7 or 8 years away from retirement. They don't need $10 million to retire. They just need 5, and they'll be fine. I need the 15. I'm younger.
Yeah, like my parents' house is paid off. Like, what do you really need the $10 million for?
15 ain't what it used to be.
You still you're gonna say yes because of all the things they did for you,
right?
As a kid,
yes.
And then you'll wind up getting
adults.
it back.
If you're in this industry, UNT.
Yep.
You're probably going to go without for a long time. We were living with our parents at the age of 20.
Yeah. So that you have to say, I think, yes. But I'm with you. I got philanthropic goals. I want a street named after me in Knoxville.
And what were the majority of the responses on Reddit? Was it majority saying yes or no or split?
No, it was split because people were there were a lot of people just who had bad relationships with their parents. We got a little bit of a split right now on the fan text. 469 said they would say, where do I send it? 940 says, hell no, my parents would never know I won. 817, I would tax them. 940, parents spent all their money on me growing up, so it's natural to pay back. So I mean, it's pretty split, but that's where it is. You want time for one more?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll do one more here. Peyton Russell, you're bedridden for 72 hours. What show are you binge watching? This is easy, by the way. Dateline NBC.
The Office for me. I was able to watch it throughout college. Any mood you're in, whatever, you can just throw it on, watch it, and it can just run all the way through, run its course.
I think the easy answer for me is like Seinfeld or Curb, but I would probably want to watch something that I don't even know what it is. I want to watch something new.
You could get stuck in not liking it.
You could absolutely get stuck and not like it.
Change my answer. No longer Dateline.
It would have been Blacklist initially.
Air Disasters.
Oh, yeah.
Air Disasters. I could watch that all day long. I was thinking about that driving in today because I was like, what if I get hit by a microburst? Oh, that's like the Delta flight from the very first Air Disasters, and that's how I think.
Probably Vanderpump, like our NFL Network analyst. What's his name?
Trevor Sikkema
in Indianapolis. All right, let's head on out. Can't remember the last time we brought this guy on. He has been holding it down in Surprise, Arizona. Rangers insider and broadcaster Jared Sandler with your baseball fix after this.
After we get you over to Zerez, my good friends over at Zerez, get your carpet clean with the RJ Choppy.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Harris swings, and that one is unloaded onto right field and out of here. Holy smokes. Deep into right field to the back of the berm before aligning Kugel's hut. All Sal Frelick could do was turn and watch. A majestic 2-run home run for Dustin Harris, and the Rangers are on the board. They trail 4-2.
Wow, he's actually making, holy smokes, the signature call. Good morning, Metroplex, 8 o'clock hour on your home for Rangers baseball. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell back from Indianapolis. And I've missed this guy. He has been hunkered down, holding down the coverage. Rangers broadcaster and insider Jared Sandler on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Finally back on the morning show with 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, brother. How you been?
Hey, guys. I miss you guys. I listen to you most mornings, and it's great to get to talk to you.
All right, give us the other show recaps being out there with your palatial estate hosting. Were you the one getting everyone together for family dinner night, and then obviously over to your place? Were you kind of the master of ceremonies with those?
Yes. I mean, as you know, I am a planner and a scheduler, and I was excited to see the guys and wanted to hang out. And I mean, you know, despite what everyone wants to think, I guess I'm the only one who's able to get Gavin Dawson to come and hang out multiple times within a given week.
Wow.
So,
which is really crazy given your mutual hatred.
Yeah.
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
Who sat down next to who? Did you take a seat next to Dawson, or did Dawson take a seat next to you at that dinner?
That's so funny. Peyton asked me that when he called me. I was on one side of the table, and it was with KNC, and Bassick was just kind of talking about wrestling, and I could not care any less about wrestling. And so I was like, all right, the other side of the table looks interesting. Ruben was over there. I really hadn't had a chance to catch up with Ruben. There was an open seat next to Dawson, and I just went over and hung out. And, it was great. Dawson and I get along. We text like off the show about stuff. And but it was a lot of fun. It was great getting everyone together. Yes, the house is awesome. And let me tell you something. Brian Broaddus is a master on the grill. He whipped up some Philly cheesesteaks. Ruben actually threw down some carne asada. We had a nice little home cooked meal one night, and went out the other night. So it was a lot of fun. It was great seeing them in the clubhouse. Zach and Eric are just total goofballs and have people laughing, and they actually draw a little bit of an audience, a little bit of a crowd when they do some of their interviews, and then. Bassick just walks around in a Rangers hat. Like he told me at one point, it was really cool that he walks in there now. Players know who he is. So Mike is definitely excited for the season, ready to get back in the analyst chair.
Okay, what has stood out to you about this team so far?
Honestly, it's the depth. I mean, you guys know me. I don't really read a whole lot into spring training results. I feel like too often you can get suckered into that. I'm just looking at the roster and looking at some of the roster decisions, and not to get too into the weeds, but with the way that baseball works, there are guys who are here now who, if they are not on the opening day roster, they will not be in the organization. But there are a lot of guys who, whether they're on the opening day roster or not, they will remain in the organization. And one of the really unsexy things that I think helps you get through a season is your bullpen depth, because you start the season with, let's say, 8 relievers, but you're probably going to need another 8 at least. And over the last couple of years, even in 23, when the Rangers won the World Series, when their bullpen was bleeding, they were calling guys up from AAA, and none of those guys were able to really make any kind of an impact. And I think the Rangers are going to have 4 or 5 guys who might not start the season at the big league level, who are going to be able to come up and help the bullpen whenever that time comes. And I think that's what stands out. It's not just the bullpen. The rotation has depth. The position player group has depth. And again, it's not sexy, but you play 162 games. That's really important. And it was a big part of what they did from a position player standpoint in 23. Now I think they're even deeper in 25 than they were in 23.
Jared, have you gotten a handle on how Bochy will handle 3, 4, 5 in the lineup to start the year? Will it go righty, lefty, righty?
Yeah, RJ, it's a good question. I think it all starts with who's going to be in the leadoff spot. And I think it's Marcus Semien, although the last time Boch was asked, I don't want to say he was non-committal, but he definitely left the door. The door was closed on that discussion, but it wasn't locked, if that makes sense. So if you do have Simeon Seager, I think against a righty, then I'd personally like to see Wyatt Langford hitting third, and then go Jock Peterson in the cleanup spot and Adolis hitting fifth. If it's against a lefty, then again, I'd like Langford, and then you probably go Adolis in the cleanup spot. The thing that I want, guys, I want to protect my best asset. My best asset is Corey Seager. And so I want 9, 1, 3, and 4 to be right-handed hitters if possible. Now, that there are going to be so many combinations and permutations with the lineup, but the reason I want that is because if you want to bring in a lefty to face Corey Seager, and he hits lefties really well, but he's better against righties, then you're going to bring in a lefty and run the risk of having that lefty face a couple of righties surrounding Seager. So I've thought a lot about 9, 1, 3, and 4, and I think that if you roll out righties on either side of Corey, that's just going to maximize his ability to do what he does, which is be an all-world hitter. But I would like to see Wyatt Langford in the 3 spot. And, guys, I'll tell you this. I'd kind of like to see Wyatt Langford lead off. I don't think that's going to happen to start the year, but that's what I would really like. I'd love to have his power and his speed at the top of the order, and I'm a big believer, get your best players the most at-bats, and I kind of think that when all is said and done this year, the 2 best offensive players for the Rangers are going to be Corey Seager and Wyatt Langford. Talking with Jared Sandler here on 105 Through the Fan. Jared, it seems like there's been 2 variables people have talked about that makes them feel more positive about Texas' outlook this year, which is they'll be healthier in all likelihood. They'll have guys who are bouncing back at the plate. Which is the riskier proposition for you? The health of somebody like DeGrom, leaning on that, counting on that for a whole season, or leaning on, hey, Simeon, Adolis, Heim, those guys are going to hit better? Which is something that's a little more risky to lean on? Well, I think it's not that I don't believe the position player group will bounce back, because I heard you earlier, Bobby. I mean, I don't expect Adolis Garcia to have an OPS that starts with 6, and I don't expect Marcus Semien to have an OPS that starts with 6. Now, they might not be 2023 versions of themselves, but I do expect it to be better. But they won a World Series in 23 largely without Jacob deGrom, and that's not to say he's not necessary. He obviously makes this team really special. And we were going over the PECOTA projections yesterday. The Rangers, according to PECOTA, are only projected to have kind of a middle-of-the-road lineup. They're projected to have the 3rd best run prevention group in all of baseball. Now, whether it plays out that way or not, I don't know. But they've got the ability to have some elite pitching. Jacob deGrom's a part of that. But those same projections only have him throwing about 112 innings. And so what that tells me is that they believe that the depth of this pitching staff, rotation, and bullpen is going to really help carry them. And so would it be amazing to have Jacob deGrom make 25 starts and throw 130, 140 innings? Absolutely. Would I love to see this guy start game 1 of a postseason series? You bet your ass I would. But I think that leaning on Jacob deGrom, if that doesn't work, I think this team still has more than enough ammunition to have a really successful season. If Simeon and Adolis, let's forget Jonah Heim for a second. If Simeon and Adolis replicate last year, I think that would be tough for the Rangers, especially because they are going to withstand injuries, at other spots. And I think having those guys, really can help. And Adolis especially, he can put a team on his back for 2 weeks, and they can rattle off, a 10-3 record over that stretch just because he's just, become a monster who's on a hot streak. Jared, I saw you, talk about this yesterday on social media. I saw it on MLB Network. I texted with you about it. DeGrom at the back of the rotation to start the year. He would get 5 days rest for the first 5 starts, so he wouldn't have to make a start on regular rest till the 6th start. That's at the end of the month. What do you think of that idea? Yeah, I think they're just in general, RJ, going to be very conservative with Jacob deGrom, especially early in the season. I don't think fans are going to love it at all times, because there might be a start in mid-April where he goes 5 innings, strikes out 10, doesn't allow a run, and has given up 1 hit, and they're going to pull him because at the end of the day, guys coming off of a second Tommy John, the results, the track record of success just isn't a lengthy list. And I think they want to protect, their best pitching asset. And, listen, we're going to kick and scream and moan in April, but we also want to be able to watch this guy in September, and I think that's the goal. And so, Jacob deGrom can put innings on his body. Before the injuries, he had 3 straight 200-inning seasons, and then in 2020, I mean, it's not his fault, but he made every single start in that campaign. But I just think he really hasn't pitched a whole lot the last couple years. And I think they probably have a number in mind, more or less where they want him to end up from an inning standpoint. They haven't publicized that. My guess, around 120 to 140. And so I think there also might be a stretch, RJ, in the middle of the year where they say, hey, we're going to shut you down for a couple weeks, just a little bit of rest, and then we'll get you back up and going. And I think the hope is that they have Jacob deGrom pitching for them in August and September when they're in what you assume to be a dogfight for a division or a playoff spot. But I don't think they're going to overextend him in April. And I think, to your point, they're going to look for opportunities to give him an extra day or maybe save him an inning in this outing or that outing. And then they'll eventually get him going, with the foot on the pedal.
Jared Sandler, live from Surprise here on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Are you buying, selling, or holding Evan Carter stock?
I'm holding. I want to see, and he's got a ton of talent, right? You don't do what he did a couple of years ago, come up to the big league level, really with limited minor league experience. I mean, it wasn't quite White Langford, but when you consider some of the injury issues he dealt with in the minor leagues, certainly at the upper levels, he did not have a whole lot of experience. And he came up and he tore Major League Baseball apart in September and October. In October, of course, being the biggest stage. The talent and the potential is there. I need to see him stay healthy, right? The back thing, understandably, that's a concern. I need to see him hit lefties, and I need to see him deal with challenges, right? I need to see him, I hate to say failure, but I need to see him struggle and bounce back because really he didn't deal with that in 23. I mean, he hit the ground running and never really looked back in that 2-month stretch. Last year, I'm going to chalk up his struggles to, I think he really was dealing with back stuff. I mean, we see these guys every day, and he just didn't look right. It was clear he was trying to fight through stuff. But I'm holding. I really think that Evan Carter has the ceiling to be a special player who helps anchor a lineup. But I think that there's a lot that's got to be accomplished, and there's still a lot of development to be had. Whereas with White Langford, I think he's a lot closer. He's not a finished product by any means. But if you ask me to pick one or the other, to me, that's a no-brainer. I'm going to take White Langford, and that's no disrespect to Evan Carter. I think White Langford's about to become one of the best players in Major League Baseball.
What is your AOS 1, 2, 3 as of today?
Yeah, people are going to think that I'm saying this with some level of bias. I really do believe that the Houston Astros are the 4th best team in the division. They've had an incredible run. They have had a dynastic run. You can say whatever you want about how they got there and the cheating scandal, but here's the reality. Let's take another team with a dynasty, the Chiefs or the Patriots. They had one head coach over the course of that run, did the Patriots, and the Chiefs obviously still have one head coach. The Chiefs have largely had Brett Veach calling the shots. They've maybe lost some of his lieutenants, and Bill Belichick, for the most part, was calling the shots, especially during the heart of that run. The Astros are now on their 3rd manager and their 3rd GM. And it's just tough to sustain a level of success when you're constantly making changes. And they've lost now Alex Bregman. It seems like that other than Jose Altuve, they've kind of lost the core of what made them the Houston Astros. They're still a talented team, but I think they're due for a little bit of a decline. And I think the Athletics are a really good team. They might not be the sexiest roster, but and I think they're going to use some of the adversity of playing in Sacramento to their advantage. So I think the A's are the 3rd best team. I think the Mariners are the 2nd best team, and I think the Rangers are the best. And the only reason I have the Rangers over the Mariners is because the Mariners have continued to commit malpractice by not doing anything to add to a lineup to complement the best pitching staff in Major League Baseball. The Mariners starting rotation is the best rotation in Major League Baseball. There is no reason why they should not be a division-winning team other than the fact that they just cannot get out of their own way when it comes to the lineup. They do not score runs. They have not done a whole lot to improve a lineup. If that lineup improves, all right, maybe it's a different conversation because no one is going to have an easy night facing any of the Mariners starters. but I just don't know that their lineup is strong enough to justify putting them atop the AL West.
If you are searching for even more Jared Sandler in your life, ladies and gentlemen, I just stumbled upon this.
I'll tell you, music, not really my strength. In 7th grade, I was in choir only because I wasn't good enough for the band or orchestra. And Mrs. Mulvey, my choir teacher, told me that at the winter concert, so long as I didn't sing, I just mouthed the lyrics, that she would pass me. She was just horrified at the possibility of my voice screwing up her masterpiece. And of course I wanted to pass, so I abided by the rules. I'm great in a shower though, like most people. But
Jared Sandler cameos are now available for you.
Hey, it's for charity, guys. All the money is going to the Sandlot Children's Charity. I'll be honest, I'm not totally sure why anyone would want it, but if it's going to help out the charity, I'm happy to do it. That particular one, there wasn't a whole lot of, hey, he loves baseball or whatever. It was about how he's an accomplished pianist and composer, and that's great. I try to tie my lack of musical ability into it, but yeah, all the money that I get from doing cameos is going to go to the Sandlot Children's Charity. So if you want a total spare like me to record a video, I'm happy to do it for a good cause.
Thank you, brother. Fantastic. We miss you. Look forward to doing it again. Jared Sandler, live from Surprise, Arizona on Sean and RJ. Was last night it? Was that the unofficial end of the Mavericks season? Next.
After we get you over to Platinum Christ.
Say, in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Franco and Franco, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the best paint scorer in the league.
Got Kyrie down here. That is obviously a major concern, what's going on right now.
Now we wait 4 weeks for the medical update from the Dallas Mavericks while they are increasing ticket prices. Good morning, Metroplex. The nightmare got even worse yesterday. Kyrie Irving with a leg injury. Is it a hyperextended knee? Is it something worse? He copied his hero Kobe Bryant by going to the free throw line right afterwards and taking the 2 shots before exiting in the first half. The Mavericks lose to the Kings 122-98. Does that do it? And by do it, I mean, does that end any play-in game? Or did you think it was already over? I had said a couple weeks back, Mavs season is over. I wasn't factoring in, and I guess I should, the 9 and 10 spots. I hate that because it's like a fake playoff berth. But I still am not ending them. I'm still keeping them alive for the 10 spot because somehow, some way, they're still 3.5 games up on the Phoenix Suns. What has happened in Phoenix? What the hell is going on? Apparently, their coach told Devin Booker the other day, hey, man, you're a little bit too vocal. You're leading a little bit too much. Tone it down.
Agreed.
Turn it down a little bit.
You're leading
screw
too
you,
much.
Booker. You suck.
Leading too much. I never heard somebody say, you know what? You're too much of a leader.
Right?
We don't need that.
Tone it down. At least that's the way I read it. But they're still 3.5 games up on the Phoenix Suns. Now, you do need some people to play for you. When's it going to happen for Lively, Gafford, and Anthony Davis? They need some returns desperately. And maybe the Kai injury is not that bad, but I'm still going to go ahead and keep the Dallas Mavericks technically alive for the number 10 spot. And I will say, if all the fortune reverses back towards Nico and you're the 10 spot with your full team, or 3 out of 4 guys back for you, Jaden Hardy also got hurt last night. I'm talking about the bigs and Kyrie. I mean, that's a team I'm not wanting to face with a single elimination or double elimination format. Oh, no. Your mic.
Oh, no. You would not. Now, they've got a, their schedule coming up is not like the most, it's not the easiest schedule in the world. They got Milwaukee, they got Memphis, Phoenix, back-to-back with San Antonio and Houston on the road. That's not the most difficult stretch, but
more difficult than easy.
Right. And then you still got Detroit to play. You still got the
turned it around.
Yep. Yeah. Knicks, Orlando coming up, Chicago.
But the team directly behind you, the Suns, their next several games are the Clippers, at the Nuggets, at the Mavericks, at the Grizzlies, at the Rockets.
Wow.
I would not, if I was Minnesota, Minnesota's in the 9 spot right now. So you'd be at Minnesota. It'd be a rematch of the West Finals in a play-in game. That's what the NBA's become. Like, it's year to year. You have no idea what's going to happen with some of these teams. They pop, they go back down, and then other things happen, like you trade your star player away. But here, whatever. I would not want. If I'm Minnesota, do you really want a healthy Mavs team? Do you really want it? You don't. I don't think. I mean, the Mavs, to me, when they're healthy, they're still a really, really good team, and they're still a team that can absolutely make it to the conference finals. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Everything.
You think OKC wants to see the Mavericks 8-1?
I don't, because the Mavs, as the 10 seed, right, the best they could do is the 8. So OKC would have them in the first round.
And who has been the Thunder's kryptonite?
The Mavericks.
Shea scores 50 again last night, by the way. Just hand him the MVP.
Fourth time he's done that this year.
And then, by the way, you would get the winner of Memphis and Houston.
The Mavs are going to end up in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, no, stop it. How many games are you even anticipating that Anthony Davis plays this year?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not.
We're supposed to find out in another couple days what the prognosis is. Right?
I think the way, like, first off, just
he was shooting warm-ups the other day.
Yeah, baby. I mean, the way he helped Kyrie off, it looked almost helped.
Do you think that
you see him with the Mavs ball standing up?
You remember that little body wrap they had Luka in that Nick Wright was standing over during the Western Conference Finals, like with his? I'm convinced they wrapped up Anthony Davis and they're like, dude, we're here in LA. We just need you to put up like 5 shots on the floor. Just go out there and look like you're warming up. Just, bite down on a little bit
piece
in your
of
mouth
wood
or whatever. Something to just make sure that you don't scream with every jump shot. But the way they played that whole thing, just refusing to disclose anything and keeping it close, I think they know it's not great. And I think they know they've got an outlook of like, who knows if he's going to be able to reliably come back given his history. And I wouldn't bank on that at all. I wouldn't bank on him being. I anticipate, because of everything else and the way it's gone, I anticipate a setback is what we're going to hear about at some point.
Jason Kidd, what can you tell us about the Kyrie injury?
Just unlucky. Hope that he's healthy. And it's not serious. But, just the injuries that we've had this season. Guys are trying to hold it together to get, other bodies back. And it just seems every time we're getting close to get someone back, someone goes down. And tonight both Hardy and Kai go down. And so we're running out of bodies here. But, guys keep fighting.
They were calling it a left knee sprain last night. But I'm still keeping a little flicker alive. It's like holding up a lighter in this windstorm out here. That's what it is. Which, by the way, you are so negative.
I am?
You had a bad day with the belts. His weather updates, my God. He's like, today, it's going to... First off, yesterday, he told me if you go on a cruise, Tim Collins has a 50% chance of living. He's like, you can get murdered on a cruise and no one will ever find your body.
Lawless maritime law.
That is true. You backed me up on it.
I know about maritime law.
Yeah.
You get killed on a cruise.
Yep.
Then today he's like, today in the middle of the day, it's going to be 50-mile-per-hour winds. I go and check where I live. It says 15, not 50. Then he's like, when we walk out of this building, it's going to be 40 degrees. Right? I'm like, negative,
That's not
cynical,
negative.
pessimistic.
That's not negative. That's just what
the
they
low
said.
today is 44.
That's what they said.
The low is 44.
That's what they said on the news this morning. I'm just telling you what the news said.
The entire cruise is like the train station in Yellowstone. The entire cruise. If you watch the show, you know what I'm talking about.
I didn't. So
it's where they dump the bodies.
I assume it's somewhere else where Beth was being a total B.
He's going to look up schools that hopefully have their roofs blown off. Like
Plano West. Plano West looks like they just had a can opener just rip that thing up. Their WFA was standing out front reporting, and there's just this entire roof where she's like, yeah, there's a roof back here, and there's some trees down. It's like, you're remarkably calm for a high school just almost being shredded by wind. Not even a tornado, it's just some straight line winds. That bow echo that they talk about on the squall line, Chop, where it bows out and all that wind.
Love the bow echo.
Those ridiculous straight line winds.
That's a music player, right? Like a CD player.
Sure. Speaking of schools, I don't think they're having these gatherings in schools, but there's measles parties that we need to be aware of.
You used to do those, right? Chickenpox parties.
They did chickenpox parties.
Are you joking?
Yeah, as a kid, you probably did one of those. You probably don't remember.
What is it?
One kid gets chickenpox. The parents bring all their kids to that house, so their kids will get chickenpox and they get it out of the way.
Because it's better to get chickenpox when you're a kid.
I bet you.
I guarantee you, I never went. I was never taken to a chickenpox, and I don't think I would take my kid. I would
You
not.
want them to
I
get
wouldn't.
it.
They made fun of it on South Park. That was remember when one of the kids got it and they were like, you got to go play this game called Ookie Mouth where you spit in the other kid's face or whatever. And so like
Robbie
it's
Alomar.
But yeah, exactly, Robbie Alomar. They are having to the CDC is having to warn parents, please don't have your measles parties, because this is what some parents, their solution is like, well, just knock it out. Get the kids exposed to measles. We can get it all situated. There are now 150 cases in West Texas of measles, and that continued to break out again over the weekend. I think there's been one death related to it. Most of this is school-age children, young kids. And so some parents are saying, well, we're just going to throw on the old, just like we used to do with the chickenpox party, we're going to do the measles party. And government officials are saying, don't do this. Like, genuinely don't encourage this to keep going. We're trying to just stop it.
You wouldn't do it anymore. Mid-90s when they came out with the chickenpox vaccine. So we didn't have that when we were kids. You had to get it. Once you got it.
I didn't get it. It was after me, so I think it was even later than that where it was common.
Yeah, it was first recommended for routine use in 96. So like it probably didn't become common until the 2000s.
Both you guys wanted to talk about Casey Anthony last night.
Yeah, sure. Why not? She's she is doing the Lord's work right now as an advocate. She's rebranded herself. She was the murder mom. She's a murdering mom. Whether or not allegedly she was acquitted in the death of her daughter. But she has rebranded herself as a civil rights advocate. Bobby Bell.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice to people, to give people tools and resources that they can utilize so they actually know where they can turn to. So with that, please join me on Substack.
There it is. All right. For $19.99 a month, you can
Jared Sandler prices.
Yeah, you can come in. You can. She opened up an exclusive email line, which God only knows what that
email
looks like.
line?
Like you've got you can request to be included in her queue where she's going to pick the select few that she'll have direct interactions with for legal advice. I don't know if she's a paralegal or what at this point that she thinks she can give legal advice.
I don't know why you have such a cynical, negative tone. It's never been a better time to be a killer.
Luigi,
the Menendez brothers.
The Menendez brothers are getting off.
I'm watching this girl who killed her mom. I feel like she was justified.
Gypsy Rose.
Gypsy Rose. This is the time.
Not the 3-year-old demographic.
The 3-year-old.
That's the problem here.
Murdering a 3-year-old is a bit much.
This is her if I did kill Nicole, here's how I would have done it moment where she's like, I'm just reintroducing myself back to show you guys how to navigate the legal landscape when I honestly do feel that one was, I said it during the break to y'all earlier, I felt like that one was more egregious than the OJ one in terms of just botched all the no
the proof,
the smoking guns that were there just she's googling how do I dispose of a body 2 days before the kid goes missing, and she's got all these different, it was awful.
Look, regardless of what you thought happened with OJ, the prosecution did a terrible job in the OJ case. You could reasonably acquit him at the time. You could reasonably say, all right, the glove didn't fit, yada yada yada. With this was they
just botched
this
it.
Was they completely botched it. I felt dirty yesterday, I'll admit this. I followed her on TikTok. I felt dirty doing the follow. I was like, ooh. Well, I mean, it is content.
Even Aiden looks disturbed that you just said that.
Well, what am I going to do? I mean, it's content,
Is she attractive?
Well, yeah, I think so.
Okay.
No, she's bug-eyed.
We have an OSA update and which NFL stars should be traded by their current team. That's next in Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys after this.
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is RJ Choppy heading for divorce from his analytics hero, Aaron Schatz? That's what I was talking about.
Is he my hero?
He's your guy. He's the DVOA creator.
Yeah, he is.
He's the guy that you lean on for a lot of your analytics.
I do. I think I like Scott Kazmar a little bit better, but yes.
I think you're going to be very disappointed here in just a second when we get into this. In Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz in Plano, a first-class buying experience. By the way, speaking of Plano, I did appreciate the trash talk on the fan text when we mentioned that Plano West had the roof peeled off.
What they say, Plano East roof is still on.
They were like, yeah, it's because it's not built the way Plano East is. Our roof stands strong. We're not having any issues over here at Plano East.
1 hour ago, Ian Rappaport, while the Cowboys and Osa Odigizua have had in-depth talks on a long-term extension, the likelihood is that they franchise tag him as a placeholder for a deal, according to his agent, Sam Leaf. So the franchise tag for Osa is looking more likely than the long-term deal getting done right now.
Which is $25 million number that you just got to have sitting on your cap, which is significant. Because if you sign him, let's say to
17, 18.
Let's even say it's 25. Let's say he signs for 4 years, $25 million a year. And the way that you change up the number with a signing bonus and void years and different things like that on the back, that number on your cap ends up probably being in the first year something like $8 million. And so you're talking about you're holding $17 million extra dollars on your cap right now until you get this done.
And you maybe have to pay him $25 a year.
Yeah.
But the whole starting number thing, man.
Remember, DeMarcus Lawrence did that the first year he got tagged. I'm just going to sign it. And he did. He signed it. He's like, okay. And he signed the thing and didn't really tried negotiating for like a few days and then signed it. He's like, all right, you put it in front of me. I signed it. We're locked in now at this number. Osa could do that.
Yeah. I'll take my extra $5-6 million this year, and I'll do the same thing again next year.
If it's 4 for $100, would you want them to not do that?
Yeah, depending on what that guaranteed money looks like, obviously. But yeah, I would say that's a lot of money to invest if you're going to then still try to pay Bland and pay Parsons. That's a lot. And
Nick Harris just didn't think it was possible. Financially, it didn't make sense, and that's where I was at as well.
It's a lot of money, man. I mean, this is a team that keeps talking about how it's going to be a kind of a dry off season.
They would still say that's below market value because, like I told you guys this last week in Indy when I was bouncing around and talking to people, they were saying Osa's market value out there with free agency is probably around $27 a year. That's where those contracts are heading now. That's the type of money that we're looking at now.
Osa sat down with the G-Bag Nation at training camp and talked about his future.
Man, I'm just trying to have the best year I've had. You know what I mean? Trying to have the best year of my career because, it's a contract year for me. So, and the end goal is really, well, not I guess the end goal, but short-term goal for the next year is to be able to sign an extension with Dallas. So I want to put the best film that I have thus far on tape.
I mean, the long-term goal has to be coming out of the NFL with generational wealth, right?
Yeah, 1,000%.
Yeah, that
starts with signing a second deal, and then after that, we'll check and see how my body feels.
Yeah.
Be about 30. You know what I mean? So after a second deal, see how my body feels.
It is about generational wealth, but he does want to be in Dallas. He's already got. We were talking about this with Nick Harris out in Indy, where he was saying to us during one of the breaks, he's like, if you look at the schedule coming up at the Star, he has 2 to 3 charity events that are on the docket at the Star in the next 2 months. The guy is here. He's in the community and he's doing his best to make an impact here with his foundation, and it's all genuine and from the heart, and he feels like this has really become a home for him and a home for his family. And so that's when those emotions start coming to play. How much do I really want to just uproot my life for a couple extra million? $25 million versus $27 million, how big a deal is that really to me? And so that's what he's going to be faced with. I think it gets done. I think the Cowboys, as of last week, things may have changed. I think as of last week, the Cowboys thought they were going to have this done by the end of this week. And that still remains to be seen. I don't know how much Osa's side feels similarly that they can get it done that quick, but that's what the Cowboys were feeling at the time. All right, over at NFL.com, Adam Rank has the superstars who should be traded. Not that they will, but he's looking at 4 players that he says, if you've got these guys, your team should explore trading them, and there might be a Dallas Cowboy in here. Number 1 on the list, Tyreek Hill from the Miami Dolphins. He says Tyreek Hill's public expression of frustration at the end of a down season for Miami made it seem like he could soon be headed for a new home. Since then, cooler heads have prevailed, different things like that. But they talk about that given his age, given some of the struggles that Miami's had, and the ability to still capitalize on what might be a decent value right now, you should probably move on instead of wait around a year too long.
When the Commanders traded for Debo, my brother was so happy that they got Debo and not Tyreek. And I was like, you know that Tyreek is a much, much better player. And he's like, not for what we're building, though, right? Keep that away from us. Young Jaden Daniels doesn't need to be tarnished. Debo, yeah, he slapped the punter, but he's not Tyreek Hill. And I was like, I'll bet you money that Tyreek Hill has a better year than Debo Samuel. He's like, I know he'll have better numbers. I don't want that around. Did Mike McDaniel get an extension recently? Not an extension into Bobby's kidneys at the bar.
Yeah, there was that.
Because it feels like Mike McDaniel, like I don't feel like the Dolphins can get rid of him because to a higher level, I think the Dolphins are. Did he?
Well, he had gotten, let's see, he coached the first 2 years of his deal. They signed a multi-year extension in August before the season, right before the season.
Yeah, it feels like
he's under contract through 28.
Feels like they have to win, though.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like the pressure should be on. I'm not getting rid of Tyreek Hill if I'm the Dolphins, or if I'm Mike McDaniel looking out for myself.
No, I'm not either. It's a good fit. It works well with Tua. They seem to have like a good thing going, put up good numbers. He's going to put up good numbers with anybody.
Yep.
The next name on the list, DK Metcalf. And this was before a lot of the DK stuff had kind of kicked up. But he mentions that DK's still just 27 years old, top 900 yards receiving in each of his 6 pro seasons so far, but they've got Jackson Smith and Jigba. They've got draft capital, and he says Seattle was playoff adjacent in 2024, but this feels like a great time to recoup some draft capital in the interest of fostering long-term growth under Mike Macdonald. The third player on this list.
What do you think DK would get with a pick?
Third.
So not a 2.
Maybe 2 you might find one team that could give you 2 or an escalator to a 2, but
he's 27. He'll be 28 in December, and you're gonna have to pay him. I think third sounds right.
Yeah, I mean that's not old. He's still got a good 3 years of prime left.
Yeah,
as long as he doesn't keep shoveling candy in his mouth.
Big body.
The next name on this list is George Pickens from the Pittsburgh Steelers. It says, here's another young receiver who could fetch a nice price from a trading partner seeking a true number 1 pass catching option. Right, Green Bay. Says Pickens has been inconsistent. Steelers have also trotted out a wide assortment of different quarterbacks. Playing with Jordan Love would be huge for George Pickens, and says that Pittsburgh could kind of recoup some of the draft capital they've had. Pickens is one of my favorite stories. I've told this story in part before. I've never told the whole thing. When we talk about how important those pre-draft meetings were with the Cowboys in the 7 o'clock hour when we were talking about Todd Archer's article, Adonai Mitchell, AD Mitchell, walked into his meeting with the Steelers last year at Combine. And this is what you hear around the league. He walked in, and the first thing he says is he goes, "Oh, you guys got my boy GP, George Pickens. I taught that guy everything he knows." Well, and they all started looking at each other and were like, "We're not drafting this guy. If you taught George Pickens everything you know, if you're responsible for what we're dealing with George Pickens, you're out." And they all, like, the word around the NFL was that Pittsburgh decided in that moment, they heard AD Mitchell talk for 20 seconds, they went, "We're not drafting him. If he's George Pickens' mentor, we're not drafting him." And then the fourth player,
I agree.
The fourth player on this list, the Dallas Cowboys should trade Micah Parsons, according to Adam Rank. He talks about, obviously, all the different accolades that are out there, but he also mentions the report from Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero that the Cowboys have just wondered, all right, what could be out there? What could we potentially get for him? And Adam Rank says it's probably a lot. Even before we know what Garrett would actually go for, we can look back at the haul the Raiders extracted from the Bears for Khalil Mack in 2018 with multiple first-rounders and maybe a few players mixed in as well. A swap like that would surely go a long way toward boosting the roster around Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, to whom the team has committed a healthy amount of money.
My Reckless Cowboys segment yesterday got a lot more support than I was anticipating. I saw the one guy tweet you, "Here you guys go again. Here you go again, trying to trade Dak and Micah." And I saw your reply back.
Yeah, look, I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to sit there and just be stagnant and you're not going to win in 2 years anyway. So either you're not going to win in 2 years and then you got to reset everything, or you're not going to win in 2 years and you're already kind of into the next rebuild.
Yeah.
That's just how I look at it. I mean, you can go down. It's been enough. It's been long enough with this core. It's just probably not going to work.
I understand, though, if you've got...
Mike has got a longer core left.
Of course he does. Of course it does.
If you do have...
But that core is going to come with $35 to $40 million a year.
It's going to come with an expense. You don't know. I mean, look, he has kind of hinted at how long does he really want to play. And then, you know,
It's
the
like
other
the
side...
Nico Harrison of DNs.
And then the other side of it is that, you know, sometimes your best assets are what you already have to be used to get somebody else.
I get the idea, though, of if we've sunk this much money into there, we need to build as young and cheap and talented a roster around them as possible, and that would mean let's get as many picks as we can. That's why they're at least investigating it, but we'll see if that's anything that... I don't think they would ever be able to convince themselves to pull the trigger. You guys heard it in some of the conversations we had there in Indy. Jerry loves Micah Parsons, and there's a feeling of like, you view the Cowboys like I view the Cowboys, and that means something to me. Really quickly here, just before we wrap up, over at ESPN, Aaron Schatz, the longtime football analytics guru who's now at ESPN, gave his one bold move for every team this offseason, and Chop, you're going to have to abandon him.
Oh, no.
Here's some of the things he suggests. The Broncos trade up into the top 5 to get Ashton Genty. So trade up to go get a running back.
Okay.
He says the Titans, who need a quarterback, shouldn't trade the pick. They shouldn't draft one either. They should take Travis Hunter. It's tough. And I'm stunned at this. He recommends signing Sam Darnold to a rich extension in Minnesota and then trading the cheap quarterback in J.J. McCarthy. That's 3 big strikes.
Somebody kidnapped Aaron Schatz and wrote... Is this a ghost column? Is that what that's called?
It's a ghostwriter.
It's a ghostwriter. Somebody ghost wrote this for him. Now, I will say this. The
Royce to 5'9" did it.
The Ashton Genty idea with trade up, you know, like the whole notion that, you know, analytics is just about X or Y. It's just about throwing the ball. It's about finding market inefficiencies. And if the market is swung, it's like with the on-base percentage and Billy being like the market swung, so it was no longer efficient to buy players who just had strong on-base percentage. They had to find something else. So they had to revert back to the old way. And that's just what this could be. Like, everybody has gone down this road. Now you can get running backs cheaper. Maybe that's the way that he's going.
Below the Belt every single day at this time, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz in Plano, a first-class buying experience. The debate of the day had to do with football versus baseball. Travis Hunter says what he does on a football field is harder than what Shohei does in baseball. Who's right? The Mavs did what? And you've never slept this hard as what we just experienced in the commercial break here at 105.3 The Fan. Final hour, Sean and RJ is next. Look.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Levine, the primary ball handler right now, off the flare. Stares down Dinwiddie and cans another 3-ball.
Kings TV with the call. Final hour, fist pump time on a Tolo Tuesday with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bad, Mavs lose to the Kings. Worse, Kyrie injured. We think it's a hyperextension. Hopefully it is not worse because they're already missing everybody else. And then worstest, the Dallas Mavericks spitting in your face yet again by yesterday sending their season ticket holders an increase for next season. Now, RJ, you kind of tried to look through the red tape, try to be FAF and objective here because the easy thing to do is to Homer Simpson yell at the clouds over the 8.6% increase for full season ticket holders. Those who own club seats or terrace level seating will see an even larger increase that is expected to surpass double digits in terms of percentage. Is there anything we're missing in this or overhyping just because we want to be mad?
Well, when I first hear, hey, they're raising ticket prices, I'm thinking my initial reaction is, 20, 30% raise. Like 8% it's a small number. It's also actually, to me, I find it more insulting than a 20 or 30% raise. Like this is just like you're just trying to get a couple of extra dollars out of me. You're raising the upper deck from 20 to 24. Like, are you really going to improve your team? Are you going to really invest in your team with $4 extra per seat in the upper level? Like that's not you're not. What are you getting with that? So I find it insulting in that regard. But like the headline reads, "Mavs are raising ticket prices," and the reality is like the floor seats are going to take a bulk of the raise. They're going to take a bulk of the raise, and the rest of them are going to have a smaller uptick in ticket price, which, you know, if you were to tell me that I assume every year that ticket price will go up 2 or 3%, just cost of living. Everything goes up. Everything goes up every year. I could deal with that. But the headline reads, hey, Mavs raised ticket prices. My initial thought was, holy cow, please tell me they didn't raise them 20 or 30%, because that's what I normally think when I think of a ticket price raise.
Do you think they settled on 8% because the original figure was 7, and they were like, God, we can't look like we're like messing with Luka's number here. That would have been
7.7 raises rounds up to 8.
What if that's it?
This probably is.
Oh my gosh, what if we look and find out that they did that now? That it is 7.7%. Now I'm gonna look because I bet Nico did do that. Him and his stupid little Navy SEAL, or not even Navy SEAL, his little Nike SEAL handshake.
But you cannot.
God, he sucks.
Cannot. 30 days after you trade him, announce ticket price raise.
Well, they have to let their ticket policy be known.
Yeah. Now, they do. You're right.
You send it out the same time, I imagine, every year.
You probably do. But you have to amend that. The moment you traded Luka, I'm sure this ticket price increase was planned for and agreed upon within the organization, 6 months ago, 8 months ago. No, there's no doubt about that. You've got to amend it. You can. No one will remember if the parking lot. Quick, what's it cost to park outside? You don't even know. You go up there, you just pay it. If you raise the parking $5, no one would know. They wouldn't know. They wouldn't pay attention to it. You're already there. It's like gas. I don't look at the price of gas. I have to fill up either way. What am I going to do? Not fill up? So when you get to the stadium, it's like, okay.
I do drive around the lots comparing. I'll make 2 or 3 circles.
I might do that, but if they're all $5 increments up, you're still going to make out.
Yeah.
And someone's going to be like, hey, this is the closest one. Oh, it's $30 this year. Okay.
By the way, at least according to The Guardian, it was 8.61%. So instead, I'm going to mock them for not knowing which side to round. And because it should have said 9%, but they probably didn't want to look like, they're like, we got to make this sound as small as possible.
I'll read Bobby's email reaction to this last night because he seems a lot calmer right now. What an effing brain-dead organization. Team investment? You mean like the GD superstar you didn't want to pay? I'm running out of ways to describe how bad this organization is. They don't seem to have the slightest clue how to navigate the very emotional waters of an angry fan base. This is a cold, soulless, dollars and cents sort of management style that feels like we've been sentenced to 20 years or more of fan hell, depending on how long Dumont stays in leadership.
Yeah. Does it take him 20 years to move, or is he going to sell it by then, or does he? I don't know. It does feel like something just. It's wild to realize that everything.
It's so bad it feels a little sinister, intentionally sinister. Like the 7.7 thing would not have totally shocked me.
Yeah,
because then I was like, oh no, this guy is getting off on digging the knife in.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like, oh my God, let's acquiesce to the fan base. Let's come here and kiss ass and pat everyone on the back. No, I don't give a F. I'm a cold-blooded businessman assassin from Vegas, and I'm not here to, win over the Metroplex.
It feels very cutthroat, and it's just. If we would have talked about that, in fact, I remember we did talk about this. The Athletic had that. You remember that article?
By the way, K-Twiz says on average it costs $40 to park for a Mavs or Stars game.
The Athletic had that
40?
article where they ranked all the front offices in all of sports, like across all 4 sports, and they tried to compare and contrast the best they could. And I remember the Mavericks on that list. This was back in mid-January, and we're like, the Mavericks are low. Like, look at all they've done. Look at it. It's stunning that in one day, February 1st, when they trade Luka, it completely and radically transformed everything you knew about the organization, and everything since then shows you, you never knew the leadership running this team until now. This is who they are.
Yep. All right, I love this topic. And this came from Travis Hunter at the Combine in Indianapolis. And Travis Hunter said what he does is tougher than what Shohei Ohtani does. All I did, I stole this from Choppy, I think from your email, and then I just found it on Twitter, and I just wrote, is he right? And I got an explosion of response.
Yep.
And the initial reaction from the overwhelming majority of people was disagreeing with Travis Hunter. No, what Shohei does is absolutely more difficult. And then it started to sway a little bit towards Travis as the night went on. I already know what you're going to say. I want to see how many people, I want to see how close to 60-40 we can get on this. But you disagree with Travis Hunter.
I don't disagree with Travis Hunter from a physical exertion standpoint.
Right.
That it's not even close.
Right.
It's
I can make the argument Travis Hunter is the greatest conditioned athlete in history.
Way up there.
Now, my high school coach friend goes, he texted me after I tweeted this. He goes, are you a moron? Do you know how many two-way players there are in high school football? And I said, okay, well, give me the full-time D1 two-way football players.
At a high level.
Yeah, you're looking at them at the at a D3 level. You might have the two-way players. So from a conditioning standpoint, it's not even close. Like the issue though is that Shohei is doing two things that are completely opposite. But if Travis Hunter was a quarterback and a defensive back, we could have a conversation. Oh,
I think we can have a conversation. Because what you're going to tell me in Ohtani's skill, hardest thing ever, hit a baseball, Who added to that last night in your Instagram story? Ocho?
Ocho said the hardest thing to do in sports is hit a baseball. The hardest thing to do in life is keep a woman happy.
Yeah.
And that's Chad Ocho.
But I'll counter the skill argument with the contact.
Well, on your body.
Not just
yeah.
I mean, we have to factor that in. Now, this is all, depending on how you want to define this. Do you want to define this as it takes more skill to do what I do? I would side with Shohei. If you just want to talk all encompassing, what's more difficult, like you're running that amount and taking hits.
What was the exact words he used? He said what I do is more difficult, or what I do is.
Travis Hunter told me, this is from Al Butler, whoever that is. Travis Hunter told me he thinks what he does on a football field is harder than what Shohei does in baseball.
Then if that's the language he used, I agree. It is like when I think
physically
it's
more
harder.
demanding.
When it's harder, I think of the demand and what he's asked to do. I mean,
like at the end of your game, who's more exhausted, beat up, and I mean, it depends how you want to define it.
You're beat up now. Joel Klatt, who played minor league baseball, and he played quarterback at Colorado. So he's got a unique perspective here. He had his take. He's on this.
Everything that he's using as a wide receiver is the exact same things that he's going to need as a defensive back. Okay, so the two things that he is doing are not opposed. They're similar. That doesn't mean that it's not impressive, because it is. But what Ohtani is doing is opposite. Okay, what you need to be a great hitter is not technically what you need to be a great pitcher. And he is a top 2 to 5 pitcher in the sport and hitter in the sport, which is insanity. Because, again, they are opposed. The way that you would train to become a great hitter, a power hitter in Major League Baseball is virtually opposite of how you would train to be a starting pitcher in baseball. I can just tell you right now, there is no amount of effort, or try hard that you can use to hit a baseball. Trust me on this. I barely hit above 200. There's a reason I had to quit baseball.
Great points.
So, yeah, from like a training standpoint, you could train to be a DB and a wide receiver, basically the same. But you cannot argue that the toll on your body, the injury risk, the physical exertion, it's much more taxing what Travis does than what Shohei does. That's probably maybe where the comparisons end.
Twitter response, Sticks. I don't believe it, but why wouldn't he believe it? I respect it. John G, I've been torn on this. I think he's right in the physical aspect. Stevie, he's probably right. Seth, no. Shohei being just a DH is harder than what Sanders does. Luca time, nope. Hitting a 100-mile-per-hour baseball with 80 curve in the mix is harder than anything Travis Hunter does. Jarrett, I say yes because it's every play without stopping. The issue baseball people will have is 162 games, but he pitches every fifth day. JRH, no, unfortunately, he is not. No one aside from one other person has even come close to Ohtani. So there you go.
Travis Hunter played in 13 games this last year. The Cowboys played 17. He would have led the Cowboys in snaps played by 200.
Wow.
He played 200 more snaps than anybody on the Cowboys played this year. And it's not just like Ohtani is not every inning going back up to bat. He's not pitching and going up to bat every inning and running around the bases. Travis Hunter's literally just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. In terms of difficulty, there's no question it's harder to do what Travis Hunter does.
What are the Tolos saying on the text?
Back and forth a lot. I think baseball is the winner here, though. We all know 214 says we all know it's harder to hit the baseball than football. 972 goes off a little bit. Hunter isn't even a pro yet. He should shut up and sit down and prove you're the best at the highest level.
I want to comment on that. A lot of people, including my buddy, was like, what are you talking about? Shohei is a pro athlete. I like put that to the side in this discussion.
Yeah,
like,
because we don't know what Travis is going to be.
Yeah,
Travis,
he also, in my opinion, Travis Hunter can play a ton of close to the same amount if he wanted and if a team allows it. The snaps he played at Colorado, I think he could play in an NFL game.
Ooh, that'll be interesting. Like Richard Sherman talked about this. He goes, he's like,
Richard Sherman's not the only one to talk about running go routes.
No, he's not.
To
but
wear him out.
But
all I'm saying is the fact that Travis hasn't done it on the pro level to me doesn't mean anything for this argument.
Doesn't mean
like he
anything
did
for
on
this
the
argument,
D1 high D1 level.
Still the same conditioning question.
It's
still the same. It's still the same tax on your body.
You're gonna have to manage his snaps. Like, you're going to have to.
Well, people are arguing with that text is, he'll be as good as Shohei at it. That's not the argument. The argument is which one is tougher and more difficult. Now, maybe you want to factor that in to be like Shohei's greatness. What?
Travis Hunter's body hasn't broken down yet.
Like, Shohei, let's just say Shohei had perfect health. Even if he did, you have to manage him a little bit. You can't have him play the field. You have to give his arm rest, right? So he couldn't. Like, you want to play him in right field one day, right? Like the third day you played him on there on his throw day. Maybe you can get away with that, but you really can't. You've got to manage him to where he pitches and then he DHs, and then he pitches, then he DHs. Right? You can't have it both ways.
Great barroom discussion and argument. In my opinion, we could talk about it with the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. What type of quarterback? Yesterday I was trying to get rid of Dak. What type of quarterback would Brian Schottenheimer want in the quarterback Stephen Jones says they want to draft? A Schottenheimer quarterback looks like this. After this on The Fan.
After we get...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well,
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Cards for Kids. Donate today at cardsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jimmy Johnson yesterday retiring from Fox TV. Jerry Jones, a couple of hours ago, releasing a very nice message. And we're covering it all here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Stephen Jones had said, ideally, they'd like to draft a quarterback. Given Dak Prescott, the injuries, just having the next guy to develop after the Trey Lance failure. And the internet went and dug up a Brian Schottenheimer piece for the 33rd team. And he gave some of his quarterback thoughts. So I wanted to read some of this and apply it to a possible quarterback that the Cowboys could draft or acquire.
Selectively aggressive.
Selectively.
The critical information for me, writes Schottenheimer, was not what most people would think. Here are the 4 things I needed to know about a quarterback before I left the scouting combine. Number 1, how does the prospect learn? What is his football IQ? With a small amount of time, you must maximize that time and make the prospect talk football. Do they have a strong recall of their college terminology? Do they understand game situations and overall strategy? Can they fix problems you present to them on their game film? The Combine offers 2 locations where you can do the interview. The first is the train station, where 3 or 4 position coaches sit at a table and take turns asking the players questions. You cannot gain as much insight into their football IQ in this chaotic 15-minute setting as you can in the big room. The big room is the place where the head coach, GM, and coordinators have a chance to sit down in a private room. You start off having casual conversation with the prospect before jumping to the video. The goal here is to make the prospect describe in detail what is happening on screen. I have always tried, says Schottenheimer, to make them think and translate the info quickly, as that is how the game is played. All the meetings are recorded. I always took notes so that I could refer back to specific questions that were asked of the prospect. This allowed me to recall if a player was very sharp on how to handle a 4-week blitz, or if he was really crisp in calling out his formations, or maybe he struggled to explain their 2-minute offense. In the past few years, it has become clear that agents have done a good job preparing prospects for this process. So that's number 1. Number 2, what is the prospect's personality like? What makes this guy tick? You got to find out by asking a lot of questions. Is he upbeat and positive or quiet and reserved? How does he communicate to the group? Is he comfortable being asked hard questions by the NFL's top brass? When Sam Bradford walked into the room, he was very quiet and kind of reserved, but he displayed a very good football IQ. You could tell he had played a lot of it. Sam was more of an introvert as opposed to someone like Phillip Rivers, who could sit and talk football all day. Fascinating to see how great players are wired so differently. When we first interviewed Sanchez, we realized that there were things he didn't know, but we also realized he had a personality that people would want to follow. He's a passionate and fun-loving guy.
Yeah, he only played 1 year of college. That is probably part of the reason why there are things he didn't know. Versus Bo Nix, who was like 30 and had seen not just all the years of college, he played against SEC defenses and Pac-12 defenses. And, I mean, there's a difference. Like, you're seeing Kirby Smart's defenses. You're seeing, I guess, you could be seeing Nick Saban's defenses. You could see Les Miles when he was there. He wasn't there, but you get the point. And then you go out west, you see a completely different philosophy.
Number
that's
3.
why Bo was, I think, ready.
Number 3 from Schottenheimer, QB draft eval. What does the prospect act? How does he act during the on-field drills? Pay close attention to how the QB interacts with coaches and others on the field. Are they upfront and intently listening? Do they support and encourage the other players? Are they focused and ready to compete? Do others gravitate toward them, or do they keep to themselves? And then finally, what are their physical measurements? Do they have any medical concerns? Look, the hand size, the weight, arm length, all very important. The medicals, top priority. to get this information from several prospects is one of the most important things that the combine provides. I never felt a quarterback prospect could hurt themselves from competing in the actual on-field drills. Drew Brees had one of the worst combine workouts I've ever seen. He threw 4 square outs, 2 to the left and 2 to the right. He literally bounced 3 of the 4. If you had crushed him on your report because he had a bad workout in Indy, imagine what you would have missed out on. I started coaching him in his second year. He was clear he was one of the most accurate passers in the NFL. Remember, each quarterback prospect typically has 25 to 35 games of film for us to see them play the game. When I first went into the process, I would grade every throw the quarterback would make during on-field drills. What I started to learn as I matured in this business and got to work closely with some great ones is that it is so much more valuable to know who a prospect is. Each team must decide, is this quarterback a good fit in our locker room? Does he have the personality to lead our football team? Teams that gather the best info during the combine have the best opportunity to make the right decision on draft day. Brian Schottenheimer with his quarterback eval for the 33rd team.
More in depth than Parcells' 11 or so things where it was just sentences.
There was some good stuff in his rules.
There
though.
were. Yeah, there were.
So can they handle what you throw at guys, the personality to be a leader, how do they act during on-field drills, and then the medicals basically is what he's looking at. That's probably, that maybe, like, I'm trying to look over the list of quarterbacks here, and Kyle McCord, Syracuse, maybe? Like, that's the kind of guy you might be talking about. Because I look at it and I go, okay, can you handle what you throw at guys? There's questions from a lot of people about Cam Ward and his ability to, like, mentally process. Not like they would pick Cam Ward, but there's questions about that. There's questions about that with Riley Leonard. Like, if you want to even talk about other day type of guys. Riley Leonard has the personality, different things like that. He handles on-field drills really well.
He's a big guy, too. Isn't he like 6'5"?
He's not that tall. But I mean, he's stocky. But I don't, yeah, when I look at Quinn Ewers, I don't know that Quinn Ewers has the personality. Like, how many times did we see, like, it almost looked like Quinn Ewers had, like, a fear back there?
Yeah.
So Kyle McCord is the one for me, I guess, that stands out, the former Ohio State quarterback who's now at Syracuse. But I also know Kyle McCord didn't make a ton of people happy at the Shrine game when 2 hours before kickoff, he told him, by the way, I'm sitting out, I'm not playing. And so I don't know, does that reflect how do you act during on-field drills? And I haven't watched everybody yet, but out of the guys I've watched, nobody totally hits every one of these.
Bobby Belt with the quarterback info to go along with the shoddy criteria. What other draft homework have you done?
So I saw this tweet from Warren Sharp a couple of weeks back, and it really kind of stuck with me here. He did the top 12 quarterbacks by average salary. All right. Dak at 1, $60 million. Trevor, Jordan Love, Joe Burrow tied at 2 at $55 million. Tua, 5th, $53 million. Goff, 6th, $53 million. Herbert, 7th, $52.5. Lamar, 8th, $52. Hurts, 9th, $51. Kyler, 10th, $46.1. Deshaun, 11th, $46. And then tied for 12th, Kirk and Patrick Mahomes. So that is, I mean, it's essentially what, 13 guys now. So it kind of hit me. You know, one of the top 5 made the playoffs this past year. One of the top 5, and that was Jordan Love. One of the top 5 has ever made a Super Bowl.
And is an actual superstar quarterback.
And that's Joe Burrow.
Yes.
One of the top 5 has ever made a conference championship game. And that's Joe Burrow. Only 3 of the top 10 quarterbacks have 5 playoff wins or more. Only 2 of them are above 500.
Wow.
And only 4 of the top, I guess now 13, have even made a Super Bowl. Goff, Burrow, Hurts, Mahomes. And only 2 of them have a Super Bowl championship. The NFL is the market corner for paying people. Something just happened?
Yeah, you're going to be really upset.
I see a big gaping mouth. Only 2 of those have a Super Bowl championship. The NFL is the market corner for paying people who shouldn't be paid.
Preach. Absolutely.
And it's out of fear.
Yep.
And these teams are it's like
I actually think that teams. I was thinking about this after you sent it. I mean, how can we solve this? I actually think that teams should be like allowed 4 like quarterback roster spots, maybe even 5,
where they don't count against the cap.
I don't know how you work it financially, but I just mean like 4 or 5 spots for competition to where you can feel okay not having to pay the $60 million because you can have another option, or you're fine with discovering the other option. Like your own increased practice squad for quarterbacks, like 5, 6 of them.
Yeah. Like your goal.
It's unfair to the rest of the positions.
It is.
That there'd be that many quarterbacks allowed, but look, there's nothing worse I could imagine as an NFL fan than watching a team with a crappy quarterback. That's awful.
But
it's not as bad, but you're still trapped when you have a Dak Prescott type
who's really, really good.
But deep down, you're like, let's pay someone else. I personally believe that the Cowboys paid Dak more and I agreed with them. Paid Dak more because they didn't want to go without.
Mm-hmm.
You know, let's get rid of this fear of not paying him and allow teams more opportunity to move on to the next one. And whether that's putting more quarterbacks in your roster or a quarterback program or a salary cap, manipulation, I don't know. But I hate this part of the NFL.
I mean, look, the reality of it, at the end of the day, like Dak Prescott, Jared Goff, and these are really good quarterbacks. But they're safe. They're a Ford Explorer. Nothing wrong with a Ford Explorer. It's not a Land Rover.
I mean,
you know what I mean? Like you're looking for a G-Wagon.
Yeah.
They're really, really cool. They're great.
Yep.
You're not gonna have any problems with them. And
yeah,
but it's not the Lamborghini.
No one goes into life and dates saying, I want to marry like the 7. That's not what you want to marry.
No, I mean you want now unless they're like an under 2 crazy, then you have to.
I mean, they did. So they made that pay. Like they agreed to get into that contract with him coming off of the year where he was second in MVP, and he was the MVP up until probably the final 2-3 weeks when he had those games against Miami and Buffalo, and then Lamar beat San Francisco on national TV. That's kind of what shifted it there. So, I mean,
I'm just throwing that out there for guys in that discussion.
No, I get it. I'm just saying that, like, the idea of just you want the top tier, whatever else. It's like, okay, well, the top tier being Allen and Mahomes, like those guys, and not even Mahomes the last year or so.
Yeah.
But there's generally like 1 or 2 of those at a time. And that can't be a reason to just say, well, I don't have one of those 1 or 2, so every year I'm going to try and see if one of those 1 or 2 will come along. Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes came in a year apart from each other, and we haven't seen anybody that's been equal to them since. Burrow's close, but like, I mean, we're talking about Burrow picked in 2020, so the last 5 years worth of quarterbacks. You would have been spending 5 years sitting here trying to recycle over looking for a quarterback that didn't exist.
We have terrible breaking football news for RJ Choppy and myself. I know Eric Chiafalo will bring it to you, and you've never slept as hard and deep as someone at this radio station 1 hour ago. We'll tell KNC all about it next on The Fan.
Name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, but yeah, a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The amazing news has already been stripped away from us, RJ Choppy, as Hard Knocks, North Carolina. Looks like it's already over.
What? Oh, man, it was such a great season.
They filmed that fast.
Chris Hansen break in on that.
The Athletic reports NFL Films had discussions with Belichick about appearing, but could not reach an agreement, according to NFL VP.
Boy, this is like a Mike McCarthy contract negotiation. We're told on Friday like it's done, and then we come back and like, yeah, actually, we couldn't come to terms. Never mind. That was a false
They
start.
will not be featured on Hard Knocks.
So are they going to just do away with the Hard Knocks off season?
I have no idea. How can teams just all of a sudden decide they can opt out? Teams didn't want to do it in the first place. The NFL's like, no, you have to. And then they were like, okay, we'll give it to a college team. That sets the precedent that no NFL team has to do it.
Well, they don't have a choice on the training camp one.
It's just the off-season
It's
one.
the off-season one they can choose. Because now you're getting into their day-by-day operations, and just obviously nobody wants to have the John Mara, Joe Shane conversation recorded. The training camp one is the same criteria, right? No new coach, missed the playoffs, haven't been on it in the last X years.
Yeah. Or you didn't pick Michael Sam.
Correct. The Cowboys are exempt this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, I direct you to the fan
Is
cam.
that why they weren't on that year?
I direct you to the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube because something happened this morning that I never have seen before and I never thought possible. And RJ Choppy discovered it.
So I walk out of the room. I was going to go get another cup of coffee, and I hear this buzzer, like this siren going off. And I'm like, is that the fire alarm? So I go towards the stairwell, and all right, it's coming further down towards the elevator. I'm like, oh boy, let me go to the elevator. So I walk around, and I walk towards those two glass rooms that we have in front of the elevator. And I wasn't thinking that there was somebody asleep in the room. I had seen him at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m., but I didn't think he'd still be there at 9 a.m.
That room's trash, too. He's got stuff laying all over the place.
It's his room. I don't know who it is, but it's his room. So I start to walk by the elevator thinking that's where it's coming from, but I look over, and there's this light that's flashing on the back of his phone. It's his flashlight. And I'm like, oh, my God, this kid's alarm is going off, and he is dead to the world. I come running back in here. I said, guys, you got to see this. You got to see this. This kid's
So instead
asleep.
of waking him up for his alarm, you ran back here?
No, I needed the content.
We need the content.
We need the video.
You want to check if he's dead first?
Yeah, I thought it was Gene Hackman.
That's better content if he's dead.
No!
Yes!
No!
And this is
That's
not...
how one of the polls, like, everybody hate. Well, I guess he's back.
And my morning alarm is not like the flagrantly loud. That is exactly what this
Really?
was. It was his,
but is yours like that?
No.
Okay.
As I just said,
Mine's
it's not.
gentle.
Oh, you said
not
if
like
it's
that.
Mine's
not.
a very gentle wake up. Yeah.
It's a very gentle
Very
wake up.
gentle.
It wakes me up. Kevin, this was the most loud.
If you could hear it from here.
Flagrant. Pepe, go ahead. Let's play it on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and watch young Kevin Walker just sleeping through this.
Okay, Homeboy's alarm's been going off for like 2 minutes. He's not moving.
That's so loud.
No movement.
That's the worst.
No movement.
But he's alive,
Look
right?
at it. Here it is.
He's alive.
He's alive.
Oh, my God.
How could you sleep through that? I don't think I've ever been
My son does that.
in as deep a sleep as this.
My 15-year-old's alarm goes off for at least 5 minutes before he even hears it. He doesn't move.
Really?
I have no idea how. It's the same alarm.
So did you wake him up?
No, he started
How long would you say that was going off?
90 seconds at least.
Oh, at least.
At least 90 seconds, probably more. And he like itched himself, and then he noticed and woke up, and I quickly got out of there. I shut the door and like ran.
So you were like standing there with the door open when he woke up?
Yeah.
And you ran away?
Yeah, I just ran away.
Okay.
He doesn't know who I am.
Now this is the one that Tim guilted to have to like basically pay rent here, right? This
Yes,
the one that
essentially.
Tim made sleep here 24/7.
He overslept one time or something like that.
This is
and
Kevin.
So, yeah, Kevin Walker. And so he was just like, well, I guess I'm just gonna sleep at the station then to make sure that I don't miss what I supposed to do. So yeah, where's that compassion for me, Sean, when I oversleep?
Corey,
Sorry.
I could watch you on the fan cam doing that. I
Giving
see you.
All right, so I'm giving the finger to DJ right now. Because yesterday as I was leaving, because I thought this is where the story was going with the alarm. Yesterday as I was leaving, I'm talking to DJ on the way out, and he goes, hey, don't hop on elevator number 3, by the way. And I was like, the hell do you mean? And he said, Ruben got stuck on it on the way this morning.
Which
one's
I
3?
have no idea what number 3 is.
Me neither.
Yeah. So I said, which one is it? And he said, the one closest to you right now. And I said, okay. And so I pushed the button and I waited. And I was like, all right, the one over here sounds like it's coming up. The one closest to me pops open. And I was like, you mother. And so I did it. I risked it, got on number 3, get to floor 9, and a smoke gets on the elevator with me. And she's like, she's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And I was like,
You're allowed to say that.
Yeah. Can I say that?
Yeah.
It's too late now.
Our company's on floor 9.
So she was like, "How's it going?" I was like, "I'm pretty nervous right now." And she's like, "What's going on?" And I was like,
She's like, "Yeah, I'm that attractive."
Yeah.
Like, no.
I said the elevator of it, and this one specifically, it says number 3 inside too. So she said,
Hold on, let me pause you for 1 second. Do you think there's any chance in the next 8 floors Corey's going to try to convince this lady that like this could be the end for them because the elevator's on
I think
sale?
there's
Okay.
and he's going to be like, "This is our time."
She
This is
said,
our
well,
moment.
she did tell me, she was like, "Well, at least you won't be alone." And I was like, "Yeah."
Making out like the elevator.
And then she got
came
off
down,
on floor
baby.
3, and I was stuck for the next 2 floors.
Did
But
you too?
Everything was okay. Everything was all right. Nope.
No scary moments in there.
No, but so I guess what we're doing right now, because he terrified me the whole. That's why I was flipping him off. He does need to help me get my internet going.
So
up.
you think he was just lying about the elevator? It never was true?
He says no. He says, I trust DJ. I do trust him. I don't think he's going to mess with me that much.
Yeah.
We've worked together for a very long time.
Well, clearly you were inspired by the new slogan on your show yesterday. Have you guys heard about this? RJ, there's a Tolo is now gone out the window.
No.
You didn't know?
No.
It's Tolo Go.
Oh, that's what you texted me last night.
Yes,
I didn't know what
did.
that meant.
So yesterday's
Turn it on, leave it on, get it on.
Yeah, baby.
Yesterday, somebody texted into the show and they said that they were making sweet love to their lady and listening to the station at the same time, and it felt like a team effort. And so Kevin suggested not to listen while making sweet love to your lady.
Lucius must have been speaking.
And I don't agree with Kevin on this. He's telling people to turn it off. And I'm saying
turn it down.
I'm saying turn it up, turn it louder.
What was the segment or hour discussion? It was during your show?
Yeah, just middle of the day. They were having an afternoon
Because
delight.
it was not related to our discussion. It was just somebody telling us that. And then you would be amazed at the number of people. We got some really graphic stories
The
on
texts
the
were
fan
amazing.
text.
What's the weirdest thing you've had on during that before?
Like a tank top.
I tell you mine.
I have to mute the TV.
Okay,
I can't
'cause then you can't
concentrate. I can't
focus.
focus.
Okay.
There's nothing.
Because you're like, coaching doesn't matter.
I can't. Nothing I could do with Chris Collinsworth's voice in the background.
I didn't have time to reach over and get the remote one time, and then that damn Sarah McLachlan dog commercial came.
Oh,
I have to have the TV on.
You got to have it on.
Yeah.
Even with voice.
Well, I'm not putting it on me and then
I gotta
muting
mute.
it.
I gotta mute it. I gotta mute it.
Yeah.
I just can't.
Lubricated.
I can't hear.
Hey,
God.
I can't hear anything
Oh,
else.
God.
Goodness.
90 Day Fiance is on. Take your shirt off.
So yeah, Tolo Go's our new approach to things. So
Tolo
in the afternoon, in the middle of the day, Tolo Go or Tolo Go anytime. Wake up in the morning. Tolo
What time
Go.
was it?
Alec is pulling that Kevin's very defiant statement. So I think it was in the 12:30.
If certain people
range.
text in, maybe I'll text back other slogans that are not appropriate.
Should I aim for that today?
The Tolo Go.
Listening to you guys and text you when it
Don't
happens.
have sex while you're listening to this station.
Yeah.
Turn it down.
I think
that seems to be.
I kind of want to
counterintuitive.
hear how
That seems
it
to be
feels since you know us. Like
Yeah.
personally.
That's weird.
Is it going to be different for her?
I don't know. Like, I mean, y'all just, it'll be like at the end of Star Wars when the little, like, ghost Anakin is standing there. Whatever. Like, I'll just, like, picture you guys standing there.
Today is
cheering
you
me
and
on.
Kristen's together day. I know your schedule better than you do.
Yeah, you do. Tuesday, as long as we have power in that part of the apartment. I don't know yet. So,
Why do you have to have the power on?
yeah, that's
so
true.
he can listen to the station.
Yeah, no, because we lost
Put it on his phone.
we lost a bedroom and the master bedroom and the master bathroom. They all lost power last night,
Governors.
and nothing else did.
Rooms.
The governor. Sorry, Adam Silver.
What's coming up on the program?
I believe it's called the primary suite.
Oh, primary. That's right.
Right out of the gate, are the Rangers deeper this season, and will that lead to a significantly better 2025? And at 10:20, the curse of the Doncino. The Mavericks continue to fall apart.
Uh-oh. Peyton, I want you to bring it to us. You're whispering in the headphones. You have the honors.
Shams Charania just tweeted out 20 seconds ago.
It's always bad with Shams.
Here we go.
Yep.
Dallas Mavericks All-Star Kyrie Irving has suffered a season-ending torn ACL in his left knee.
Curse of the Doncino!
This is the real Shams, too. I checked.
Thanks a
So
lot.
he'll be out until
That's it.
December.
That's it, guys.
That's the thing. When he hit the ground last night, it reminded me of remember when Chris Webber went down against the Mavericks in Game 3 of the West semis that one year, and he just went down and like grabbed his knee. He was like,
It's
no,
done.
Bad. It looked exactly like that.
But
right then,
the only upside to this now,
Kai Jones,
is the NBA can complete the rest of their crooked deal for Luka and give us Cooper Flag.
Still not even.
Cooper
I
Flag's
agree.
awesome.
Flag would be pretty good.
Cooper Flag's awesome.
Season-ending torn ACL for Kyrie Irving.
Jeez.
Wow. The KNC and the ticket prices are higher next year too.
That's good. It's good.
You can see him at the beginning of the year.
What a masterclass in
It's an
PR
investment.
they've
It's
put
an
on.
investment in his rehab. That's how they got to look at it.
I've never seen somebody so happy on top of the mountain and then fall the way, like tumble down the mountain the way they have. They've hit every cactus, every rock they could think of on the way down this mountain. They were right there. Everybody was ready for it. This is miserable.
The KNC masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Dallas Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Don't have sex.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Advice is good yesterday as it is today from the 940.
It's terrible advice.
Cooper flag time, baby. And that's right. So, in case you missed the breaking news and the crosstalk, we're on our Facebook page, and I'd really appreciate it if you would follow us at the KNC Masterpiece.
Hashtag ToloGo.
It's got an ampersand is what I'm going to say. I don't actually know if that's how you say the word because I usually say it wrong. Kyrie Irving has suffered a season-ending torn ACL in his left knee. So
somebody texted in, Kevin, from the 214, got to talk to my therapist soon. For some reason, I'm only able to be intimate from hours 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So when I started, I didn't read that all the way through.
So stupid.
I only read the first part, and I assumed it was about Kyrie. So that's what I was thinking. Today,
Did you now?
Today can be your therapy. Like today with the KNC Masterpiece, we can be your therapy. You can text in, let your feelings out, let your real feelings out. Here's what I suggest though. Don't aim your anger today.
Okay.
Just vent it out. Vent it out. Whatever it is that hurts you the most about what you saw go down with Kyrie last night. That was his body.
And I promise we're going to get to the sports of this all, but I just have a quick side question. Are people more inclined or less inclined to get it going when they're sad about sports? Like, does that make you feel better, or are you like, I'm done?
Well, I'm going to say if you're drinking, it's less, because then you're just more excited, more interested in having another drink. You're like, this will make the pain go away. By the way, it doesn't. It doesn't make the pain go away. For a short period of time, but you're gonna feel it the next day, and you're still gonna be there. And probably after the alcohol, you're a little more depressed. So all those things kind of go in together. But there's also a thing though where, hey, I need something to satisfy my soul. I need to relax a little bit. All right.
Yeah.
I need to get a moment where my innie and my outie both experience the moment.
Somebody's been watching Severance. From the 817.
Alec looked very confused.
I'm so concerned.
From the 817, this is also Nico's fault. From another 817, time to hashtag capture the flag. Now that is with 2 G's. I love it. No notes. You're doing great work this morning, 817.
I'll text in Tolo Go from 817, and he's going to love you even more.
This is absurd. You lost. You had the best. I think you had arguably the best tandem, or surely one of the best tandems of bigs in the league. And that's before you made the trade that most everyone really, really disliked, except I found out yesterday somebody at my church really liked the trade. That was shocking news to me. But most everybody disliked that trade. And then you get a third big. And so now you definitely have the most badass trio of bigs in the NBA. And then every single one of them gets hurt. Mm-hmm. Now, not that far removed from that, Kyrie Irving hurts his knee, went ahead and still shot the free throws. Turns out he has a season-ending torn ACL. He's out for the rest of the year. And this team is screwed.
Yeah, because
that's my analysis.
If you made this trade on 2K, you could turn off injuries, and you're pretty happy with the trade. Like, you're like, hey, man, I got a lot of pieces that are going to work out really good together. Kevin, in the grand scheme of things, I could see how the Anthony Davis addition and Luka subtraction, if everybody else is healthy on this team, could be an absolute blast to watch. Hell, we saw it for 3 quarters. For 3 quarters. Yeah. This team looked like, oh my gosh, if they play with this level of basketball, nobody's going to be able to beat them, because nobody has the bigs that they have. Nobody has a talent like Kyrie and a talent like AD, but health is a problem. And right now you hear Jason Kidd talking about it. We need bodies. Like we're running out of bodies.
Did you hear?
We literally just signed a guy to a 2-way contract, and he was the leading scorer last night for the team.
He was so sad when he said that too, which I get. He goes, hey, we're trying to figure out a way to finish these games and have enough players. But the guys, they regroup. They're trying their best. But you could tell how freaking crushingly sad.
You could tell by how crushed he was, Kyrie.
Yeah.
He gets up to shoot free throws, tears in his eyes. Tears in his eyes because he knows my season's done. And a lot of other people were putting the rest of the season on him, including himself. He was putting the rest of the season on himself to say, I have to pull us out of this. Whether or not he agreed with the trade, he was like, whatever it is, I'm going to be the one that gets the Mavericks to the next place and goes out there and plays his butt off for everybody. And the city started to love him for that purpose because he was like, over the last few years now, we've watched him grow and evolve with this city. And it was an exciting thing. And that's why he was so heartbroken. They convinced Clay to come play here. And now Clay's looking at it going, I might be the best offensive player on this team. PJ's ankle's still a problem. Like, this team looked like it was well on its way. But what was the one thing, Kevin, I said at the beginning of the season? No matter how good they are, they got to stay healthy. And I did not expect this level of bad health.
So now another thing I'm thinking about, and I know we're all kind of in the moment and thinking on the fly together, is Kyrie Irving has one more year left on his deal, and it's a player option. So the assumption all along has been, obviously, he would opt out of his player option, sign a new deal, whether it was with Dallas, which is what I presumed, or somewhere else. But now, with the injury, I wonder, do you ride out the player option, take the guaranteed $44 million, whatever it is, money, and you're like, hopefully my injury will just recover and I'll still be able to play next year, but then I'll be able to really make some money back. I don't, just throwing that out there.
As a fan, I hate what you're saying.
Sure.
Because in my mind as a fan, I want him to say, I got unfinished business here, no matter what it is. I told this city I was going to do this for them. We built the team like this. I asked for the band to be together, for us to put this band together. He did. He literally, he was telling the media, I've talked to Nico and Jason and ownership. I want the band to be together. I want to continue building this band together. So that's what I want to hear is, I don't care about what happened with the injury. I'm coming back full force for the Mavericks. But that's just me as a Mavs fan. Kevin asked, when do we start holding Jason Kidd accountable the same way that we do with McCarthy? Isn't it his job to motivate players to be better? Kessler Edwards, nobody had ever heard of, and comes in and has a fantastic night. Moses Brown ended up having a monster night the other night. Kai Jones was your leading scorer last night. He's getting dudes off the bench. He's been able to scrap together wins out of nothing, and then on nights where you all of a sudden have a wild injury like this and you get blown out, like that one's an emotional loss right there.
So somebody brought this up from the 972. Is there a correlation between the injuries and absence of Casey Smith? I will tell you, I talked with somebody a couple weeks ago entrenched in the organization, and they also asked that question. They didn't definitively...
He's the best.
Yeah, they didn't definitively say, I think this is why, but that question did come up there as well. And now it's a tricky situation. I know we'll have more time to figure it out, but if you just think about the range of, let's just say 6 to 12 months for Kyrie. Okay, 6 months, September. Hey, could you be theoretically ready to go for the start of next season? Yeah, maybe. Oh, rock on. But what if it's closer to 12 months? Hey, are you going to miss the vast majority of the regular season at a time when we also traded away Luka and you're wondering who's going to be running the offense as the primary ball handler? Well, that's a big-ass difference right there.
Yeah, it is kind of a, when you see an injury like that to Kyrie, there was this feeling of, don't worry, we have the best player on the planet right now. Oh, crap. We did. He's gone. He's with another team, and he's trying to learn how to enjoy life with them right now. And it looks like he is. Are they the 3 seed right now? Like
they've been playing. They've been playing very well.
I know Jaden Hardy did go down with the sprained ankle last night too. That's another
which
thing.
Feels oddly inconsequential. Same thing with PJ Washington in the game before that. He had re-aggravated his ankle some, I believe.
Yeah.
But okay. So I know people hate
you just cruise through the rest of the season. I know Kid wants to win, and I know you're trying and everything, but at this point, I'm not usually like this. I would get frustrated when Mike would, third game in the season, be like, just fold the tent, guys.
Sure.
We might as well quit. I would get frustrated by that. I'm not usually like this, but right now, all the cards have been played. Every card's out there, and you just have a waste deck. That's all you have. You have a junk deck right now. You have nothing left to work with.
Man, from the 214, you're doing great work this morning. I'm going to bring this up later in the show if that's okay with you. From the start of the season until now, this is the most heartbreaking season of my life for any sport. And I think in the regular season, you could make a really strong argument for that. For the
last year's Rangers season was very heartbreaking because you were trying to defend a title and then injuries.
You're right. But at least you didn't trade away Corey Seager, right? Like, and that's what makes this feel all the more devastating. And I'm with you about, like, look, you only got 20 games left. You're 3.5 games up on the Suns. Maybe you should focus on the Blazers because the Suns all hate each other, and that team is imploding probably worse than any other team in the NBA right now. So you're 4 games ahead of the Portland Trail Blazers to fall out of the playoffs altogether and get a better look at a lottery pick. And I understand it's probably not going to happen, though. Thank you very much, 817. I definitely have already tweeted out hashtag capture the flag with 2 G's. I think that's the only logical run now is you don't have to tank on purpose. People call it organic tanking when you just play the younger players with the hopes that they'll get better and you're just going to lose the games because you just don't have enough talent and you fall out of the playoff picture altogether because I don't see any way in hell that this team picks back up any momentum.
I don't understand, Kevin, how you keep fans interested.
Because they'll tell you that Anthony Davis is going to come back soon. I think that's going to be their ace in the hole. I'm not saying that's going to work.
I'm sitting here trying to figure out what, yes. And if I'm Anthony Davis, I'm probably looking at the rest of the season going, why do I want to be on that court right now?
Yeah, like, don't forget how close to needing surgery it really seemed like he was. So are you going to risk it with somebody who's had injury concerns throughout their career, or are you going to be like, hey, don't worry about it. Take your time.
Yeah,
get the surgery.
That's the part where I don't know how as a Mavs organ, and that's got to be if you're the PR group, if you're I know they're working on fan engagement by raising prices. If you're doing those things, you got to go even further than you thought you were going to go before to not just recapture the people that are already been ticked off and left, but now the people that are just like, what do you got to give for me? Because I'm seeing nothing here now, guys. I'm sorry, but I can't. Look, I'm going to be a Mavericks fan. I will continue to support what they're doing because I am a Mavericks fan. But this is not going to be a fun rest of the season to be part of.
Like, this is legitimately the worst timing for a set of injuries, right? You made the trade that people were pissed about. And then Anthony Davis plays badass for 3 quarters, and then he's hurt. Now,
and that's what you say to yourself. Hey, look, if we win, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Everybody will forgive us if we win.
You might. I'm even surprised that some people are like, I even won't accept it then. But you're right. And so, okay, he plays great. Maybe it's going to be okay. But then he gets hurt. And you're like, I knew it. I hate this stupid trade. I hate everything about the Mavericks. And then yesterday we talked all about how mad people were about the price increases. That same night, you get absolutely smoked at home. Don't let that get lost. Is that you got worked by Sacramento. And now we find out Kyrie is out for the rest of the year. The day after, you're like, hey, we got to raise season ticket prices because we're, I don't know, investing in the team or whatever nonsense that they threw out there. Like, that is the worst timing.
It's okay, though.
Is it?
Roll out there for some more Max Christie.
I do like Max Christie.
Spencer Dinwiddie. Some more Najee Marshall.
Okay.
Some more Clay.
You wanted to say Quentin Grimes, right? But remember, we got rid of him for a player that's not ready to go. And Quentin Grimes had 44 this week.
Yeah, let's get Caleb Martin out on that court.
He can't get on the court yet.
Why not?
Because he's still hurt. Or he's working his way back. Which
just get Casey Smith on him. He'll be fine.
Well, we don't have Casey Smith anymore.
He's with the Knicks now.
And I don't mean Martin is working his way back sarcastically. I'm just saying, like, don't forget, that's another trade that the Mavericks made for somebody who wasn't ready to come back. I don't know, dude.
This is a hell of a way to start our day. Hey, we got Dante Exum, though.
That's fine.
These are role players.
I know.
These are role players that you put next to Luka. I'm sorry. I keep going back to that first part of the trade and everything. These are role players that are now going to be asked to be $43 million players.
From the 469, feels like we're running it the way the Cowboys do. If the Mavs win the lottery and get Cooper Flag, is that a sign that the league was in on the Luka trade and the lottery was quid pro quo? 100%. I'll tell you this. I might just be grasping at straws. But right now, the number one sports conspiracy I believe in is they sent Luka to LA for all the reasons that Mike talked about. And they said, we'll take care of you with the rest of this and the lottery and everything like that and Cooper Flag. If that happens, well, it's still going to be an S season, but that would make me feel a little better.
The Mavericks have assigned Caleb Martin to the G League. That's so he can
rehabilitate.
It's working, right?
I'm not going to lie, Corey. The way this day has started, I thought you were going to say they've assigned him to the injured list for the rest of the season because he's now out as well. And then I might have just
improvement.
Yeah, no, it's not. I guess.
Well, Jerry,
actually, Jerry, that's a fair
for
point.
him. Jerry's looking at this going, "This is great.
That is improvement."
Mavericks were trying to steal everything from us, and guess what happened?
Now I went to
I'm sorry, y'all.
I know.
I love y'all, and I'm sorry that we're going through this together.
Well, I went to a research paper from Stanford University, which Corey, I know
where Malcolm Moore's from.
Have fiery thoughts about that being the
Malcolm Moore was also
Harvard
designated.
That's fine. He was never going to make the team. We'll get to that and Walcott and everything like that. Stanford researchers have been studying ACL injuries in NBA players and how it affects them.
Awesome. We got Stanford on it, baby.
The average, you might not love all of these numbers. The average return time is 9.8 months. So let's just go ahead and say 10 months. 10 months from now is November, early November, which actually not so bad. Actually, it's the beginning of January. I don't know why I said that. Save the fan text. I got it. I messed it up. I'm sorry. That's the beginning of January. So not great, but not horrible. However, 11 to 16% of players never came back to the NBA after they suffered this injury.
I want to say the F word, but I can't, and our boss just walked by. So, but it's sports. I'm emotionally hurt right now.
You can. You just shouldn't, and you'll have to lunge.
There'll be a very big fine.
For the dump button.
Y'all, hey, you know what? Y'all can say it for me if you want to. Y'all can text it in. Say it for me. Say it to your windshield right now. Don't say it to your boss.
Yeah, that's probably...
Maybe say it. I'm not suggesting. But just say it to your windshield or whatever. Say it under your breath so you can get it all out.
Do you want to talk more about this, or do you want me to try to talk about something positive?
We'll figure something out.
Okay, coming up next. Hey, just text in positive or negative. The positive will be about the Rangers. The negative will be more about this. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Free KNC.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the best paint scorer in the league.
Got Kyrie down here. That is obviously a major concern, what's going on right now.
Spot on, Mr. Followell, because Kyrie Irving is out for the rest of the year with an ACL tear in his left knee. Now, the people have spoken. They said, I'm not done being negative just quite yet, and so that's fine. We will dive into it. So Kyrie is out for the rest of the year. Perhaps more importantly, and I wanted to just throw this out, a few moving parts to all of this. So we went through the Stanford research paper. Knee injuries, in case you missed it in the last segment, knee injuries, per Stanford researcher Kevin A. Thomas, make up 14% of all reportable NBA injuries and cause the most amount of time to recover. It averages out to 9.8 months. Let's just say 10 months. All right. So 10 months would put you at January 3rd, January 4th. 11 to 16% of these players never come back. I think Kyrie is going to come back and he'll be in the larger category. But by the time you got to January 3rd this past season, do you know how many games the Mavericks had already played?
25.
35.
Yep.
So you're talking about 42% of the season. And so that's if you hit the average. Now, I realize if he's a fast healer and everything is great, he could be back by the beginning of the season. Awesome. On the flip side, if he misses any more time, now you're talking about missing more than half the season. Meanwhile, all of this is happening. Kyrie Irving has a player option for next year. And if you're going to miss a big chunk of time or potentially miss a big chunk of time, I kind of wonder if now all of a sudden, is that my
Your computer's
computer?
doing it again, dude.
Man, the volume has never worked on this computer, and now it has. So we're just going to go ahead and close out every single tab on the computer to make sure it's not an issue anymore. I need to figure that out.
I'll teach you how to turn off volume.
I mean, seriously, I didn't even know the volume worked on this computer until the last 2 days. Anyway, $44 million for his player option, and you have to decide that by June 25th. So by June 25th, you're still going to be pretty far out in the process. And so now I wonder if we've gone from the assumption that Kyrie will opt out and then he'll hopefully re-sign with the Mavericks to, well, if I'm going to maybe miss half the season, I'll go ahead and opt into my player option, and then we'll see how the rest of the season goes and potentially build up new value from there.
There's no doubt in my mind, Alec, that Kyrie will find a way to contribute while being injured. He is the guy that's like, I know I'm the leader. These guys look up to me. I'm going to find ways to inspire, whether it's sitting up in the stands and starting a beer brawl, just to get everybody all riled up or something. Whatever it is, that's a Shoresy thing. Whatever it is, he will find a way to contribute. But is it worth the $43 million? And whenever he comes back, it's going to take time. You're just talking about how long it's going to take just to be ready.
Correct.
It's going to take time for him to trust that leg again, to trust being able to go up and do the things that he does. He won't be the same player next year. And that's the time where you're saying you're trying to make that run. He's not going to be the same player next year.
That is a good point. And then it feeds into the discussion about where the deficiencies on this team lie. Well, one of the things that we've talked about is, right now, all of their bigs are injured. Otherwise, where did the deficiencies lie? When you traded Luka, who's your primary ball handler? Obviously, it's Kyrie Irving. And then you're going to go to Najee Marshall, Kessler Edwards, and Dante Exum.
Hell yeah.
In the meantime, maybe Max Christie gets some run in there. But pretty much everybody I just listed, don't you think of them more as like oh, no, you're like a 2 or a 3. I do not need you to be the primary ball handler. So short term, I don't know what they're going to do for the rest of the season. At the start of next year's regular season, I'm not sure how that's going to work. I saw some people joking that Anthony Davis will be back to be the point guard. Don't know.
He actually, he was kind of running point whenever he was for those 3 quarters that he was here.
So it sucks. And Kyrie is about to turn 33. So I'll need to dive further into that Stanford research paper to see if the older you are, the longer the recovery time goes, which makes a lot of sense. But this is a disaster for the Mavericks. It's a disaster for this season. It's a disaster for next season. It's a disaster, Corey.
Yeah.
It seemed like there was a special bond that was starting to build between Kyrie and Max Christie, too.
Yeah.
You started to hear some of those stories about Kyrie getting beaten to the arena a couple times by Max Christie, and he was like, I can't stand that. That kid is too good.
Yeah.
He's out there. He's younger than me. I'm 23, and he's out there getting to the arena 7 hours before the game to get shots up. And he's like, that's my thing. What are we doing here, man? And he's trying to share that wisdom, trying to, within games, get in his ear and calm him down in big situations, trying to give him that confidence to maybe be a primary ball handler for 5 minutes at a time whenever he's off the court when he's healthy. Now that's not the case. So I was getting excited for that. And now you can still contribute, as Corey was alluding to, off the court in some ways, but
it's not the same.
It's not the same thing anymore. So I am worried about that. What does that do for a team whose confidence already had to be shaken by the litany of injuries that they've suffered, the big trade, all the negative media, all the fan reaction? They've had to have one of the worst mental seasons of their careers to this point. This doesn't help that in any way. The morale has to be at the absolute floor, the absolute lowest it's been all season at this point.
And now you're going to run out Dinwiddie as your point, and Dwight Powell is your primary post player, at least for a couple more weeks until hopefully the cavalry comes back. But that was a whole other thing that we were just talking about. Who are you pushing to come back? Are you pushing Anthony Davis, who has a history of injuries? Are you pushing a young player like Derek Lively and potentially mess that up? Are you pushing Daniel Gafford, who I still think will be with this team, but he's got to think in the back of his mind, I'm about 15 months away from really getting paid.
Yeah, I again, this is where I'm saying you don't push anybody. You just cruise this season and go, we effed it up. And if you're Nico, I know you're Kevin, what would we do in this situation? All right, we got to bury our heads and try and figure out how to fix it.
Yeah.
I know that's what Nico is trying to do.
Yeah.
But at some point, you have to look at it and go, we royally effed this thing so bad.
Yeah.
And we don't know how we have to hire 4 or 5 different PR teams to come help us right now because we've screwed. You couldn't have expected maybe you could say, hey, Kyrie's older and he might get injured. But the amount of things that have happened since the Luka trade, starting with the Luka trade, the amount of things that have happened since then, as Nico and as Dumont, he's got to wear this. You got to wear the crap out of this one, dude. The city, if you want this city to love you the way we love Mark Cuban, you got to be upfront with them. You got to wear this crap and say, I screwed up bad, and it's going to be nothing but me trying to fix it from here on out for y'all. Because that's all that we want to hear right now. That's all we want to hear. Otherwise, those boo birds you heard that one night, you were going, is this for me?
Yeah.
You're going to hear them even more.
So if you think they're going to start losing, obviously, I agree with you. Maybe you think they should start losing. I was kind of looking at the standings, Corey. There's a lot of really, really awful teams in the NBA.
Awesome. So we got a chance.
No. Not awesome.
All right.
That means we have less of a chance. I think ideally the worst record you could get to is the 9th worst record in the league. And at the 9th worst record in the league,
you already have 32 wins.
Yes. Which normally you'd be like, hey, great. Now you're like, oh, well, that kind of sucks. So that gives you 4.5% chance to get the top pick in the draft. We've talked about this. This is a deeper draft by far than last year, outside of having a, obvious number one in flag, whether you're thinking Ace Harper or Bailey, whether you like Trey Johnson at Texas, whether you like VJ at Baylor. There are more high quality prospects, or so it seems, in this draft. That's probably not going to make anybody feel any better right now, but it's the best I've got.
Well, can we get to 11 wins?
11 more wins?
No, just can we take some of our wins away and get back to 11? Because that's where Washington is right now.
I would like to be where they are. Unfortunately not. I think the best you can do is get down to pick number 9. So for the people who are asking, can you tank for Cooper Flagg? Yeah, you have essentially a 1 in 20 shot to win the lottery. And if you do, then hooray! Maybe things will get better before they get crushingly worse.
I mean, I guess the biggest thing to learn from this is Jerry Jones was right.
What?
Y'all really do need to give Jerry his flowers on this one. He's always said the best ability is availability.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not available, look at this team right now. Nobody's available, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
So guess what's happening? Jerry's sitting there going, see? Look at that right there. He learned that lesson with Dak this year, didn't he? Dak's ability was that he was always healthy, and then all of a sudden, bam, 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 it hurt. This stinks. Look, man, you aren't on the court, you can't help us win. You're just going to keep stinking.
All right, so what I'm hearing is Corey wants us to do a segment later in the show. Who are you more out on, the Cowboys or the Mavs?
Who do you love more right now?
Okay.
Who do you love more right
Positive.
now? There you go.
All right. From the 972, does Flagg turn the fans around? To a certain extent, he might. But I think you've gone so scorched earth with the trade, now the injuries, the ticket prices. I get the ticket prices frequently raised, and that in itself is not a big deal. But to have that come out right after you traded your franchise player that everyone wanted to stay, that's bad.
If you have a bad culture in your locker room, Flagg can't help it. He won't be the change for it. You can't rely on one dude to walk in and do that. You have to make sure, and that's why Jason Kidd, I give him a lot of credit. He has somehow kept these guys fighting. And right now it's going to be difficult. But if you want to get Flagg and you get him, he has to come in, and that culture has to be ready to rock with him.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's dive into some baseball nuggets and hopefully look for happier times next on The Fan.
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, please.
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? What are it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Got you down.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for baseball nuggets, and I know what you're hoping. It's been a tough first couple of segments.
You tell the people, Kevin.
Kyrie out for the year with the ACL in the left knee. So I don't want you guys to panic, okay? When I tell you what I'm about to tell you.
No.
Don't panic.
When somebody says don't panic, first thing I do
is panic.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
right.
This is from Kennedy Landry.
I lose my water and then I panic.
Kennedy Landry tweeted out, Adolis Garcia is a scratch today with an oblique injury. Bruce Bochy said they're going to get him checked out. I told you don't panic.
Which oblique is it? Did you say?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to look this up real quick.
Wyatt Langford told us both obliques are pretty important.
My friend Sean McFarlane. Left oblique injury.
Okay.
No.
The left oblique is the most important. We just learned this. Wyatt didn't know because he's so young in the game. Now we have two right-handed hitters. Both have left oblique injuries. I said blink, I think. Both have left oblique injuries. Kevin, I think you're learning right now that I was right in the first place. The left oblique is the most important oblique. Dude, and we're going to talk with Jared about this at 120 today. He was talking, dude, Adolis can carry a team for 2 weeks, right? Like he can do it on his own. And you needed him to come back with a season that was one of those that was like 2 years ago.
Hey, I told you guys not to panic.
I'm panicking.
From the 682 OMFG, this Metroplex is screwed and cursed. From the 817 OMGGG, not Bag Nation, not El Bombi, now 2. From another 682, guys, it's clear the sports gods are punishing all DFW teams for the stupidity of the Lakers trade. Luka trade. I mean, same thing. Another 682. 682 is bringing it hard today. This has to be the worst season for Dallas in Fort Worth sports. I want to make this clear. He's just going to get checked out. With Wyatt Langford, it was 5 to 7 days. And then about 5 days later, we talked with Bruce Bochy, and he said it would be 10 more days. So look, could you make the argument that even in a good scenario, he might be out for 2 weeks? Yeah, probably.
From the 682, Kevin. Sorry, guys. I got to turn it off for just a little bit until the Ranger season starts.
Oh.
Don't do that, by the way. I just want to let you know, here's how it went. I know it sucks for you guys. 2 teams run by idiots. You guys have nothing to do with it. I'll see you guys on opening day. And so what did I do? I replied back to him, Adolis is out with an oblique injury now. And he was like, F this place. I was like, hey, look, if you're going to leave me, I'm giving you even more bad news on the way out. So, but he'll be back, I hope. Yeah, it stinks. Oblique injuries this early in the year.
Okay.
From the 817, things are looking pretty oblique right now.
Look.
Yes!
You're doing good work, 817.
Tolo going. This is really screwing up my Tolo going today.
Yeah.
How are people going to be excited?
I'm not feeling it.
To get it on if all these injuries keep piling up on us.
From the 682, we lost because, God, I hope it's not somebody we need.
Dane Dunning.
Oh, no. Luka, Kyrie, Mikey B.
Dane is in great shape. He looks fantastic.
He is. As much as we talked about the mechanics of his pitching, he's lost some weight as well. He looked fantastic. We lost Luka, Kyrie, Mikey B, and now El Bombi, JFC. You can figure out that.
Okay. You know what though? It's spring training.
Mm-hmm.
It's one player. It's not like it's a multi-million-dollar pitcher that we're concerned about here.
Oh,
this is one player. We got extra outfielders on purpose this offseason that could slug. So like Jock Peterson's there for a reason. Your dude, Osuna. This provides more opportunities for Osuna today. Today, Adolis was supposed to just DH. All he was going to do was DH today, and he was batting like 8th or 9th in the lineup today. Osuna was ahead of him. So this gives your boy Osuna some more opportunities. And more than anything else, having Wyatt out and now having Adolis out has given more opportunities for other players to get these chances.
Look, I will say people are very engaged today, and that's good. From the 817, just tweaked a groin, Tolo going. Good for you.
Nice.
From the 972, also, we lost John Cena to the dark side. I do have an update on that. Have you seen this update, Alec?
What is this update?
The John Cena trading cards that you want to exist, they exist. So there's one of John Cena in Cody Rhodes' face being a bad guy, and then there's the triple card with The Rock, John Cena, and Travis Scott, and there will be one triple auto out there of the 3, the one of one triple auto, if you go down the Tops Now route.
Already bought them.
Okay.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Flipping the coin.
All right. So I do have other baseball news, unless you guys feel like we need to linger longer on the absence of Adolis Garcia, which we can do.
No, I think we're okay.
I'll just panic again, so move on.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't need more panic in my life. Actually, I think there's only one way to fix this.
Oh, no.
I think we're going to have to spin the wheel of misfortune. If we want this city to be right again, we're going to have to pay off something for the wheel. Right now, it
feels like we might need to update the wheel. It's been a minute.
There's some real old cheese back there.
Yeah, it has the K-Love sticker on it, and it's all cheeses. So we might have to just roll out a whole new set of things and sacrifice our taste buds or bodies for the wheel.
Dude, Colby's been waiting like 5 years to give us new ideas. So let's just text him. He's got a bunch.
Yeah,
sure.
I think that's what we're going to have to do here in the next. We might have to do it this week, Kevin.
Okay.
Just for the sanctity of this city.
Now, I want to make this clear. This is another just regular thing. So don't freak out about it. All right? Sebastian Walcott, Abby Ortiz, Cody Freeman, Malcolm Moore, among others, were all reassigned to minor league camp, which we all knew was going to happen, okay? There's nothing there. We all knew it was going to happen.
I'll be very honest. I will not freak out about this because you're right. We knew Walcott wasn't going to play in the majors this year.
What?
That is my Twitter, @InTheMajors. We also knew that Malcolm Moore doesn't love Harvard or Stanford that much. Is it Harvard? He doesn't love Harvard that much. But also, he wasn't going to be on the big league club this year. So these are all things, all those names you just threw out there, that's okay. That's good because now we can start focusing. We can start turning our attention to the big league club.
Now, I'm going to mispronounce his last name just to make it a little bit more fun, I think. But did you see they also assigned to minor league camp outfielder Trevor Halver? And so for everybody who keeps asking about Trevor Bauer, we have a player that is somewhat similarly named. He plays a completely different position. But so all of those guys are assigned to the minor league camp. That was the plan all along. The plan was not to have Adolis scratch with an oblique injury, and we're going to revisit that. Bruce Bochy said he's going to go get checked out. We'll see how that goes.
Hope.
It could be worse for the Yankees. Their reigning Rookie of the Year pitcher, Luis Gil, was shut down for at least 6 weeks with a lat strain.
Oh.
All right, so oblique strain.
Which lat?
I'll start trying to find out.
All right, thank you.
It's a high-grade lat strain. There's not any more
high grade though
specificity
in the lat.
Yes.
You ever tried to swing a bat without a good lat? Lats and bats go together.
I have to admit, sometimes I'm not exactly sure which part of my body is supposed
your
to
lat?
be. Yeah.
It's like right here on your back.
Oh, okay.
The lat muscle.
It's mostly taken over by fat either way. So I'm like, I strained my fat.
Okay. All right.
That's usually.
I think it was Tommy Maddox once. He said the training staff told him he pulled a muscle, or he told the training staff, I think I pulled a muscle, and they said you have to have muscles to pull muscles. I always love that one.
From the 425, you know what? I have good news. You got any bad news on the Stars, Kevin? Let's just get it all out right now. I have good news for the Stars. Word on the street and on the internet is that Liam Bichel is available to return tonight. He missed the last 3 games, and obviously there's a big gap in there too because of 4 Nations with a concussion, and he is the dude who hits on this team.
Yes.
Like we've talked about it. The Stars, I'm not saying the Stars are just a finesse team, but they are not a hard-hitting team by any stretch of the imagination. So it looks like Bichel will be available tonight, but he's coming back and he brings so much needed physicality to your team. So look, that's positive.
And that kind of physicality, he can play the rest of the season and into the playoffs that physical and not get hurt again, right?
I hope so. I don't.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know.
Kevin promised that nobody on the Stars will get hurt for the rest of the year. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. That makes me feel better now. I feel better now knowing that we had to sacrifice all the other teams and all the obliques on the Rangers.
I'm not totally sure if that's what I said.
In order for us to get a clean bill of health for the Stars on their run to the Cup.
Okay, and I'll continue to track down more information about the ETA from Miro. So hopefully we'll get some more good news there. By the way, we'll probably talk about this more with Jared Sandler at about 1:22, but you saw Evan Carter get a couple at bats in one of the B games against some left-handed pitching. That's something that he's struggled with mightily last season. And so you want to see him get as many spring training at bats against left-handed pitchers as possible. So we'll talk with Jared some more about that on what has already been a very busy morning. If you've missed it, it might not be a big deal, but Adolis pulls from the lineup due to an oblique, and they're going to go investigate that a little bit more. And then what is definitely a big deal, Kyrie Irving, season-ending torn ACL. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey will ask all the combine questions.
I'm scared.
At least that's what he thinks is going to happen. But realistically, probably more terrible news. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I want to point out, I don't know what it is because I was looking at John Cena Tops Now cards, but Corey said, we've got breaking news. And the way this day has gone, that feels like it's going to be bad.
I don't know.
Is Miro bad?
This breaking news brought to you by Lucy. Adam Schefter is reporting the Dallas Cowboys and defensive tackle Osa Odighizuwa have reached a 4-year, $80 million deal that includes $58 million guaranteed and $20 million signing bonus.
Tell me those numbers one more time.
4 years, $80 million. Includes $58 million in guaranteed money and $20 million in signing bonus.
Okay. Now that is some honest to goodness breaking news right there. All right.
And good. I think it's positive news.
I like this very much. And for a variety of reasons. First of all,
isn't that $5 million cheaper than we were thinking?
Yes,
okay.
per.
Yeah.
5 years, five per. So this comes out to $20 million a year. Plus, I can see if you're Odighizuwa, the no-brainer of, hey, you can get $25.1 million guaranteed with the franchise tag, or you can get $58 million guaranteed. Now, for the Cowboys, here's why I like this a lot.
Good player.
I'm sorry. Let's talk about that first. I'm a numbers nerd. Yeah. I was going to dive right into the numbers. But
that's
right.
The first thing for me is always talent.
Okay, let's talk about the player. This is a player that we all think has been on the upswing, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And he's at a position that you desperately need on this team, both in terms of starting and in terms of depth. He is a very, very good player. So let's start with all of that.
Yeah, we're all happy that this player's back on the team. Mike is going to be happy that this player's back on the team.
Agreed. The thing that I was going to throw out there that I really like is $25.1 million was going to be your franchise number. That number you can't change. You can't fidget with it. That is a static number. But now at 4 for $80, my guess would be his salary cap hit comes in somewhere around 10.
Ooh.
We'll get more information about that once I see more about the structure of how everything is broken up or how the Cowboys decided to do that structure. But my guess would be $10 million. So like this morning when you were hearing about Myles Garrett might be interested in the Eagles. How the hell do they do that? Think about this. The Cowboys just signed Osa and save $15 million, give or take, doing it. And that is the beauty of the long-term deal and how you can fudge those numbers all over the place. So I think this is a good thing for the Cowboys.
From the 901, and yet another overpay. He's good, not elite, and you gave him elite money.
So for that, at the $22 million mark, I think he was going to be like the 10th to 12th highest paid DT. I'll go double check on this, but I would assume this slides him more into like the 17th range. And so then that becomes the question. Do you think he's the 17th best defensive tackle in football? If not, then I could see how you think he's overpaid. If you think he's going to become the 8th best, then maybe you took your chances and you're like, it's fine.
According to Marcus Mosher, Osa was number 1 in quarterback hits last year and 4th in pass rush win rate among interior defensive linemen.
Okay.
So if that helps you in the it's a good deal for the Cowboys. It's a good deal for Osa. It's both of them are going to be happy. Like you just pointed out, there's $20 million that they left on the table based on what we were kind of discussing there. And somebody said, doesn't matter, the Cowboys are still going to stink. And I just look at it and say, our biggest gripe about the Cowboys, aside from playoff success, has been the way that they manage their salary cap. And that forces bad playoff success. Whenever you don't have the teams because you couldn't go sign a guy because you had bad contracts on the books, you limit yourself offensively, you limit yourself financially. And the Cowboys have hamstrung themselves multiple occasions. This is a very good move for the Cowboys and for the player. It doesn't hamstring them a lot. It doesn't handcuff them a lot to some things that they don't need. And it gives them some money to spend on some other players. I don't say it's turning over a new leaf or it's changing the team this year. But this is a good step in the right direction.
And it's a monetarily sound step. I like it. I really do. And if nothing else, this is a player that a lot of people like that is going to be staying on your team. So holy moly, we continue with all kinds of information today.
Yeah, don't forget about what's already happened, Kevin.
I know.
Everything's been bad so far. This is a good.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
Now Topps is trying to take my discount away too, Alec.
What? If you're out there right now and you're upset about this, hey, man, there's a lot of other bad things.
What the hell? How is that?
You know what? That is like somebody telling you somebody else's life is worse than yours. So cheer up a little bit, buddy.
Yeah.
It's gonna be okay,
Corey.
sport. Your crap that you're dealing with isn't that bad. But I'm just trying to be fair with the information that we're giving out there. This is a good, positive thing for the Cowboys.
I agreed.
All right. Now we dive into what is on everybody's mind at the moment as we're looking forward if you're involved in football season, and that is me asking all the combine questions. From the 214, kids are starving in Africa, Corey. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. All right?
Okay, that's worse.
Don't try to plant crops in the desert.
That is objectively worse. I agree.
I don't think crops are going to grow in the desert. It's just anyway. Question number 1: was Will Howard's performance so bad that you just completely blow off his regular season and his national championship? It was brutal.
It was. It was. I'm gonna say maybe. I don't want to say yes, but that was pretty bad.
How good was he during the regular season?
Phenomenal.
How good was he during the college football playoff?
Phenomenal. At the combine, he was the drizzling S.
It
I agree.
looked like he was intentionally throwing the game at the combine. Like that's how bad it was.
Yeah.
And I know there are some people like I know Shedeur Sanders went out there and was trying to defend him, and he's like, "Hey, man. That dude just won a national championship. Why are y'all getting all upset about how he looked and working with receivers that he's never worked with before?
Yeah.
Not all these guys run great routes." So he was kind of giving that to them a little bit. But that being said, Will Howard had a very tough day, a very tough weekend.
He did.
So good luck. You know what, though? That does go. He might be the perfect example of, do you trust your tape or do you trust his combine performance? And somebody might end up with a good quarterback later down the road.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I trust the tape.
Mm-hmm. I've always been told to do that, and I'll continue to do so. Question number 2: is a quarterback still the clear number 1 in this draft?
I think so.
Just because a team without a quarterback wants to go get its quarterback.
I do.
Man, see,
I think so.
The Titans, though, they're going to have to, I would say they have to trade out, right? Or do they say we're taking another one and Will Levis is no longer the guy?
I think they're done with Will Levis.
You think so?
I do.
Is it because their head coach said, "What the F is wrong with you?" in the middle of a game?
And because they're like, hey, every 2 games you make this incredible throw that only a few people in the league can make. But all the other times, I hate the way you play football.
And your face. And that
Right?
stupid mayonnaise commercial that you got.
I'm not going to say that's why they're going to draft a new quarterback. I'm not going to say that.
If a position not quarterback goes number 1, what position will it be?
I'm going to say Travis Hunter. I know Abdul Carter makes a lot of sense, but with a foot injury, I kind of wonder. So I guess DB or wide receiver.
That foot injury is, he definitely needs to go somewhere around 12.
That would be
I would
great.
Say probably no higher than 12.
If you draft him higher than 12, you're done.
Yeah, what are you even doing out there?
Okay, I got you.
I just, this is always wild to me whenever there are a lack of quarterbacks that are really good, whenever you have a class that just might be the Jameis Winston Mariota draft class.
And there are a lot of people who feel that
and
way.
people still force it. Instead of going, is that the best player? Is this the number 1 overall player? They just force it and say, we got to go with the position. And that's one thing, Kevin, I wanted to kind of create with you at some point, maybe next year, a chart of positional value in the draft. Because I know we have the draft position value chart, or if you're 1 or if you're 5,
Like the trade and stuff, yeah.
But like how valuable is quarterback versus running back versus safety versus offensive line? Because right now it is starting to look a little more like offensive line might be more important to the Cowboys in some other worlds. Question number 3: you are perfectly comfortable with the Cowboys drafting a running back in the later rounds?
How later?
They pass on Ashton Genty.
I am okay with that. But how far do we get? 3rd round, 4th round? If we go past the 4th round, I'm going to kind of freak out a little bit.
So you feel like they got to draft at least one running back to maybe pair with Rico?
Yes.
Because that we've heard some whispers that is a goal of the Cowboys, is to bring Rico back, depending on what money here. But you would like to pair a later rounder with him.
I would be fine if they took Ashton Genty, but if they skip it and they're like, we're going to go running back in the 3rd, depending on the way the board falls, of course, I'm fine with that. I really am.
Okay.
Just because they have so many other needs.
Where do you lay down as their most? Because here's the other thing too. When you're looking at the draft and you're like, man, there are 25 running backs that are all really close together. Ashton Genty, maybe that you feel like he's separated himself so far. 5'8.5" still so wild to me. It's just so wild. But then you watch the strength he plays with, you're like, I don't know, man. But let's say Ashton Genty is 10 points higher than the next one, and we're going to get to that in just a second. Then you say, I got 25 other ones that I could get in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounds.
Yep.
So let me go get a limited piece. Maybe there's an offensive tackle that's more valuable at that spot for you. And you're like, I can get that limited piece because I'm not going to find that elsewhere in this draft. And I can wait and still get a really good running back. That's, again, Kevin, this is where you have to trust that scouting department. You have to let them do their work.
I agree.
And give you the best information possible so that you can get the right pieces.
I agree. Absolutely.
Omarion Hampton has now taken over as one of the top 2 running backs in this thing.
Can I just tell you, I get it. I hear the outstanding combine, but I'm not here for Ashton Genty as not running back 1. Like, if you don't want to draft...
That was...
Okay.
That was... people are throwing that out there, and I was like, what?
I'm not here for that. If the Cowboys don't want to draft Ashton Genty at pick 12, like, let's just say no running backs go, and he's available at pick 12, and you're just like, I don't value running back at pick 12. I'm totally fine with that. But if you're like, we're going to take running back 1, and it's this guy, I do not believe that.
Yeah, the thing that with what his combine did for me, because he's been a fun player to watch. Like, if you go watch his tape, he's an exciting runner to watch. But the thing with the combine, it just kind of bumped up his stock. But I don't think a lot of times people are like, oh my gosh, now he's the best.
Yeah.
I think it bumped up his stock enough. Mel Kiper has him projected at 12 to the Cowboys. That was on his February 25th mock draft.
That feels high.
February 25th, Mel Kiper already had Hampton going to the Cowboys.
That feels high.
Because maybe he was thinking that Ashton Genty was gone and the Cowboys would be that
okay.
They need it that bad.
I'm going to revise. And if I'm wrong on this, I will definitely own it. I value Ashton Genty at pick 12. I do not value another running back at pick 12.
Okay.
How about that?
Yeah, that works. And that's so that is offensive line's definitely a place there. Linebacker, definitely a place there.
You might have to replace all of the right side of your line.
And I know that we just signed Osa, but man, if a Walter Nolan, and if you're excited about a defensive lineman like that again,
yes,
go ahead and do that.
By the way, and nothing about this Osa signing prohibits me from doing anything on the defensive line, whether it's because you want more depth alongside Osa, whether you don't know what's going to happen with DeMarcus Lawrence. It could be a bunch of different things. I'm fine with taking a defensive line.
CBS Sports projects, and this is as of like yesterday, Missouri's 6'4", 332-pound Armand Membo as offensive tackle for the Cowboys at 12.
Okay.
Guess where Ashton Genty falls to?
13.
No.
Oh, the Chiefs?
20.
Okay.
At Denver. Which I as a just football fan in general, I would love it. because Ashton Genty and Sean Payton together. Sean Payton loved Alvin Kamara and Mark Ingram, and he doesn't have that right now in Denver. He doesn't have an explosive Alvin Kamara. Mark Ingram was another addition that they worked to. They were perfect together. And I would like to see it just as a football fan because I'd love to see how they draw that thing up. But that's where we are right now. All right, that's it for Corey asking all the combine questions, Kevin.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
The question of the day plus, should you buy this Cheeto? Next on The Fan.
Ooh.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute picture. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you've missed it, there has been a lot of freaking stuff already happening today.
Name one.
Oso Odigizua is going to sign a 4-year, $80 million extension with the Dallas Cowboys, thus eliminating the need for the franchise tag with $58 million guaranteed. So we'll see what that cap number comes out for this year. My guess would be somewhere around 10, but it's going to be way, way lower than the $25.1 million of the franchise tag. You want to name two?
I just asked for one.
Okay. Hey, Alec. This is not.
You can do
directed
one
at
for Alec,
Corey.
though.
Alec. Kyrie Irving is out for the rest of the season with a torn ACL. And we'll see about Adolis Garcia because he has no oblique problem.
I'm panicking.
All right. We'll look into that. And Bruce Bochy said he's going to get checked out. He was scratched from the lineup today per Kennedy Landry. Now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. I saw somebody texted in, I think it was after the Kyrie news, that we quickly became the bad news show of record. So,
Alec, I want to tell you something. I know you had more to say there. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
That's okay.
When we first were thrust into drive time, we had 3 terrible things happen in the world. There was a Boston bombing. Pat Summerall passed away, and
explosion
a
in
plant
West.
in West Texas exploded. We are used to providing bad news. We're also used to providing great news.
That happened on back-to-back days.
3 days in a row.
People were like, I like you guys. You're just so serious.
Yeah, whenever y'all are on radio, horrible things happen to humanity. We're going to be okay. We're going to have, because we've also, since we started radio, Kevin, celebrated a Mavs championship, celebrated our first ever Rangers World Series.
True.
And
Cowboys exist.
A lot of other things. So, back to you.
Before we get to the question of the day and the coolest Cheeto you've ever seen, I got to get used to this. Because usually when I'm on the radio, I bring good news. I broke the Kyrie Irving trade right here on 105.3 The Fan whenever that happened on a weekend. That's why you got to Tolo listen on the weekends.
Heck yeah.
Broke the Christian Wood trade with Reggie Atatula on the night show. Broke the Jacob deGrom signing with Reggie Atatula on the night show. Broke the Brandon Cooks trade on a weekend at like 8 in the morning on a Sunday right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm used to spreading good news.
There you go.
Do you have good news for us now?
No, I actually don't. I do have a bad update for the Dallas Mavericks from Chris B. Haynes, senior NBA insider.
About PJ.
The Dallas Mavericks will be without Jaden Hardy for, quote, a period of time, as he sustained an ankle sprain last night. He needed help off the floor as well. Didn't look pretty. He's going to be out for just a period of time.
Ankles are important.
Yeah.
And look, I do not want Jaden Hardy running the point. I know some people were like, this could have been his shot. I've seen him play point guard plenty on his way up to the NBA.
Dude's a scorer.
Yeah.
He's a legit scorer.
But that still sucks. It really does.
So in that same vein, 877-881-1053, I want to try to spread some positivity with the question of the day today. What is something you're sports happy about right now? Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. It can be the OSA deal that you heard right here on The Fan. It could be maybe the Rangers, spring training is back. Maybe there's a player that you're excited to see. Maybe it doesn't even have to be anything local. Maybe there's something going on in the world of sports that's even bigger that you're like, this is cool. I'm happy it's happening. I'm ready to be happy about sports again because DFW Sports is not really doing it for me.
I'm happy about the Stars power play.
Yeah.
Stars power play, the last two games has been incredible. But realistically, since the beginning of January, it's been really, really good. And it has them still within striking distance of Winnipeg, even though Winnipeg before these last couple games had been playing unbelievably. So I'm happy about the Stars. I'm happy that Bischel's back. I'm happy about their power play.
There are two things I'm happy about. One, I am happy about the Osa signing because I think he's going to be fantastic in this defense with Eberflus. I think if you go back and look at the way that the Bears played last year defensively, you're going to be pretty pleased with what the plan's going to be, is whether or not Eberflus can get the talent that he requires for this. I really think it's going to be fun to watch. So I am excited about that. I'm also excited for my son Carter. I know I told you last week that he started shot put. They've also thrown him on discus.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. And he told me yesterday, like he said he threw the discus 4 times the length of our backyard. And I was like, that's actually, I have no clue how impressive that is, but he seemed very impressed with it. And his grades are getting back up, so that means he's going to be able to compete in the meets. And that's something for me that we've been working really hard with him. Like, hey, dude, I know football season's over, but you still got to keep your grades up. And now he has motivation for it. So I'm happy to see him. And I played Kevin some of my other son's music. And
you did.
Kevin, you seemed to like it. So,
I did. And then you cut it off to tell me some other story. And I was like, what the hell?
He was like, why'd you take that song away from me? I was enjoying it. I need to send it over to Carter so he can check it out.
Yeah, take that, child. 877-881-1053. What are you sports happy about right now? From the 214, happy that the NFL draft is around the corner, and it's a draft that can go a lot of different ways. So excited to see how this plays out. We were just talking about that, and Corey asked all the combine questions, how there's already conflicting opinions on things that we thought were set in stone just a few weeks ago. So, as Reggie always said, it's lying season right now. So I love sifting through the rumors and all the smoke screens, trying to decide what I think is real and what's not.
Quick side question, since you mentioned Reggie, do you want me to text you the same picture I sent Reggie last night?
Is it a Harambe picture?
No.
Oh, I would love that.
He just always has some Harambe thing on his mind. So
just like Bryce Harper.
That was a great song.
That was a terrible song.
No, it's not good.
All right.
You can send it to me. I'm scared.
Okay. Everybody wants to know now. What is it a picture of?
I want you guys to see it first. And don't reveal to the other one what it is, and then I'll tell everybody.
What the hell is that?
I have so many
Why
questions.
did you send that to anybody?
Did you send it to him with no context like you did to okay.
No, no. So it's a picture of an adult cosplaying as Bert. And
that's terrifying.
He's painted his whole face yellow. He has the unibrow. So this is something that I saw online, and I decided to try it out with my brother-in-law. I sent him that picture, and I said, consider this an effing warning. And then I texted him back.
I would be fearful for my life.
Yeah,
if you sent that.
I texted him back and said, sorry, wrong person. And so in the little exchange I saw, the person was like, who's the right person for that?
Yeah.
He actually just didn't respond at all. So I want to find out if my wife gets like a call or a text from him today. It's like, hey, your husband might be having some problems.
Can you imagine getting into the shower? You pull your shower curtain back and that Bert is sitting in the bathtub and he's like, hey, Ernie. And like now you got to deal with that, Bert? That's terrifying.
Hey, Bert.
You need to tweet that out so people know.
I think I'm gonna see that as like a sleep paralysis demon at some point.
Okay.
In life.
Can I tweet it out? This is how the Mavs make me feel.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
The face that he's making is very like unpleased.
Oh, thank Kevin on Twitter if you want to go find this picture that he's putting out there.
Yeah, let's see. From the 817, this is wholesome. They're excited about setting up their granddaughter's basketball goal. So they can have some sort of basketball happiness in their life.
That's always fun.
Yeah, that's always a good thing.
I really do enjoy, because once the kid gets an opportunity to, like, whatever it is, maybe a soccer net or a pitching backstop or something, they're out there for the rest of the day. They love it.
Let's see. From the 817, I'm happy that Luka is playing good and healthy. I feel like a lot of people share that same sentiment too.
Do you think that's going to carry through into, because you're right about that, do you think that's going to carry into the playoffs? Like if the Lakers are, I don't know, in the Western Conference Finals against OKC, do you think people are going to be like actively rooting for the Lakers because they're rooting for Luka?
Yes, but I do think it probably ends after this postseason.
Okay.
I don't think it carries over into next year, into next season, but I do think, especially if they stay at the level they are, and if they do make it to a conference final, then I think people are going to be uber invested at that point. Like, you may as well go win the damn thing at this point. Yeah. So, and then really stick it to Nico and to the Mavs and, Patrick Dumont, all of that. I think a lot of people are going to be really bought in on that. But the 469 is right there in lockstep with you, Kevin. Liam Bichel coming back. Very excited about that. But
we need some damn physicality on this team, Alec.
Yeah, we do, man. From the 817, I like this. Happy that Io Sky won the Women's World Championship last night. I did not see that coming.
And did she win it clean?
Yes, pretty much.
Wow.
So there was a little bit of a scuffle between Rhea and Bianca Belair outside the ring that a lot of people were saying technically should have been a DQ because hands were placed on Rhea. There was nothing like a shove or anything. It was just like a hand was placed. I thought it was okay. But Rhea, she kind of stretched it out a little bit too long, kind of yapping at Bianca while she's on the top rope, trying to hit her finisher from the top rope. She literally lifts Io up, then puts her back down and says, "See you at Mania, Bianca." And then tries to hit it. It gets countered into a Hurricanrana. Then the moonsault, 1, 2, 3.
Ow.
So it was a little bit of overconfidence from Rhea.
Shocker.
Yeah. So that I did not see that coming at all. And CM Punk's promo was old school. CM Punk.
That I did hear about.
That was awesome. There was lots of bleeps that were not bleeped on Netflix. Thank you, Netflix. There we go. But so keep those coming in. What are you sports happy about right now? 877-881-1053. What I'm sports happy about right now, I feel like I've shared this sentiment a few times, but it's really going to stick with me, especially if he plays good for us. I'm happy that Jake Berger is a Texas Ranger.
Oh, my God, yes.
Because, one, he's just a dude. Like, I love when you get dudes on the team that you're just like, he's just like me. Mm-hmm. I love relatable athletes. I really, really do. Especially as a younger guy myself, I'm like, his last name's Berger. How can you not love the guy? My dad doesn't even really watch sports, and I was like, whenever the trade happened, I was like, Dad, they just traded for your favorite player. And he was like, no, Nolan Ryan doesn't play anymore. Facts. I'm like, your new favorite player. His name is Berger. That's all you need to know. Yeah. And he hits bombs. And two, the whole story with his daughter Penelope and wearing her hospital band and everything. That's just awesome. Like, it's impossible to not root for this team because of what they did in 2023.
While we were there, Alec, the whole team autographed a blanket for Penelope. It said her name on it and everything. And as we were kind of discussing, that's kind of difficult to write on that blanket like that, but everybody was in on it. And then, Alec, you saw yesterday, he made 2 amazing plays sprinting down the first baseline to go catch pop-ups. So, dude can play some defense, too. Let's go.
He's a ball player, man, and I'm so happy that he's on the Texas Rangers. Him and Jock Peterson are going to be like my motivating factors every single day. Anytime I have trouble getting out of bed, I'm just going to remember Jake Berger and Jock Peterson exist in this same timeline. Not only do they exist in this same timeline, they exist on the same team, my team. You can listen to them right here on The Fan. Excited for that. This Cheeto is insane.
I want to know about this.
So, Kevin, you very well know that there's a huge market for Pokemon and Pokemon cards specifically. They fetch tons of money after hitting auctions in the open market. If you want to keep it wrestling, Logan Paul back in 2022 got the Illustrator Pikachu. That became the most expensive Pokemon card ever sold for cash. $4 million in cash he paid for that card. Well, I introduce you to Cheetozard, the name given to a flamin' hot Cheeto that bears a stupidly striking resemblance to Charizard.
Look it up.
Cheetozard?
Cheetozard.
Yeah, Cheetozard. It's a flaming hot Cheeto, too.
It's a flaming hot Cheeto that ended up selling.
What the? Oh, my God.
Doesn't it?
It looks exactly like Charizard.
$80,000.
And it sold for over $80,000 after the buyer's premium.
Dude, that does look like him, though.
The bidding opened up at just $250. This ends up selling after the premium for $87,840.
Too much.
Just because it's a Cheeto that looks like Charizard, and they got a custom little slab made for it.
That was a nice touch, and that Cheeto does look remarkably like Charizard.
It looks exactly like Charizard. I'll go retweet the picture at Alec on the radio if you want to see it and find it quick.
Cheeto-zard.
But this is an $87,000 Cheeto, and
Can
I
you
love
imagine
it.
if you almost ate it and you were like, hold on a minute?
You were literally about to break it in half, and you're like, hold on.
Wow.
This looks
This
familiar.
could be worth a couple dollars.
So, that's my PSA for the day. If you're going to eat Cheetos, investigate every one before you eat them.
Okay. Man, Cheetos-zard. I didn't know I needed
love
that
Cheetos,
in
too.
my life, but here we are.
So good.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Do you want this Cowboys player to stay or go? Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Snap is back. Daniels is chased by Overshown. Throws the ball out. That's intercepted. That ball is picked off, only his 4th of the year.
Chauncey Golston.
Back from the dead.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And if in case you missed the big Cowboys news of the day, the extension with Oso Digizua is done. No need for the franchise tag. 4 years, $80 million total with $58 million guaranteed. And in case people have missed it, Corey, you like this move, right?
I like keeping the player.
Yeah.
Once you said you like the contract, I said, okay, then that's good because Kevin hates every contract the Cowboys sign.
That's for sure.
And so when he said he liked this one, like that's where things turn for you. So if you're out there and you're like, no, this is just the Cowboys overvaluing. Maybe did they overvalue?
Probably.
But this is a very reasonable deal for a player that is going to do very well in this defense.
And they overvalued way less than I thought they were. When they talked about the franchise tag, maybe they set my expectations too low. When they're like, we might franchise tag him at 25-1. And I was like, I don't like that. And now they're like, hey, we're going to give him $20 million per year. Okay. I like that a lot better. Now, got another question for you about a defensive lineman. Do you want to keep Chauncey Golston? Now, this is somebody who, to me, really stood out in training camp. He had the best year of his career. Still, I don't know where you think that fits him in the hierarchy, but Spotrac has him getting a 3-year, $22 million deal. So we're talking about 7.3 a year. This is a huge jump from the last year of his rookie deal, which was 1.6. So do you value him at that, or do you say thank you for your service and move on down the road?
He had never had more than 2 sacks until last year. That being said, he also never had very many opportunities.
That's true.
He just wasn't on the field very much at all until last year. And in that year, Kevin, he did have an interception for 18 yards.
Hey,
so
he played it.
The player, I like the player. $7 million seems a little expensive for me, considering I don't know what his role would be. If I know that his role is going to be, he's going to get 48% of the snaps,
which we don't,
then I'd be all over it. But again, this is going to be Eberflus. If he's like, no, I've been watching this guy, I think he's perfect for my defense, do it. Otherwise, have a good one, man. It's been fun.
Okay.
I mean, again, 26 years old, size is fantastic. Like, this dude can play. I'm just not sure what his role is going to be with this defense.
See on down the road, Chauncey. Now, Kamonte Turpin might move on down the road as well. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Cowboys put a second-round tender on him, which means that comes with a salary of $5.346 million. And it would require another team who wants to snag Turpin to give a second-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
So my question for you is, would you rather have Kamonte Turpin or the second-round pick?
The second-round pick.
Ooh.
He is... If you are a team that you're like, now we just need to upgrade our special teams a little bit. He's going to be great for you. As a special teams player, he's electric. As a second wide receiver, there was a lot to be done there. And I don't think he's going to flourish into any more than a third, maybe a gadget guy.
Yeah.
That being said, the Cowboys didn't use him right. Like, they were like, hey, let's send this guy down the sideline on a 60-yard go. That wasn't him. You want him on a slant where he gets some space and takes advantage of it, because once he gets the space, he's gone. Cowboys didn't do that very well. I think they saw it late in the year, But I wonder if Schottenheimer's very into, I got to have that guy back out there, and I'm going to use him a lot more. Mike McCarthy seemed to be one of those guys that, like, he just didn't trust a lot of things. He didn't trust, like, if you haven't been with the team and you didn't go through camp, I don't trust that you can do these things. And I'm wondering if Schottenheimer's more like, no, I know what the guy's capable of. I'm going to start using him in more of these options. That was always the complaint with Turpin was, why don't they use him more doing these things?
Yeah.
And they never found a way to do it.
Now, the Eagles have gone ahead and cut another defensive back from the team. Yesterday it was Darius Slay. Today, James Bradbury, per over the cap. That will save them about $2.1 million this season on their salary cap, but then will cost them even more in 2026 against their salary cap. But as we've talked about with the Eagles very many times, that's a next year problem. We'll deal with it later.
Slay's 33, Bradbury's 31. He had 1 interception. Slay had 0 this year. Injuries were problems.
True.
Like that. This is also, it looks like, again, the Eagles saying, we got younger and better. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, we got younger and better. We appreciate your service and we'll move on from you. So, and James Bradbury, I always thought he was kind of a bum.
Okay.
After that one time that Amari Cooper like juked him without even moving, remember he was standing there and he just fell over on his butt.
Now,
Amari Cooper literally, he was standing there and he was like, are you okay? And he was like, oh, crap.
His lack of killer instinct right there. You got to just go.
You just got to go.
All right. The franchise tag deadline is at 3 p.m. Central today. The Adam Schefter saying that the Vikings are unlikely to use the franchise tag on Sam Darnold, which actually makes a lot of sense because I don't feel like you just bring him back for the 1 year and you tell McCarthy to just wait another year. I feel like you either say, hey, McCarthy, you're going to be sitting on the bench for a while, or we're going to trade you because Sam Darnold's our guy, or they're just going to move on and be like, hey, thanks for helping us out most of this season.
I was listening this morning to Bobby Belt, and somebody on ESPN had a bunch of bold moves. And one of their bold moves was to trade J.J. McCarthy, the younger, cheaper quarterback, so that you could sign Sam Darnold. Would you trade J.J. McCarthy, a guy who's unproven, you're probably not going to get much for, and his money is very good for your salary cap?
Look, I would.
Wild.
I would not.
I think you saw the best version of Sam Darnold you're going to see last year.
Just because, and then he absolutely got smoked in the games that you really needed him. So no, I'm not going to give him $40+ million. All right, how do you get thrown out at a rugby match?
Dropping your pants in front of everybody, I think, would be one way.
You know, that's true. To be fair, I do not believe that's what Tyler Manoa did. Now, the defensive tackle was invited to do the ceremonial Viking horn before Saturday night's National Rugby League game. Hey, that's great. He has Polynesian heritage. They're like, oh, you'd be fantastic for this. Like, let's give it a shot. So he blew the horn. Things went well. Yay, yay, yay. But Noah allegedly damaged property inside a restroom in the corporate area of the stadium. Oh, no. And that's the fancy part. Do you think he took down a fancy piece of art in the crapper?
like at Buc-ee's when you go to the bathroom and they have some really cool cow just sitting there hanging over you?
And I'm not saying that artwork is bad. I'm just curious who impulse buys the $350 Nolan Ryan mural off the wall when they're like, I'm going to get beaver nuggets and go into a clean bathroom. I need this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I've never seen anybody. I've never been to a Buc-ee's and seen somebody walking out with one of those art pieces.
Would you stop and talk to them and be like, hey, I don't know you, but can I ask you just a couple of quick questions?
I feel like when Buc-ee's, I know some people, they're just like, hey, it's around the corner from me, so I'm going there. A lot of people do make it a destination for like a half day or whatever. Yeah. But I do feel like Buc-ee's is a travel stop. Like you're on the road, you're traveling somewhere. So if I'm going to get one of those paintings, I'm not getting it on the way to the beach.
Right.
On the way back from South Padre or Corpus. I'm picking one of those things up off the wall and saying, now I can take it directly home. Otherwise, it might get messed up in the beach house.
Look, there's so many of them. They must sell them because there's so many of them. They're across all of the walls.
It's like in Severance. They just have that little... I'm watching way too much Severance right now.
I know. I understand. But the whole point of the story was that this Raiders player damaged the corporate bathroom, and that's just not going to work. Rugby game or no. Let's go from that to Khalil Shakir. Now, we talked last week about the fact that he signed a $60 million extension, but you know what he's not going to use that money on? Getting a new car, because he has a 2021 trusty Subaru that he says people on the team make fun of him about.
Is it an Outback?
I'm not sure what kind of Subaru it is. That's a good question.
All right.
And Curtis Samuel's like, hey, congrats. Now you can get yourself another car. And he's like, I like my car.
He's Alfred
My
Morris.
car works just fine.
He's Alfred Morris all over again.
Yes.
He changed his own oil in his Toyota Celica or whatever
From like
it was.
1991.
Yeah, he's like, I got this. It still runs. Why would I ever move on from it?
But this is a smart play. By the way, do you know how much Alfred Morris paid for that car?
$1,200.
$2.
What? Is that what you have to pay for a gift or something?
Ooh,
I don't know how that works.
That I'm not sure. But he paid $2 back in the day for that 1991. It was a Mazda, 1991 Mazda. So
Impressive.
Yeah, good for Shakir for saving his money. Do you care that Will Campbell's arms are short?
I do.
Okay. How much does that drop him on your board? Because his arm length was measured at 32 5/8 inches, and that is shorter from what some people consider like the minimum you want from your offensive line.
He has some dominant tape at tackle.
He does.
A lot of people are like, move him inside because of this fear. Is why they're like, hey, move him to guard. And you're like, but he actually has really good tape here. I do at tackle for the dumb reason that if you're reaching, if you have shorter arms, you're just going to reach a little more. You're going to lunge a little more at some things because guys can see that. I think the tape shows that he's still physically very good at what he does. But I have heard a lot of other people that I trust saying, hey, I just don't get it with this guy. So I'm interested in that.
So he responded, it almost feels like directly to those people. Obviously, I don't have stereotypical offensive tackle arms. I'm aware of that. People have to nitpick. I've heard it all my career. When I came out of high school, college coaches said the same thing. I proved them wrong. I anticipate doing it again.
Did you see the Duke Manyweather video where he's standing in front of all the guys he's training? They're all at a table.
Oh, no.
He's one of them. Will Campbell's one of them. And he even said he's going around to each one of them at the table and saying, they say this about you. We're going to show them. They said this about Will Campbell, short arms. We're going to show them. So, the combine was the chance.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next with even more injury news for the Dallas Mavericks today. We asked the question, is this the most disappointing regular season of your lifetime? Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We asked the question for all DFW sports teams. Is this Mavericks year the most disappointing regular season ever?
That word disappointing doesn't sound strong enough.
Is this the most
abhorrent?
Ooh, yeah.
I don't even know if that's the right word.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Okay. Does everybody know what that means? Because I need to go look it up. Even though I said it, I'm not sure I know what it means.
It's when somebody who sells their wear for money has a really good stomach.
Inspiring disgust and loathing. Repugnant is a synonym for it.
That feels right. And so
there you go.
I want to stick specifically with regular season because I get it. Like if you expand it out into the playoffs, like losing a championship or anything like that, that's going to be way more heartbreaking. But if you just think about this Mavericks season, going into the season, who were their best, let's say, 5 players?
Kyrie.
Yep.
PJ.
Yep.
Derek Lively.
Yep.
Probably Gafford. Like I would take Gafford over Clay.
Then hopefully you're going to say Luka.
I mean, man, his love for hookah and beers.
Hookah Luka.
No, it was definitely, I should have named him first, Kevin. I forgot about him.
Do you like Hookah Doncic?
He's been gone so long. Do I like him?
Yeah, no, do you like that as a name?
If it's a brand of like hookah that he's selling, I'll buy some.
So think about what's happened. Daniel Gafford.
The hookah bag.
Hurt. Derek Lively. Hurt. PJ Washington, well, he was out, came back and tweaked his injury again. And then Kyrie Irving, he's torn his ACL in his left knee from last night's game. He's out for the rest of the year. And one would think probably into next season. And then your 5th best player, well, your other one in the top 5, Luka, was traded away from the franchise. The person you replaced him with, Anthony Davis, got hurt in his first game. Not to mention, people are mad about raising ticket prices, kicking people out of buildings for expressing their frustrations. People brought a coffin up to the AAC, and folks are worried this team might move.
Somebody texted in and said the 2015 Dallas Cowboys season was pretty bad. Kevin, I'll take you to the 2015 Cowboys season.
That was a bad season.
Do you know who started the most games at quarterback for the Cowboys that year?
It was not Tony Romo.
It was Matt Castle. Matt Castle had 7 starts. He played 8 games.
Gross.
He completed 58% of his passes, though, and he threw 5 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. The Romo played 4 games. Kellen Moore played 3, and Brandon Weeden played 4 as well. There were a total of 16 touchdowns thrown that year, Kevin. 16 touchdowns thrown. You know how boring of a season that is? That's like watching Joe Namath.
That's pretty. Oh, good thing you won that Super Bowl. Otherwise, you don't belong in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so that was pretty miserable. This is. I think the addition of trading away a generational player makes this even more disgusting. Like that 15 Cowboys season, as bad as it was, we saw it. We were actually, Kevin, you and I were doing the Dave and Buster's tour about that, and we had to sit there and keep people excited about football in a season that we knew was wasted. So I think the part of what the Cowboys or what the Mavericks have done of trading away a generational players is the thing that makes it even worse.
Yeah, because that 2015, you were coming off a great 2014 season, a lot of excitement. If you wanted to throw,
you're 12-4 that year.
Yeah, if you wanted to throw the 2008 Cowboys in there, I would certainly be willing to listen to that.
Kevin, you were 12-4, 4-12, 13-3. That 3-year stretch could have been. You could have had 40 wins.
You know the other one that probably not that many, but I get your point. The other one that comes to mind for me is the 2012 Texas Rangers.
You just suggested that team couldn't go 15-1.
No, you said 40 games.
No, don't worry about it.
And by the way, no Cowboys team has ever won more than 13 regular season games. So just saying. All right. The 2012 Texas Rangers. You're coming off just an unbelievable season. Obviously, the heartbreak in the World Series, but you are smashing people in the first half of it, just annihilating people in the first half of the season. And it looks like, hey, I know you didn't get the title last year, but the Texas Rangers unquestionably have the best team in Major League Baseball. And then they didn't even really make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. They had to do that stupid 163rd game, and then they didn't even get them in the playoffs. Because, like, at least with the 07-08 Mavericks, I'm like, well, you didn't know it was a terrible year until that sadness in the playoffs. With the Rangers, you didn't even get that far.
Mm-hmm. That was the year Josh Hamilton was that year, the Josh Hamilton year?
Yes.
You're talking about at midseason, I told you.
It's unbelievable.
But at midseason, what did I start telling you? I was like, he's going to break up with you. Be prepared. That was when I went on the big spiel. I was like, look, he's done everything he needs to do. Be prepared for the heartache that's about to happen when he goes and signs with another team. And then, remember, he fell off the map at that point. He stopped being the MVP of everything because he didn't care anymore. He
might have been the MVP of Sherlock.
He had enough stats at mid-season to get a monster contract. Kevin, if he would have completed that season the way that he should have, he might have broken numbers that we'd never seen broken before. That was a brutal year for sure.
But, and you did lose Josh Hamilton after that, so at least I could see that, but you didn't know until after the fact. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. The Kyrie news, that's all I needed to hear today to mark it down. This is the most disappointing regular season, I think, in all of my DFW fandom. Because not only is your team terrible, it looks like they're not even going to make the fake playoffs. They have so many injuries. It looks like now Kyrie's injury will trickle into next season, and you traded away your freaking franchise player.
Now, we watched a bunch of terrible Mavericks seasons growing up.
True.
None of those match that.
The only reason I say no is because the expectations were really low. Like, I remember...
You expected them only to win 19 games?
Actually, and there was one season they went 13-69. And the reason why I remember that is because at the time, the worst ever NBA regular season record was 11-71 by the 76ers, which I know that's a lot of numbers and it makes it confusing. But every single day in the newspaper, remember this is 30 years ago, newspapers still more prevalent, they would have a side-by-side comparison between where the Mavs were and where that 76ers team was to see if they could have the worst team in the history of basketball. But at least I knew going into that season it was going to be a garbage season. My expectations are you're coming off an NBA final.
Yeah. Let's do, and you have the band together and added to it in the offseason.
Yes.
I would have waited if you wanted to do it, wait till the offseason. Wait until he blows it in the playoffs and you can't control him and then trade him. But I guess they were like, but we'll get better value out of him now. We're going to get a healthy Anthony Davis and 2 number 1 picks.
Yet here we are. Maybe this is a better way to put it from the 214. From the start of the season until now, this is the most heartbreaking season of my life for any sport. Maybe heartbreaking is a better way because it's not just the disappointment of not winning. It's the heartbreak of knowing Luka's never going to be yours again.
Yeah, that one.
I would assume.
That's almost as heartbreaking as knowing that Dirk's career was coming to an end. But
at least then you got a chance to prep, right?
Yeah, you got a chance to even watch the whole thing go down too. I love Bill Simmons, the writer.
Yes.
I've always loved Bill Simmons, the writer. He's one of those people that inspired me to leave the IT world to do this because I loved the way he wrote. He tweeted this out, Kevin, a couple hours ago. Going to those 3 2011 finals games in Dallas was one of my favorite non-Boston basketball experiences ever.
Ooh.
The Mavericks have awesome fans who actually give an S. Easily a top 7 fan base. I'm feeling for them right now. I've never seen Mavs fans leave in, as Joe Trahan put, mass exodus like we saw last night. And they wouldn't.
I don't know about that, but
they wouldn't have done it had it not been for what the new ownership has done, starting with the Luka trade.
I don't agree with that, but that's okay.
You think they would have left in mass exodus if Luka was still around?
Yeah,
I don't think they're losing like this.
Well,
losing Kai. Kai was the straw.
That's a different deal because there are plenty of games when Luka also didn't play, but they were getting hammered. I don't think people left because they were mad at the ownership. I just thought they left because that team was sucking it up.
The team last night, and they looked at it and just said, "No Kai. We have Kai Jones."
He was your leading scorer.
Yeah, Kessler Edwards out there. I think they were looking at it going, I came here to see the dancing elephant, and I came here to see the ringmaster and all these things. And what am I getting? I'm getting a bunch of piles of hay. And that's what it felt like last night. I went to see the circus, and I didn't get a show.
So now your starting lineup, I guess, is going to be Dante, Clay, Dinwiddie, Dwight Powell, and Kessler Edwards for the time being. Is that what we might guess the next starting lineup looks like?
Yeah. Unless Jason Kidd says, hey, screw it, we're going with a completely different combination. That's the best ones that you're putting out on the court.
I mean, at this point, why the hell not, right?
Jason Kidd has to go, he has to look at his coaching staff and go, do y'all have any ideas? If y'all want to put a lineup together tonight, feel free. to give me a suggestion box.
Right.
Because I don't know. I keep putting things out there and they keep falling apart.
Hey, look, Najee Marshall, Max Christie, it's time for you to get 40 minutes a game.
Yeah.
All right, like I know they've been playing a lot. Well, let's just go ahead and go all the way and just be like, hey, let's really see what you guys can do. Kessler Edwards, hey, let's see what you can do in 40 minutes. Like no more of these half measures. Let's go all the way and see what you got with these guys.
Yeah, I think the now Kyrie injury, Kevin, makes this as devastating as it's ever been for this fan base.
Yeah.
Because of all the other all the other things that have piled into this, the thing that led to this injury. And you know, we've been discussing that too on Anthony Davis. Can he come back? Do you want him to come back with, you know, what already is an injury and what could be a lost season?
Are you at a probably no then?
Probably no.
Yeah.
I really am at a probably no because
I'm with you.
I'm not even sure what it's worth at this point. And I don't like doing that. I love trying to fight through a season and saying, hey, man, when all the healthy bodies come back, we're going to be fire. But losing Kai, that was your fourth quarter transcendent player. If you were going to get in the playoffs, you were going to say, Anthony Davis, Daniel Gafford, Derek Lively, and PJ are going to keep us in games. And if we need some live three-point shooting, man, Clay, we're going to have to turn to you. But in the fourth quarter, you were expecting Kai to take over. There's nobody like that now for this team. Anthony Davis is a very good player, but in the fourth quarter, it's not like he's going to become Kawhi Leonard and say, I got it. Everybody just jump on my back. I'm carrying this team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We're going to have a jam-packed Expressway. Obviously, we'll have the Travis Hunter Shohei Ohtani conversation. Can I convince you to start watching college basketball? Part 2. And unique ways to get over a sports loss. What's yours? 877-881-1053. All of it next right here on the Fan.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
.105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Shotgun snap taken by Shedeur, throws it right side. Travis Hunter reaches up, makes a spectacular grab. Touchdown! Touchdown, Colorado! He's an alien! He's a freak!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got an OSA update for you, and you might be like, I already heard about the contract. Fair enough. Corey broke that news to you. 4 years, $80 million. $58 million of it guaranteed. The man who brokered the deal, Oso Odighizuwa's agent, will be on tomorrow, 9 a.m. with Sean and RJ. Do you think there's any chance?
His name is Sam Leaf, by the way.
Ooh, like the trading cards.
The trading cards.
I like it. Or the things out in the world. I was going to say nature, but it feels like there's leaves like in a lot of places. Shut up. Shut up. Stop looking at me like that. It's a fair look. I know what I said. Hey, do you think they can ask Sam? Not about Leafs, I swear to God, you are. It's like that picture of Bert. Do you think there's any chance they can ask the agent, hey, did they tell you what his cap hit's going to be for this year?
I
don't know if he cares or is privy to such information, but I would like to know the answer.
I would love to hear that.
Okay.
I would love to. Yeah, I will text Bobby and ask him.
Okay, great. 9 a.m. We got a couple of different options here. You guys can tell me where you want to start. Do you want to start with some college basketball, the Travis Hunter versus Shohei Ohtani debate, or unique ways to get over a loss?
I would like to start with the Ohtani and Travis Hunter discussion, if that's okay.
Because I'm going to throw it to you here. Do you feel like this conversation has gotten a little shifted away from what Travis Hunter actually said?
I do, and that's why I asked Alec to make sure he has the audio, and I wanted to make sure we had it because I want to focus in on the part of the conversation that's important.
Cut 12.
Probably me, what I do in football, because it's a lot on your body. You know, Tony, he's a great player, but you got to do a lot in football.
Okay. That is where I agree with Travis Hunter. And I know everybody that, like, it is kind of weird growing up hitting baseballs. I oftentimes don't feel like hitting a baseball that hard, but then I'm like, oh yeah, it's really difficult. That's not what he said, though.
Right.
What he just said there was it's a lot on your body. And Ohtani, granted, does go home and does go to sleep, 11 hours? We learned that he sleeps like 11 hours.
Hey, it's working for him. He's one of the greatest baseball players we've ever seen. So whatever his routine is, stay the course.
And the level at which he plays is amazing. And I think Joel Klatt said it correctly when he said that's about where it stops. The physical toll, like baseball, you don't have that same physical toll on your body. You're not tackling 220-pound running backs.
For sure.
You're not trying to tackle, 6'3", 200-pound wide receivers and chase them down. You're not getting blindside blocked by anybody.
Do you think the arm stress from pitching could compare in a different way? I know it's not the same, but like in terms of how many people wreck up their arms throwing the ball?
It's not the same.
I agree.
You said it. So but if you're trying to compare that, as a wide receiver, he's getting leveled by a safety. There's all these other things that he's talking about that's just in games. That doesn't include the other work that he puts himself through practice. And was it Bobby this morning that said he would have had more snaps last year doing what he did in college by 200
than anybody on the Cowboys.
So that means what he was doing on both sides of the ball, he was putting more miles on his body than anybody in the NFL or anybody on the Cowboys team last year. And Ohtani's miles are going to be different. His position calls for it. He's pitching. He walks out to the mound, never gets physically hit by anybody unless there's a comebacker.
Right.
Once every, 2 years, it feels like sometimes there's a lot of them. But,
yeah.
So when it comes to that, I think Travis Hunter's right in that he's saying what he's doing is more difficult because of the toll on his body. Now, if he was to say, I have more skill than Ohtani, I will have a different discussion.
Yeah.
But I did agree with what Joel Klatt said when he said Travis Hunter at cornerback does a lot of things similarly to Travis Hunter at wide receiver. He's backpedaling, but he does run routes with receivers as a cornerback. He runs routes with them.
Okay.
His body twists and contorts in similar manners to that. What Ohtani does, hitting and pitching are not the same by any means. Your torque is different in every single one of those. And granted, Kevin, you're talking about the arm being wrecked. The amount of repetitions that you go through pitching and hitting definitely do wear on your body. You're going to have some wear in different areas there. But the physical part of what Travis Hunter has to deal with, I think that's the difference. And I think that's what he was talking about. And I think people are just like, oh, nobody can hit a baseball. No, that's not what he said. He didn't say, I'm going to go out there and show Ohtani how to hit 70 home runs. He said, I physically take a bigger impact on my body than Ohtani does doing both sides of the ball there.
Okay, so strictly physicality, which we think is what he was actually getting at, Travis Hunter.
That's what it sounded like he said. And even think about that. When you're pitching, you pitch every, 5 days?
Right.
Maybe you pitch every 5 games as a starter, and you might only go 5 innings in one game. You might only go 1. It depends. Ohtani happens to do it at a very high level, though.
Now, if it were a debate about skill versus skill, since you said maybe there's some similarities with Travis Hunter, I'm going with Ohtani then, right? And I actually asked Brandon, I wanted another outside opinion. And he said the toughest thing in sports is hitting a baseball. And then he goes, and then the next toughest thing is probably pitching. So he thinks that Ohtani does perhaps the 2 most difficult disciplines. And so he gave the edge to Ohtani. I would have to say, in terms of skill set performance, probably Ohtani. And I know people are going to say, oh, Travis Hunter is not even in the pros
and
yet.
Ohtani might be the most skilled player in baseball.
Yes.
To add on to that, so at his level, absolutely. His skill is amazing.
I agree with that. And I'm not even factoring in that Travis Hunter is not in the NFL yet. I'm just going to say, let's just assume he's successful at the NFL level. I still think what Ohtani is doing right now is probably more impressive.
Skill-wise?
Yeah, I do. And that's not meant as a knock against Travis Hunter whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't think that. Somebody said 20 versus 162 though. Again, when I watch the baseball players and them jogging out to their position and never getting hit by anybody else, I just don't look at it and say that it's more physically taxing.
So you think that the physical toll of, let's say, 8 baseball games, probably not equivalent to the physical toll, I'm really asking, of 1 football game. The physical toll of 8 baseball games, probably not as much as 1 football game.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's very different. And that being said, I think basketball is like they're playing 2 ways too, right? They're playing offense and defense too, and they play physical at a level that football players don't. They don't have pads. They're out there for 82 games and they're falling on the floor. They're going up for a dunk and somebody's
basketball players.
basketball. They're getting leveled as they're going to the basket. So I think basketball is a very physical sport, too. I give that what it's due because, again, they are playing offense and defense at the same time on the court. They switch and transition back and forth to it. But I think that what Hunter's saying is the physical toll I take on a daily basis in practice, that's even before I get to a game, that's everything. Because in baseball, they don't practice during the season. They do other things. And they're doing things to actually work on it.
Now, to go along with this, you sent me a story that I had not heard about and I think is phenomenally interesting. Mark Pope, he has said that he's going to burn the suit he had because of how much Kentucky was terrible. And
I thought you were going to say burn this mother down. I was like, oh, well, there you go.
I mean...
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Kevin.
He did say that Kentucky will come back with a vengeance.
Okay.
So I don't know if you think that is the equivalent of I'm going to burn this mother down, but Kentucky played Auburn. Auburn is a phenomenal team, and they got freaking drilled, and they played terrible. Pope called it a brutal, terrible, horrible afternoon, and then he went on to use even more adjectives. I mean, it was awful. There's no way around it. Then he continued. I know today was brutal. I feel it. You feel it. We're probably all going to go home and burn our clothes. That's fine. Now let's go ahead and take that at face value.
Everybody's going to burn their clothes.
Now, I don't know about the rest of them. I'm just going to focus on Pope for this.
Whole fan base, too.
Let's take it at face value. Maybe he might have just been turning a phrase or having some fun. But let's say he is going to go home and burn that suit because of how badly they played. My question is for y'all. And for our listeners, 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Was there a particular way you got over a brutal loss? Because I've seen a lot of different methods that high school teams would use when we covered them at the newspaper. But I'm curious for y'all, was there ever what you thought was a unique way to get over a loss?
How many golfers, Alec? Have you golfed much? You been on the course much?
Yeah.
How many times have you gone, well, that putter's in the water now?
That's probably happened in my hands a couple of times, yeah.
You let that thing fly, dude, because A, it makes you feel better.
Yep.
And B, you do need to sacrifice it to the water gods so that you can stay out of the pond.
Huh. But what do you do the rest of the round?
Putt with a different one.
Okay.
Putting with a driver sounds kind of fun.
Or maybe even just sink it, from outside the green.
Yeah.
Well, sure, but that's probably not happening because that's how you got into this problem to begin with.
Yeah, if you're not good at it,
You're not. You just threw your putter in the water.
I'm not good at putting, is what I was saying.
Yeah.
I'm really good
But
from
you're
outside.
green.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're rough game.
Get me
and
on the
stuff.
frog hair. I'm doing all right. Yeah.
All right.
Or he's a good long driver.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I do remember, though, that one time that I went to feel the ball and I threw my glove on the ground and my coach was like, it's not the glove's fault. I was like, oh, man, that is a good point. So I should. But, Kevin, 1 year, and it didn't work. And I'm still mad at you guys for this.
Huh?
1 year, my son was playing T-ball. And he was playing, it wasn't my choice. He just landed on a team named the Blue Jays. And so I was like, hey, I'm going to buy a Blue Jays hat, and I'm going to support my son while he's playing baseball because that's what I should do as a father, even if it's the Blue Jays. That same year was the year we just discussed with Kevin Pillar, where everything went poorly. And Kevin and Colby made me light my hat on fire downstairs in the parking garage. I don't even know why we had to do it there specifically, but I did. I videoed it.
Mess up our studio.
Yeah, we didn't want to mess the studio up, I guess. And I lit my hat on fire so that we could get back to the World Series. Guess what? Like 10 or 12 years later, we did it.
Hell yeah. See, I didn't say when it would pay
So
off.
I lit a hat on fire.
I just said, but that was more about your kids' Little League team.
No, it was about the Blue Jays. Y'all were like, you can't be a Blue Jays fan. I'm like, I'm not. I just have a hat. And you're like, burn the hat.
Why would you have a hat if you weren't a fan?
I was a fan of my kid. I can't be a fan of my child?
You can, as long as it doesn't conflict with your regular sporting interests. I feel like that's...
From 817, you should have dressed as Odor and ran out and punched a kid on the Blue Jays team court.
Holy moly, don't do that.
I am the dad. Yes, and a lot of the people saying Tolo go, I appreciate that. I am the dad at games that that watches the other dads go fight. And I'm just like, what are y'all doing? Come on. Is it really that necessary? You're getting upset about a T-ball game right now? Come on, guys. What are we doing here?
And I feel like some of that is misplaced anger, not necessarily from the loss, but like
they're mad at their wife.
Yeah. Is that time I spiked my headphones because y'all wouldn't talk about the Raiders the way I wanted you to.
There was one time where, and I know this is taking up too much of the time here, but there was a time where the coach's wife, she was very competitive.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the kids got called out at first, and I saw his wife stand up and look at him and say, "What are you going to do about it?" And he had to go out there and fight because his wife had called him out behind the plate, dude. And so he went out there and argued with the umpire and then came walking back with his head hung low. I was like, dang, that stinks.
Quick question.
T-ball.
Is that chivalry, or would the true meaning of equality be go ahead and go on up there?
Why don't you get out of here?
Take care of your battle.
Here's the whistle.
Yeah.
Why do you have a whistle in baseball?
That is an interesting question. So I've seen multiple people say, yeah, I get over a loss by becoming a Lakers fan. And that makes me sad. From the 682, drugs and alcohol seem to do the trick. All right. Here's kind of more what I was thinking of, though. I want to let everyone feel their feelings and say what they have to say. In softball, I saw a team bury one of the softballs from the game where they lost by, I don't know, like 12 runs. It was something ridiculous.
Did they think a softball tree was going to grow out of it?
I think that they kind of hoped better gloves would grow out of it.
Okay.
I watched that game. You know what I'm saying?
Makes sense.
No, because they were just like, it's buried. We're never going to talk about it again. I saw a baseball team who buried a video cassette of, and I was like, we don't have more updated technology. This is in the time of DVDs. We couldn't have got that done. They buried the video cassette and they said, because now we'll never have to think about it or talk about it again. All right. Talk about it, maybe. Think about it?
Yeah.
I doubt that you lost 14-0 and were like, I'm never going to think about it again.
Flush it.
And then I saw a football coach set some film on fire.
Whoa.
Now, another one of the coaches told me they had multiple copies of it. So this was probably just a dramatic way to show like, hey, we're never going to talk about it. We're never going to think about it again. But they had more copies.
Did you know which film it was? Was it Island of Dr. Moreau or something like that?
No. Not a movie film.
Oh, okay.
Film from the terrible game that they had just had. From the 817, I burned my Dak jersey after the Green Bay loss. That helped. I have to admit,
Green Bay the one, his rookie season?
Ooh, that feels tough. Probably this last one, right?
Yeah.
I've never quite understood that, though. Like, I get it. If you bury that softball or whatever, that's like, I don't know, a few bucks, maybe more than a few bucks. But my point is, like, that jersey probably cost you a lot. Aren't you just hurting yourself by setting your own things on fire?
Dude, that's just like me. That time I almost threw my phone out the window while I was driving back because I was watching the game on my phone on Fubo.
Yes, don't.
Watch the game on your phone.
But don't throw it out
the window because it's expensive.
I
agree.
It's
an
an
expensive phone, but
yes.
I was furious with the Cowboys, Kevin. Dak threw a lot of interceptions.
I know.
What, like 15 pick sixes in that game?
You're just punishing yourself.
It's true. And I got to get a new phone.
And that's the part that, well, okay, but at least you didn't do it.
And I'm not backing up my contacts. Everybody knows you're not backing your contacts up.
So now you're going to have to go around and learn all
I'm
those
gonna have
people?
to text it. I'm going to have to go talk to everybody and say, what's your number? I need to add it to my phone again because I lost all my contacts.
Quick side question. What percentage of your phone contacts would you just eliminate from your life? Because you're like, I don't really need that person's number anymore.
94%.
That is too much. Oh, my gosh.
I'm dead serious. I was looking. Kevin, the numbers I have in this phone are the same numbers I've had in this phone since Avery was born.
Okay.
He's 17 years old. I've had this. There are numbers from the high school teams we covered. I got parents' numbers and coaches' numbers that don't even. I have dead people's numbers in my phone still. I never deleted them.
Wow.
I haven't called them to check on them, but I still have their numbers.
Okay.
They're dead.
I mean, they're probably not going to answer.
They died years ago.
Fair. From the 817, I pretended baseball didn't exist for about 2 years after 2011, so I'll leave it at that.
But you came back just in time.
That's true. From the 561, I go out shooting, and that's cathartic for me. From the 201, I may have missed it, but did y'all know Osa signed? All right, We broke this news about 2 hours ago. We've talked about it a couple times. Plus,
they said they may have missed it.
Okay, and I'm telling them the next part of their story. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., Osa's agent is going to be on with Sean and RJ. Boom, caught you up and forward program.
If your team, like let's say you've been watching this whole Mavs season, and every time they lost badly, you were watching that game at home. And then you found out while you were also in your home, the Luka trade happened. And then last night, you're at your home and Kyrie injury happens. Do you just burn the house down?
No! What, did you not learn from the Jersey burning? You can sell your house and tell them it's sports haunted. All right? But don't burn your house to the ground again. That's just foolishness.
So
please do not do that.
Bad sports experiences in this home. I hope that you're an Eagles fan, is what you're telling them, basically, or a 76ers or a Celtics.
Unfortunately, if you're an Eagles fan, things have been going.
Yeah, things are going great for those people.
Really, really well for you. So I hate to say that. All right,
maybe you just add on to the house, instead.
Okay,
put an add on. Cover it in Rhino Shield.
Okay, that is a good idea. I still
You're welcome. Fill it up with Milo insulation.
But still don't try to burn it. That definitely don't do that. All right. I've already missed it because there's a lot of texts coming in. But somebody asked, what is the college basketball game that they need to know about today?
This is great. I love this because, Kevin, last night you suggested Duke and Wake Forest as your first, and you suggested Houston and Kansas as your second option last night. And I locked in for them.
So give me cut number 10 as we ask the question once more. Can I convince you to care about college basketball right now?
42-35. Wake trying to make a game of it. Flag slamming on the brakes. Off balance to hit the shot.
Okay, from the 817, I mean, what other options do you have except to burn it all down? Don't burn your house down!
Again, if you find a spider, you don't know how many more are in that house. You don't know how long it's been observing you, and it might know where your go bag is. So you don't want to leave any evidence behind. Burn the house down, pour acid on the ashes. When the cops show up, have them shoot their bullets into the ashes just in case.
Are you sticking around to see how the cops do that?
I would probably be in another country at that point.
All right.
I just committed arson.
That's a good point. Now, Corey, you said last night you got in on the Duke-Wake Forest game. Couple things about that. Did you see both how good Duke is and how terrible this conference is?
I will admit it was halftime that I remembered, so I did have to kind of scramble, and I was like, oh, crap, Kevin said this game started at 6:30. So it was halftime when I jumped in. So I got in on the second half of the game, and Duke was already had a nice lead.
True.
Cooper Flagg said, let me put this one out of reach, guys. And their length defensively, I think, was what I told you was the most impressive thing to me. I was like, Wake Forest, I'm used to them being competitive and scrappy. And what I was watching last night, they had nothing. They could not compete with Duke.
And think about this. Going into that game, Wake Forest was 20-9 and 12-6 in the conference. I told you, this ACC conference is absolutely terrible. Duke smoked them, and I know I'm a Duke fan, but I did think that this was impressive. Duke now has 10 ACC wins by at least 25 points. The last Division I team to win at least 10 conference games by 25 points, UNLV, back in 1991, and I'm pretty sure that's the season they were undefeated all the way until the Final Four. And they lost to Duke. Now, you saw Cooper Flagg. Clearly, the Mavericks season is a disaster because the NBA cut a crooked deal so we can get Cooper Flagg in the draft lottery, and move up for the first time ever. What did you think in his final home game?
I've heard lots of stories about him. The Scalabrini story is my favorite one to hear about. If you haven't heard the Scalabrini story about Cooper Flagg, go find it. It's fascinating. I thought this is a dude who sees the game better than most of his teammates. He's a very good team player. He didn't want to take over, even though he was taking over.
Yeah.
So there was. I wonder if Coach was like stepped in and was like, Coach K called from the grave and was like, "Hey,
he's still alive."
All right. But even Coach K, I wondered if he was like, "Hey, tell that kid to keep shooting and not to stop because he's on fire." So I did see, by the way, we do have some numbers on Osa's contract coming your way.
Great.
So we'll get to those in just a minute.
Okay.
But I was very impressed with his shot making ability, the way that he sees the court, and the way he lifted his teammates. And again, because of his size, he adds a length element to their defense that not every team has. It was kind of like what we were talking about with Anthony Davis when he joined the Mavericks. You're like, that's a length that nobody else has at power forward, plus what you have in Daniel Gafford. So they were able to defensively be very good. So again, the reason I wanted you to do this daily is because we're 2 weeks away from the big tournament. All right, the big tournament's going to be going down.
You could say March Madness.
The big March tournament. And I want to be prepared for it. And I'm also I'm a little sad my Mavs are beaten up like this. So now I need something else. And that Houston game last night was closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, and it really was.
It was a tight game.
And Houston is a phenomenal team. So my game for you to check out tonight, 8 o'clock, ESPN. Number 1 Auburn against number 22 Texas A&M. Now, if you're concerned,
Auburn's good
because Auburn's phenomenal. If you're concerned because I'm bringing up Texas A&M and you think this might be a biased selection, keep in mind Auburn is the favorite and Texas A&M has lost 4 games in a row. So that team might be spiraling and you might see they're still going to be in the tournament and everything, but a couple weeks ago it looked like they were definitely going to be like a 3 seed or so. This is going to give you the opportunity to watch Johnny Broome. Johnny Broome is probably going to finish second in the player of the year voting. And the only reason for that is he got hurt for a little while. I believe it was an ankle injury. So now I think he's going to finish behind Cooper Flagg. If not for that, I think Johnny was going to win player of the year. He is not highly coveted as a pro prospect. So like if you're thinking, where does he play? He's kind of got some of that old school power forward vibe to him, like a Tyler Hansborough or something like that, where people are like, hey, you're a great college player. I don't know about how it's going to go in the pros.
Parks.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, enjoy him while he's playing in college. If you just really dislike Texas A&M, can I give a bonus college game to watch tonight?
Oh, sure.
SEC Network, 7 o'clock.
Oh, hold on. Before you do that, just confirm. Like, we all want to watch A&M lose tonight. So that's why you should be watching this game. So that
I would like to see A&M win tonight.
But you got the Duke win last night.
It's a good point.
So everybody else gets the lucky win tonight.
That's a good point. And Auburn has been smashing folks.
Okay.
Texas against Mississippi State.
Ooh.
This is going to sound like an insane thing I'm about to tell you. Texas is 5-11 in the SEC. They can absolutely still make the NCAA tournament. That is how good the SEC is this year. There's a good shot they get 13 teams in. Now, Texas has work to do. And I don't mean Texas can get in by winning the tournament and get an automatic bid. I mean they can make it if they start winning games. They need to win this game tonight. They're a heavy dog. They're on the road. But if they can pull off this win and maybe string together another one and then a couple in the SEC tournament, they can absolutely make the big dance.
From the 973, Kevin, the Duke Blue Devils are not worthy of your fandom. Leave the dark side and come root for UNC.
Never.
All right.
Never.
Who would Kevin root for if it's Duke and A&M? I think in basketball it's always Duke, and football it'll be A&M. Am I correct about that?
That is probably fair. And I have to own my Duke fandom because when they lost in the Final Four to North Carolina, and I got repeated phone calls and FaceTime requests from Jesse Holley. I had to deal with that.
He FaceTimed me to go, hey, why isn't Kevin answering the phone when I call? And I was like, you know why.
Yeah.
And he was just running around celebrating, so I can understand. That would have been a tough one for you.
Now, you got numbers?
I do have numbers.
Okay, tell me.
I don't know if you're going to like these or not.
Ooh, okay.
Because this does come with kicking some stuff down the road.
Okay.
Osa's breakdown according to Todd Archer. 4 years, $80 million, $52 million guaranteed.
Oh, not 58?
$52 million guaranteed according to Todd Archer. Signing bonus, $20 million. 2025 salary.
Minimum.
1.175 M.
Yep.
26 salary, 16.25 M. 27 and 28 are $20 million apiece.
Okay.
There are $500,000 in active roster bonuses each year, with the first 2 years guaranteed. And then he says more. $13 million of the 27 base is guaranteed for injury and becomes fully guaranteed on the 5th day of the 27 year. And 29 through 31 are void years. His cap number in 25 is $6.25 million.
Wow, so that's even lower than what I thought. Holy moly. Okay.
So that breaks down those numbers in a very strong way. And the Cowboys have restructured the contract of CeeDee Lamb, creating $20 million of salary cap space, according to sources.
That does not surprise me. I would imagine Dak would be the next on this list, though I do not think you should restructure that, but I understand if you're trying to create the money now because you're like actually going to go all in. I get that. So the difference with Osa and CD are you could see them signing another contract here, right? Like Osa's 26. When this contract's up, he'll be 30. CeeDee Lamb will be young. I don't mind kicking the money down the road as much when you could see them being here again.
Okay.
The reason why I don't want them to push off any of that Dak money, though I know they've probably kind of got themselves in a corner on that, is he's not going to sign another contract here. Like, just my opinion, I do not see him being a viable starting quarterback for this team in 4 years. And that's why I don't like pushing the money down the road. Eagles have done that with Jalen Hurts, but they'll probably re-sign Jalen Hurts in another 3 years or whatever. So I don't mind this at all. And you said we're saving about $20 million on CD?
Yes.
Okay. So
the restructured, creates $20 million in space.
All right. So you've created $20 million.
With his contract alone, or is that with other?
No, that's just him, because his number is really high. And
you needed money anyway to get some of the guys back, right?
That is true.
So this isn't like they're just going to go on a spending spree and buy everybody.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
But these are the next steps. For everybody who's like, hey, here's how you could create $100 million in salary cap space. Here are the next steps. So $20 million created by CeeDee Lamb. The tough part about Osa is you didn't necessarily create $19 million, but you are getting him $19 million cheaper. And that's the brilliance of a long-term deal. Instead of being stuck with a franchise number of 25.1, you just brought it up, Todd Archer with the great contractual breakdown, $6.25 million. So we're talking about he's going to be about $19 million cheaper than you thought. CeeDee Lamb's is going to be $20 million off what you had his number at. I would imagine they flip a switch on Dak and that goes down by $27 million, give or take. So if you want to stack that money up and you want to make a run, you can also drop the number on Micah. Micah's rookie option deal is at $24 million. His number will be lower than that if you get a long-term extension done there as well. So if you want the Cowboys to create space, you're taking some steps towards it.
Good job.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh my gosh, did this robot terrify you when you saw what happened?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll do it next on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you've missed, so many big things of the day. Osa signs a 4-year, $80 million deal with the Cowboys, $52 million guaranteed per Todd Archer. His salary cap number will come in at $6.25 million for the upcoming season. The Cowboys also flipped the switch on CeeDee Lamb's contract to push $20 million out down the road, and so they have saved $20 million on that. Plus Kyrie Irving, Adolis Garcia scratched from the lineup due to an oblique injury. He's getting an MRI. There is a lot to decompress, and now the man who can decompress us, the C Block starring Corey Majors.
How do I do that, by the way? How do I decompress us?
That's up to you.
You know what? You're right. I'm the only one that really knows. Which one of these pieces of news that we've broken today, Kevin, is your favorite? Is it the Adolis oblique?
No.
The Kyrie ACL?
No.
The Jaden Hardy sprained ankle?
No.
The Osa contract or CeeDee Lamb opening up more money?
So I think, no, let me try that again. It's the Osa deal.
Okay.
Because with the CD deal, and I still think this is going to happen with Dak Prescott too, that's how they built these contracts, right? Because the way it stands right now, I think CeeDee Lamb's contract hit coming up in like 4 years was going to be $16 million. And so there are always mechanisms in place because his cap hit was going to be 35, 33, 36. You were probably always going to fidget with that a little bit because by the time his deal's up, I think he's 29.
Okay.
So could you envision 29-year-old CeeDee Lamb signing again with the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah.
Not to say it'll happen for sure, but he could. So when you push that money, doesn't bother me as much. For Osa, you got it. I thought it was going to be like 10. And Todd Archer saying 6.25 on Osa. And remember, if and when you sign Micah to a long-term deal, his salary cap number will drop for this season as well. What's yours?
It might be the one that I saw yesterday that we haven't discussed yet.
Oh.
And it was Cam Robinson at Hockey Robinson said that he was told the Dallas Stars have approached Wyatt Johnston's camp with an 8-year contract that would pay him slightly over $8 million per.
They do love the 8-year deal, the Dallas Stars do.
I did see the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle say that he felt the number was more like 9.5 for that many years. But that seems like a reasonable offer for Wyatt Johnston, who looks like he's going to be a superstar. And like that, and not superstar. I've used that too much. And I've said multiple times that I keep hearing he's not a superstar, but he's a Stars player.
Yeah.
And whenever we talk about the Stars, we mention this so often. They are a team. They're more of a team. They're like Duke. Duke plays team basketball, or they used to. I don't know if it's the same anymore.
And they do.
Like when Pat Riley was there, you know. I don't know.
I don't know if I remember that.
Was he at UNC instead? I don't know. Yeah. Anyway,
I honestly have no idea what that's in reference
Jason
to.
Robertson. I'll go find the story. Jason Robertson and Miro, Rope, Wyatt. All very talented players.
Yeah.
But not a single one of them's a Connor McDavid.
For sure.
And not a
Or
single one of
McCarr.
them even looks like they might be a Connor McDavid, honestly.
Yeah.
And to be quite honest, when we went and looked yesterday, the top 25 list has a star, and it's Miro at 19. And you even said that might be a little high. And that being said, he might be your best player. There might be another one. Robertson might be better. Wyatt might be better. But as a group, there's a whole bunch of them in the top 50.
Yeah.
You know, like you would put a lot of Stars players in this. Matt Duchene's one of the highest scorers or points getters on this team. He's 22nd. So this team isn't just relying on one player. Now, that being said, we did see last year when it came down to we need one player to step up, and everybody kind of was looking around while Connor McDavid was like, I got it. So that is another thing. We do have to, at some point, have one of those guys step up. But as a team, they're phenomenal.
And I'm sure there's some people who probably think that Miro should be even higher than that. I hear you. But it's kind of with the Stars, it's kind of like you've talked about the top scoring chart in the league.
Yes.
You're not going to see the stars dominating the top 20, but 20 through 50, holy moly, are they going to have a lot of representation.
Lots of points there for sure. The Seahawks, by the way, released Roy Robertson-Harris, Rayshon Jenkins, George Fant, and Draymond Jones, moving about $28 million in salary cap space.
Wow.
So do you expect over the next few days a lot of these types of moves? Because we've seen the Eagles already make a bunch of these. This is that time of year where
the Cowboys have been doing it. Yeah,
now,
absolutely, I do.
The other thing too, Kevin, last year was a terrible year for the Cowboys. I think Jerry Jones will admit that. He was like, it did not go as planned.
Yeah.
Maybe it did go as planned. Like maybe the plan was, we're not giving you anything more, and you better go prove it. You know, if you want to continue being here, go prove it with what you got. But then Dak got hurt, and that definitely was the biggest factor in the season. You lose your quarterback, you paid him a lot of money. That's a big factor for you. That's really tough to take on. But this year already, Cowboys saying we're going to be proactive. We don't want to go through that crap again. That's what it appears like.
Which I like.
It appears like all the interviews that Steven likes doing the interviews. I was told that Steven actually likes hopping on with us and talking with us.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
That is the most, you know what? That's the most shocking news I've heard all day.
That being said, Kevin, you know there are times when he hops on and he's like, I'm not answering any of your dumb questions, guys. They're like, dang it. And then there are other times where he's happy, you know, and he does. So he does enjoy it. But all the times we were asking him questions, we asked some tough stuff last year. We had to ask things because things weren't going well. How are you going to fix it? And they look like steps 1 and 2 have already been taken. So we'll see how many more steps they get to. That being said, on the NFL free agency list, I got a top list of the 2025 free agents. We have looked at this a little bit. Nick Bolton being one of those guys.
Yes.
He's 25 years old. Feels like that dude's been playing for 50 years. He's 25.
Do you ever feel that way about DeMarcus Lawrence? Like, I feel like he's been in the NFL for 20 years.
This station was a different group of people when he got drafted. So yeah,
that's true.
We were knights when he got drafted.
That's true.
I was looking. You got Zach Bond is the number 1 free agent, 28 Philadelphia. But I just scrolled down through this. Dre Greenlaw's a good name. I like that name. We all understand the injury he had with his Achilles injury in the Super Bowl. But I scroll down a little bit more. I don't see anybody that they say on CBS Sports is a good fit for the Cowboys until I get to Eric Kendricks.
That makes sense.
At 33 years old. He didn't sign until late July last season. Somebody's going to look at him and say, we would like to have Eric Kendricks on our team, whether it's as a starter or it's going to be this. I do believe he came to the Cowboys last year because he knew Mike Zimmer's system and he felt comfortable in that system.
Yeah.
I don't know if he fits the mold. Let me be very clear about this. As a person, Eric Kendricks is awesome.
Yes.
Like he lit up the room when we sat down with him at training camp. When he was on with G-Bag during the season last year, by the way, make sure you're tuning in for their player shows. They're phenomenal player shows. But Eric Kendricks, he was fantastic as a guy that was trying to be a leader in year 1 on this team in a season that didn't go well. He can play both off-ball linebacker positions. It does have his best fits with the Commanders, Rams, and Buccaneers.
And for $3 million a year, you thought he did a hell of a job, right?
Would you want him back for $3 million?
I would. Hell yes.
My only concern is at 33 years old, and he did have some soft tissue injuries last year, and then I think he didn't have an arm injury as well. I'm a little concerned about that stacking up on him. And that being said, Overshown's injury has now depleted again your linebacker group. And I'm very curious how Eberflus is planning on replenishing that linebacker group because I know he needs strong linebacker play on that defense as well. So I'm very interested in if he's saying, I'm good with going, bringing back an older veteran that I trust in the middle, or, hey, I'm going to build with a young group and I'm ready to teach them and have them there. But you liked Eric Kendricks, 877-881-1053. Your thoughts on Eric. Now, the story that's the most important. I've been waiting all day to get to this. Hold on one second here.
Oh, no. Is it changing?
It's been reported that an AI robot attacked a crowd at a Chinese festival. A humanoid robot suddenly stopped in the middle of a festival, turned towards a bunch of people that were at this festival, and advanced toward them and attempted to strike the people before security intervened. Officials suspect a software glitch, which of course it's like, hey, I got hacked. Oh, it's a software glitch, except for it's a robot that can kill everybody. And they say that the software glitch caused the erratic behavior, dismissing any intentional harm. This comes after AI-controlled drone reportedly targeted its human operator. What? Did I just read that? I didn't even read that part. This comes after an AI drone targeted its human operator, raising fresh concerns about AI safety. Kevin, I've always been the first person to say, not scared of robots because just turn the sprinklers on.
Oh.
Just turn the sprinklers on. They'll short circuit their fuses. And then they're stuck in the middle of a field somewhere. All right. See you later. Break it down, sell it for parts. But it seems like the AI part of it, I was not prepared for. I was not prepared for AI. Dude, I sent you this video.
You did.
This AI robot is walking down a street and just stops, turns and looks at the audience and says, that MFer right there, I'm going after him, and walks to him and attempts to hit him.
It was aggressive. When you said lunged at the people, I thought it was going to be like a slow robot movement, but he straight up tries to headbutt some dude.
And then when they pull him back, he doesn't just say, oh, okay, my bad, my bad. He continues to stare without even eyeballs. That's even scary. He continues to stare down whoever he was trying to attack, like, come at me again, and you're going to find yourself 6 feet under. That is terrifying. Exactly. That's where I'm concerned. So again, Kevin, I overlooked the AI part.
Okay.
Because as AI becomes like, here's my big question about this. I kind of trust the people that are really, really good at stuff.
Okay.
All right. Like, we get on airplanes all the time.
True.
And we trust the people that are flying those planes are really good at what they do.
I agree.
But what about the guy that finished with like a C- and he's flying the airplane? Are you like, I got to trust that guy a lot? So that's where I am with AI. The people that are really good at it, what about the dude that's like, you know what? I worked for a company, kind of knew how to code, and I'm throwing some stuff together here, and we're just going to unleash all these robots. They might not know what they're doing, and we're all going to be screwed.
I think about that a lot, and some comedian said this a long time ago, is that like everybody has a doctor that was the worst doctor in their class that passed the medical exam.
Yes. You're going to have somebody's a lawyer that was he got the bar, he got past the bar, but he was a D student through college.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm trusting that guy to save my life as I might have murdered somebody. Maybe you didn't murder him. Maybe you're just been framed, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe there's an AI robot out there framing you.
You know, I actually knew somebody who got charged with murder once. Him and one of his buddies, they stopped at this convenience store. They got charged with murder and they couldn't afford an attorney. So one of them got their cousin, who had not technically passed the bar just yet, to defend them.
This is the plot of My Cousin Vinny.
What?
Marissa Tomei was phenomenal. I think she got a Grammy in that one.
An Academy Award.
Yep.
Is what she won for that. No, you didn't think that was fun
From
at all?
From the 214, did the AI robot's eyes suddenly turn red? That's usually a dead giveaway. That is a good question. Every time you see a robot in the movies, their eyes turn red. It's like, oh, he's gone bad. Not if he has the blue eyes. If he has blue eyes, everything's fine, right? It's the red eyes.
That's what you.
Let's go.
That's what you think.
That's symbolism.
By the time its eyes change colors, it's too late. You're screwed. We make all of these movies about how it's inevitable that AI is going to take over all of us. And then we're doing it in real life and we're like, it's fine.
Yeah. And again, somebody was like, bro, there's waterproof technology. Why would I put that on the robot that might kill me, though? I'm not going to do that.
Because we did.
Yeah, some idiot did, not me. I'm not going to program them to be waterproof.
But you don't make the AI robots.
That's true. You got me there, buddy. Kevin, 2. Corey, 700,000.
So many.
I'm impressed, though.
I usually lose.
I don't make the robots, but if I did, I wouldn't put one of those sheaths on them that allows all their wires to not be short-circuited. Give me a stop button. Give me a remote control that can shut him down. Bam, done. Sorry, robot, in your face. Push him over. He falls down. Oh, no. Ow. Don't come after me again. I got the remote, buddy. And that's the C block.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Oh, it looks like Bobby's having a bowl of cereal. Tolo, go, baby. Tolo, go.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, Luca on his Instagram story posted a picture of him and Kyrie
eating cereal
in Mavericks jerseys and said, "You will come back stronger, mi hermano."
They still love each other, dude.
And he put a heart. He put a heart after that.
Like they're brothers.
Now the Mavericks.
That's what hermano means, right? Not hands.
Yes, that is.
What do you say hands in Spanish?
Hermano means brother.
What, but how do you say hands? What's hands?
I'm sorry, I can't help.
Zapatos is shoes.
That's shoes. Good job. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.
Manos. That's how you say hands.
Okay, not hermanos. Coming up next. This show's so stupid. Let's come back with our Texas Rangers insider and broadcaster, Jared Sandler, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
The Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KorsForKids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He takes off here. The pitch, a swing and a miss. Got him with the changeup there. So Raleigh is out on strikes, and for Jacob deGrom, that's 4 punch-outs through 3 shutout innings.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to talk with Jared Sandler in just a minute. But as the news continues to come in, the Eagles are rewarding Saquon Barkley with a 2-year, $41.2 million extension that makes him the highest paid running back in NFL history. This will also make Barkley the NFL's first $20+ million running back. And so yet even more dead money that the Eagles can deal with down the line. But what the hell do they care? They're playing awesome, and they're the defending Super Bowl champions.
You know, the world of that sport, it seems like, hey, this guy made this much money. You're the next one, you're going to make this much money. You're the next one, you're going to make this much money. Doesn't it feel like this is one of those merit contracts?
Absolutely.
Like, look at how much he changed this team.
Absolutely agree with that. Right now, let's bring in Jared Sandler. Jared, are you protecting all of the Rangers players to make sure nothing bad happens because all of our players are getting hurt?
So I want to say something here. I want to start off. We're going to make something clear to the fan base of any baseball team or sports team. Injuries are going to happen. Like I saw when the Adolis stuff came down on Twitter, everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, here we go again." Yeah, here you go again, just like every other year. This happens. We know that this happens. It's not ever going to work out where all of your guys stay healthy. It stinks, that it's a guy that fans love, but I cannot take any sort of credit for or blame, I guess, for injuring these guys. If one of them hurt their fists from me annoying the crap out of them and punching me, I would take full blame. But I had nothing to do with Adolis' oblique. But on a serious note, this is a part of it, and this is one of the things we talked about last week was the depth that this team has, and they are far more equipped to deal with injuries. As much as we think, we're conditioned in football, if you lose your quarterback, you're toast. And, well, I don't need to say what happens in the NBA when you trade away your franchise icon and then your next best player tears his ACL. You got no shot. But baseball's a weird sport where if you lose a key player like Adolis Garcia or in 2023 like Jacob deGrom, you can still go on and achieve big things. And I think this roster is certainly positioned to do that for however long Adolis might miss with his oblique thing.
I think for one, if a player did break his fist punching Jared, I think Jared not would only accept it, but he would also say, I probably deserved it too. Something.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And then the other thing.
It's not even players, guys. It's Hicksy. Like, the fact that Hicksy hasn't punched me in the face yet is honestly one of the most remarkable feats of restraint ever.
I agree
that is
with
true.
that.
Yeah, Hicksy's a very patient man. The other thing, too, is, Jared, I think we can confirm now that the left oblique is the most important oblique to a right-handed hitter. as both Wyatt and Adolis have had these left oblique situations in their right-handed hitters. So I know Wyatt said that both obliques are important, but let's just confirm left oblique's very important.
The left oblique is important.
I saw your TikTok this morning, or maybe it was last night, about Jacob deGrom and where he is in the pitching rotation. And I thought it was interesting information, but I did have what do they think they're going to how much is it going to help him by keeping him 5 days more before starting the season? Can you kind of explain to me how that's going to help?
Yeah, I think it's just more like where he is, given that he's going to start on Friday and what that schedule would be. I don't know that it's like, the extra few days is going to make a huge difference. I think it's, hey, all right, we're starting the calendar from Friday, March 7th or whatever the date is, and with whatever the progression is going to be, he would then be slotted in to start whatever, third, fourth, fifth game, whatever the case. So I think that is, I think that's essentially how it shapes up. Now, I do think they're going to do things throughout the year, especially in April, where they're going to demonstrate a level of caution in how they handle him, and maybe they skip a start, or they make sure to take use of an off day, as opposed to sometimes with a guy like DeGrom or Eovaldi, you won't, they'll just work on regular 4 days rest. They might give him that extra day. And if there's a long stretch of games without an off day, they might allow him, an extra day by, putting a spot starter in front of him once to give him that extra day. I think those sorts of things can happen, but I think as far as not starting him on opening day, I think they probably were going to go with Nathan Eovaldi anyway, just as a salute to, what he's meant to this organization. And I think it just the schedule lines up for Jacob to start whatever game, he ends up starting.
Now, I know a couple stories came out about this, and we're all hopeful, but the idea of Robert Garcia, he believes in himself to potentially be the closer, but he doesn't have any track record at that, and his track record in high leverage situations is questionable at best, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's such a small sample that
That's true.
It's tough to really read into it, and he's still, as a pitcher, he's still growing a ton. But yeah, I think that you could make an argument for both sides on, hey, this guy should be the closer because, or this guy isn't ready to be the closer because. And there are people, guys, philosophically, who don't love the idea of having a left-handed closer, right? That's just not everyone feels that way, but there are people who believe that puts you in a disadvantaged spot. And I think in general, if you're going to be successful as a left-handed closer, you got to show an ability to get lefties and righties out. And that is something that a lot of the underlying metrics shows that, he is able to do. I still, guys, if you were to ask me right now who's going to lead the team in saves, I'd put my money on Emiliano Teodo, and he might not even be on the opening day roster, but I don't know how long they're going to be able to deny the opportunity to him as long as he is able to throw enough strikes, which has been a little bit of a challenge for him in the past.
Yeah, if you're not throwing strikes, that won't keep you on the bump very long.
Does he? I'm just real quick. I'm sorry, Corey. You said how much longer can he? I'm paraphrasing. Kind of be denied because he has some of, if not the best stuff in this entire relief organization, right?
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, he throws a 100-mile-an-hour sinker and a high 80 slider. He also throws a changeup. I mean, remember, he was a starting pitcher and still. I mean, maybe there's some who believe that's what he still should be doing. I think that he maybe will find a home and never leave it as a leverage reliever. But yeah, his stuff is absolutely filthy, no doubt about it.
How much would that affect him being a starter if you wanted to kind of keep him with that option there?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are probably people, not everyone, there are probably people in the organization who just believe that ultimately he isn't a starter, whether it's the consistency of the changeup or the ability to hold up over that, that level of workload or the strike throwing. But yeah, I think you can always build him back up. It's, you maybe do it over an off season and whatnot, but I think that this year his most likely way of helping the major league team is as a reliever, and I think that's kind of been their focus for that reason. If this was a team that was in rebuild mode, I think they would probably say, hey, you know what? Let's see what it looks like as a starter because we don't really have anything to lose. But because it's a team that is looking at Emiliano Teodo not as an asset for the future, but as an asset for the present and the future, but for the present, I think that they feel like his best path is as a reliever. And if they, I know Rangers fans are haunted by Neftali Feliz and Alexi Ogando, understandably so, and typically guys that have success as, hard-throwing relievers, it's not always a piece of cake transitioning back to a starter, but I think with a guy like Teodo, if they did want to go that route in the future, it wouldn't be without its bumps, but I think it's something that they could conceivably do. I get the sense, guys, he settles in nicely as a reliever, and he'll never leave that type of a role.
Jared Sandler joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. A lot has been discussed this offseason about Evan Carter and what direction he's heading and what he's going to be. But then the biggest story was lefties against lefties. That's been a big conversation piece because it could change your whole lineup. You might have to have two different lineups unless he can hit lefties. How is that work coming along for him?
Yeah, that's a great question, Corey. And let's backtrack and provide a little context to why this is such a unique situation. Evan in general had very limited upper-level minor league experience when he was called up in September of 2023. And that's in part because of the success he had in that short span and because of injuries, right? He did not have the amount of plate appearances in Double or Triple A that you would expect for a guy who get called up. But that's, credit to him, his ability to adapt. But now we're in a spot where he gets called up and he goes through September and October. He really doesn't face many lefties. In the ALCS, the Astros didn't have a single left-handed reliever, and they were able to protect him in that regard. And then last year he had his struggles, and especially as the team started to struggle collectively, it would have been a perfect runway to just say, Evan, you're going to face every lefty under the sun. It doesn't really matter. We just want you to see lefties. But now we're back here in 2025, and the team wants to win a World Series. And they've got to make the delicate decision of how to balance Evan's development long-term with the team's desire to put forth, the best opportunity to win in the present. And I think, what's so tough to assess is that it'd be one thing if he had 500 plate appearances against lefties in Double A and Triple A combined, or even 300, but he doesn't. And you're not going to send him back to Double A or Triple A just for that reason. Now, if he's not hitting righties, then all right, well, maybe you do something like that. But so I guess my point in this is a lot of guys in his spot maybe haven't proven themselves at the major league level, but there's enough data in upper minor levels, Double and Triple A, to suggest there's potential or there's not. And there just isn't that level of data. So I think you're going off of the idea that he's got such strong foundational hitting skills with his plate discipline that he can figure it out. But unfortunately, it's a very complex strategy to try and make it work because you're not a developing team that's expecting to lose 90 games and can let guys just have a free runway. So I'm curious how they handle this. Corey, your question of how he's looked so far hasn't looked great, just being honest, but I'm also not privy to all of the plate appearances and all the reps he's getting on the backfields and the cages, simulating a lefty on the mound and some of the VR stuff that they've got working now and the technology. But in games when he's faced lefties, he has looked like a different hitter in terms of his level of comfort than when he faces righties. But that should be expected because he just has not had a lot of repetitions against, top-level left-handed pitching.
Now, I realize injuries could change all of this, but just from your perspective right now, assuming, people stay generally healthy and all that great stuff, how many of the 26 spots for opening day do you think are realistically still in play, and how do you envision that fourth outfielder playing out? Yeah, so if let's just assume for the sake of this exercise, Adolis is not an option on opening day. And if someone's just tuning in, we have no information from his MRI today to suggest he is or he isn't.
But I would say it's likely, especially because he suffered a left oblique thing back in the 2023 World Series, and he's a hard swinger, that he's not. So from a position player standpoint, I would think all of the infield spots are spoken for. And now, you've got Carter, Langford in the outfield. You've got Leody Taveras, who as long as he's here, he'll be on the team, even if he's the fifth outfielder. And then, I think that opens the door for two of Kevin Pillar, Sam Haggerty, and Ezekiel Duran. Prior to the Adolis Garcia injury, I would tell you that it was between Pillar and Haggerty, because I think that Ezekiel Duran needs to play every day, and I don't know that he has shown the ability to have success as a role player. And then from the pitching standpoint, I would say there's one or two spots open in the bullpen. Now, they would tell you more, but unless a guy who's got a major league deal who we expect to be on the bullpen doesn't end up making the team in a little bit of a surprise, I would expect one or two spots, and it might just be one spot if they feel like Jack Leiter is going to be on the opening day roster as a reliever. So I think there's competition, sure, but I think that you're only looking at two or three spots that are truly, truly up for grabs.
Excellent insight. As always, good sir. We would love to catch up with you again anytime. I know you're busy out there in Arizona.
Whenever you guys need, fellas.
Love it. There you go, Jared Sandler, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And the best paint score in the league.
Got Kyrie down here. That is obviously a major concern, what's going on right now.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. It has been a busy, busy day. We do get the confirmation that Kyrie Irving is out for the rest of the year with the left ACL tear. Obviously, looks like that will trickle in to next season as well with the player option. Not sure how that's going to go. The restructuring of the CD contract to save $20 million. The OSA deal, 4 for $80. Where do you guys want to start?
Did you say CJ Goodwin? I'm sorry.
CJ Goodwin, 1-year contract as well.
Yeah, everybody's been busy today. What are you guys feeling?
Well, I think optimism's in the air with the Cowboys. Maybe we should start there. I was excited these things have broke over the last couple of hours, so we didn't have to necessarily open and stay with Kyrie for too long. But, man, that's so freaking depressing. It
really is.
I can't believe what has happened. It is like there's a Mavericks multiverse. And about 25 days ago, some evil superheroes leapt through that and grabbed us and took us to the worst possible world.
It really does feel that way. What do you guys think about the prospect? Because we were looking ahead. Derek Lively, young player with a foot injury. Anthony Davis historically has had injuries. Do you just let them take it easy and you're like, hey, why don't you just take some time to recover all the way?
Well, they might decide for you. I mean, I was listening to Shams earlier on with Pat McAfee, and he was saying, like, Anthony Davis and his team are going to get together, and maybe this is the last time you see him this year. Like, even if he's healthy enough to return before the end of the season, it might just be, hey, let's go ahead and look ahead to next year. And maybe you do the same thing with Derek Lively.
That makes a lot of sense to me, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I was listening to you guys earlier, and you were talking about the depth of the NBA draft.
Yes.
And so if that's the case, and if the best that you could probably land, in your opinion, was the 9th spot?
I think the worst possible record you could have is the 9th worst record, which gives you a 5% shot of essentially getting the top pick or moving into the top 4.
And that's if you lose every single game from this point forward?
Not necnecessarily.
I think that's
everybody behind you.
Okay, I'll reconfigure then. I'll reconfigure.
Because I was wondering if that the teams behind you, they're going to continue to lose because they're just bad.
Agreed. And the Phoenix Suns all hate each other. And Portland is probably your best shot to knock you out of the play-in would be my
guess. That's what,
guess.
4.5 games back?
Yeah.
That could be handled by next weekend.
You might be right. You know what? Because you said that, I'm going to reconfigure and be like, let's see how bad can we really get to the bottom of this thing. That's a great question, though. But
I think it's going to be a little bit of like they're going to play very hard and they're going to lose games.
Agreed.
So because this coaching staff, they've signed up for the full year, good or bad. And they're not feeling sorry for themselves or anything like that. They're going to coach, and they're going to try and get the best out of the guys they have. And they'll probably win some games they probably shouldn't, and they'll probably lose some games and look really bad doing it. So I think naturally it'll probably take care of yourself without the bodies that they have. There's no reason. Now the coaches will tell you though they want all those guys to come back and let's give it a try. That's what they would say.
Sure.
Fandom would tell you, and if you had a front office that was interested in playing that way, which I don't think this one is. I think they're interested in trying to win.
Well, they did tank for Lively a couple years ago.
But that was that with Nico?
That was Mark Cuban and Nico.
Yeah. Was it?
I think that was his first year.
Yeah.
Now, we know Mark Cuban loved to tank his balls off every chance he got.
Sure.
So that's how they got Luka.
Yeah.
I would hope that they would. I think you got to look at Spencer Dinwiddie and his history of knees and start getting him ready.
I just, like I said,
year.
I think it's kind of like the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys might be bad enough that they'll lose games without having to tank or anything like that. You know? I mean, I just think the depth problems they could be an issue there. But the Mavs, I mean, they're going to try and win. They're just not going to be good enough. So naturally, that'll take care of itself, I think.
Yeah, this is where, as a front office, I think you go to the coaching staff and say, we're just going to, try to develop the young players.
Just keep playing who you got. Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
Just keep playing
when
the
PJ Washington comes back, him, Najee Marshall, now you're talking about a couple of guys that could, make decisions in the half court and get a win. And I think it's important that you don't win a single other game. This remote chance at Cooper Flag jumps significantly if you're not in the play-in. The play-in has a 0.5 to 2% chance. You have to avoid that. And then could you get to the 8th spot or something? Now you're talking about close to double-digit percentages to win it.
If you could break off a 2-18 record, you could maybe get into that 6th or 7th position.
Let me ask you this about if you look at the Mavs and the way they are currently configured, is it about a guy like Flag or is it about a ball handler?
It'd have to be Cooper Flag, right?
And it has to be Cooper Flag just because he's that good. Cooper Flag can also run
he can run the offense through him. I'm not going to act like I watch ACC basketball
but
every
I
night.
don't think that's optimum. So to your point, that's an excellent point. He's a great player.
I'm thinking about the future of this basketball team.
He's too good to pass up, but you might find yourself in a weird reverse Luka situation where perhaps you would find somebody who so desperately wanted that number 1 pick that you would trade down because there are other ball handlers out there. If that's specifically what you're looking for, Cooper Flagg can handle the point. That would not be where I would put him at all.
No, he's another highly skilled player on your perimeter, but not necessarily a floor general.
Agreed. Agreed.
Do you think the things that are holding this team back, if they had their bigs, would it be the ball handler?
Yes, for sure.
Without Kyrie, absolutely.
And now we talked about it.
And now he could be January 4th?
Yeah, probably 10 months is...
30 games, did you guys say?
34 would be how many he missed. So you're creeping up on, if he's just average, half the season. I know some people think since he's older, it's going to be longer than that. Even if you think it's going to be shorter than that, you're going to be missing at least a third of the season, most likely. And so Dinwiddie's your primary ball handler. I heard some people say Hardy. You don't want Hardy running the point. And he's also hurt right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's been such a bummer this year. I was so excited at the deal that they signed Hardy for. Thought it was pretty team friendly, but I mean, you used to see the Hardy party flashes where he's putting up 20 points. You haven't seen that. That dude's had a massive regression this year.
Is maybe, other than getting rid of Luka, is getting rid of Brunson the bigger faux pas on this general manager's resume?
As soon as you said the ball handling issue, I immediately was like, well, they sure could have used Brunson for that. So I'm really glad
that's the mistake. Is that not extending him a bigger mistake than trading Luka?
Does that falls on Cuban?
No, not a bigger
right?
mistake, but it is a mistake. Yeah. With how they handled his initial rookie deal. Yeah, that was Donnie and Cubes.
But you're right. That cost you as well. Look, I have seen all the memes about what Quentin Grimes did this weekend, what Brunson's doing, what Luka's doing. I was like, I get it.
The all-Nico trade team.
I don't know what the hell happened.
They got to sit in it right now. They definitely do.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Thank you for asking, Hagee. We do have Tim Cato joining us at 4:20, one of our favorite basketball talkers.
So do you think it's going to be a good show? Or?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We have 5 hours of sports talk coming at you. We're going to have fun. We're going to try to get through this best we can. Be hitting the copium pipe a little bit, trying to cope with.
I'll give up my left knee right now if it helps that guy.
Oh yeah, me too.
I will take the 9 months of rehab if it helps my guy.
Yeah. I hyperextended my knee one time like that playing paintball. It was the first time I tried to sprint after ankle reconstruction surgery. And I just remember being high-centered up on that thing with your knee bending backwards. I'm like, oh no, this is not good.
Yeah.
And it hurt really bad for a long time. And I finally went to the doctor thinking there's got to be significant damage. He was like, oh, it's just a bone bruise. Right? You're good.
That's bad. Yeah,
it still hurt. It hurt probably for a year.
The question I have for you about that, when you were on the ground in pain, did people just come up and just start
laughing?
Just
no.
like firing away at you while you were on the ground injured?
I don't
remember.
I think I was able to scramble away.
Were you?
Because I was behind a blind and I decided I was going to move to another one. So as I got up and fired, and my knee just stayed stiff and fully extended, I went right down there, and I think I was able to crawl off and get behind another structure. But my day was over.
See, I kind of wondered if you play with the type of people that when you're injured that they come up and
it was definitely no mercy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, we were playing with some kids there that just had T-shirts on. That's when you know you're in trouble. When they're not worried at all about the pain of the paintballs. Those are some kids that have been around the block.
What's the ideal wear for a paintball game? What like
the attire?
Is it like motorcycle riding gear kind of stuff with padding and shoulder padding?
I don't think you want to go too much padding. I think they kind of make fun of you. Just like the ski goggles, maybe a helmet if it's required by the rules, but probably not. Probably a hat on backwards.
It's kind of an unwritten rule. You do not go for the shot to the head, right?
Is that right? I don't know.
Is that a rule?
I've only played like 3 or 4 times, and I was definitely trying for it.
I looked down once, and I totally got drilled in the top of the dome.
Yeah.
That did not feel good, but that was user error on my part.
Those will leave a pretty good bruise on you, too.
Yeah.
So.
See, I have no desire to play that game.
That's cool.
It's one of those things. Well, I'm not very mobile.
That's right. Yeah.
So I'm saying you watch me
try.
You watch me. I mean, I'm getting better because some flexibility stuff I'm working on. But yeah, I couldn't see myself having to roll around and hide, and I would get hit.
I'm definitely not fit for it either anymore. You got to be able to duck
navigate
and roll and be. I guess you could be just a marksman from deep if
sniper
if you had it like that. But when I was playing paintball, like they were really unpredictable on the path that paintball would take off at.
You got to run, be aggressive.
Is the whole idea to protect a flag? Is that really kind of what we're doing here?
There's different game modes, I think, but that's probably the most popular little capture the flag action.
See, every time they always recommended that as let's go out and have some team building stuff. Someone would throw that out there. Yeah, paintball.
And you're out.
And I'm kind of like,
you coward.
I'm working on my flexibility stuff, guys. Sorry.
Can we go play golf?
You're more of a laser tag kind of guy.
I don't know what I am.
Yeah.
I mean, I just know one thing. I would be terrible in paintball. Because I wouldn't be able to help a team. I'd get hit immediately. Like at my age.
You're too big to get behind cover.
Yeah, I'm like like all of a sudden I'm kind of like, shoulders exposed, boom, get hit, out.
You can't hide yourself properly. What are you doing for this flexibility stuff? Like hot yoga, Pilates?
No, I'm trying like this walking stuff that I'm doing, the 4 miles a night. But afterwards, this intensive stretching stuff.
Okay.
But I'm taking this stuff too. For the joints and stuff like that, and it's really helped my.
Glucosamine?
That's good. It's something like that.
Some kind of supplement?
Yeah, it's supplements, but honestly, when I kind of get up and move around, like even when I'm sitting on the couch behind here, I kind of bounce up a little bit. I'm like, okay, this stuff might be working.
Right on.
But no, the older you get, you got to work on that flexibility if you can.
Yeah, the stretching is a good one.
Yeah.
Little walking at night. 4 miles now.
4 miles a night.
Yeah, that is great.
Yeah.
Okay, at 877-881-1053, the Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open if you ever want to give us any feedback. Like I said in Crosstalk, I'm happy we don't have to open up with the Mavs because wow. But Osa and the Cowboys do a 4-year deal worth $80 million. He wanted to be a Cowboy is what that contract tells me, Brian.
Yeah, it sounded like to me that the team that I was hearing that was potentially interested were the Cleveland Browns. And maybe the league was a little upset. The Players Association were upset that he took a lesser deal to sign back with the Cowboys, that they were hoping that he would go and try and get $24-25 million from somebody else.
Well, good for him for knowing what he wants.
I totally applaud him for doing that. But, we always talk about, was it the APY that,
average per year.
And he was playing. Remember, I was bringing that up. This is a $19 million player. So I think that they got him for about what the value of what these contracts seem to be for the player. So good for the Cowboys and good for him.
Yeah, it's crazy. Mike Garafolo called it shocking that he took so much less. I mean, that's 20% less APY than the franchise tag was. But I think when I'm in a place where I'm happy, I don't want to move across the country, and the difference between $20 and $25 million isn't going to impact my long-term happiness. If you're making a decision like that, this team appreciates you and they have a big role for you. And obviously, I mean, being with the Cowboys organization, you're going to have a much better chance winning than in Cleveland. You're totally screwed.
Right.
You have no quarterback and a massive cap problem.
They might have caught an agent too that they were good to work with too. That'll help you.
Finally won a deal.
Finally got a deal where everybody feels good. Yep.
Look, he's 15th highest paid defensive tackle now in the game. I mean, the 33rd team had some numbers on him where you look at every defensive tackle in the past 10 years that recorded a pressure rate of plus 12% while playing more than 800 snaps. It's Aaron Donald 3 straight years, Chris Jones, Osa, Dexter Lawrence, and Osa. So you're an elite company there amongst defensive tackles. The dude, he's earned this. And I think the number in which it's come in, where it's not the $27 million, where you're kind of trying to reset the market. I understand the Players Association being upset with that.
Yeah.
But this is a huge win for the Cowboys.
Oh, it's absolutely a huge win for the Cowboys. And you look at him with the availability too. He's missed one game in his career, and I think that was a COVID game. And matter of fact, I was told the game he missed because of COVID was he was getting some treatment, and the person that he was getting treatment from had COVID, and he reported it. He didn't even have COVID, and they
close contact,
and they made him sit out the game.
Wow!
But other than that, he's been ultra reliable for you.
Cowboys have also made news with a restructuring of CeeDee Lamb's contract. That's going to free up $20 million.
Yeah.
So you could restructure Dak and get another 40.
Right.
There's some other things they could do to get another 15 or so. I mean, it's out there for the taking, and maybe we're going to see at least a flurry of moves to make this team better than last year. I think I would take that as a win at this point.
Yeah, I talked to Todd Archer on the way in about this. I'm kind of like, hey, flipping switches and all that, and Todd seems to believe that that from his conversations with people in the organization, maybe at the Combine as well, that Dallas will be in free agency, but it's going to be not bottom barrel free agency, but more mid-level. Not maybe going after the top guys, but maybe trying to go out and hit some guys from the mid-level. So I was encouraged by that.
That's good news.
It wasn't like, oh, well, hey, they're bottom fishing here. That's all they're going to do. He got the impression that it was going to be guys in that, maybe not day one, but, day 4, that kind of thing.
Well, I was kind of hoping the move could be for Devontae Adams, who is officially released here by the Jets. I don't know if that counts as mid-level. But just throwing out numbers. If
you're thinking about $13 million there, $10 million?
That's what a website said yesterday. I think that's got to be low. Devontae Adams still was pretty dang good last year. Close to 7 catches a game, 12.5 yards a catch, 7 touchdowns, I think, in 11 games. So I don't know. I think the value might be higher than what we were thinking yesterday, maybe 20 to 25 million or something like that. But I mean, if they would just go out and do that and get a left tackle, or at least a swing tackle, a veteran that is better than Guyton, and then hopefully Guyton blows up at training camp and he's out there just wrecking shop and you don't have to use him, but you can still have him as a backup at both those spots. I think that's what I would need to be like, okay, maybe they're actually going to put something together here.
I don't feel like in some other conversations I've had, I don't think that I don't think there's a couple. I don't think the running back in the first is a priority. I know John Machota had that yesterday for his work, and I don't think the offensive lineman is in the mix at least for the at 12.
Yeah.
So a lot of other positions, a lot of other ways you can go, but maybe not the runner, and maybe not the offensive tackle.
That's what I'm saying. See, like, you can't get it all, and you have so many holes. I need them to go spend, if they want me to get on this show and talk about, hey, let's get excited for Cowboys football, right? Go do something. If you signed, you need more players, and the draft isn't going to take care of it. So hopefully this is a step in that direction, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'd be in on Adams probably a little bit more so than Cooper Kupp. Personally, I think Adams would fit better. Now, I did see his completions over expected have dropped for the last 4 years, so he's certainly not the same player, which might add into the value could be there. Maybe he isn't going to get what he's been viewed as in the past financially, but you do have to fill some holes going into the draft here. Like whether that's a linebacker, whether that's another corner, maybe you even look at adding another safety to your rotation. Whatever it is, another defensive tackle, an edge. They've got to go ahead and make sure they're not going into the draft with I need about 6 different things that I've got to accomplish over the weekend because they don't have enough picks to do that.
That's why I think there's a possibility this team might not be. I mean, they might have the same record.
They could.
I just feel like that it's going to take some time to replenish the depth that they're about to lose and then add the players that they need. By the way, Dawson, your Adams, your value for him is right about 13.6.
Okay. That's what he produced as.
You said that he makes 28, but they say the value with which he plays is right about 13.6. You were in the ballpark between 13 and 15, so you would be he's actually at 28. They say he's a negative 14.3 as a player. That's what they had him on for his. Is
that because he missed 6 games due to injury, or is that like a per game valuation of how well you produce?
That's a per game. That's a per game is what that is. So they consider him a $13 million player now.
Well, yeah, like Wolchuk said, he's definitely not the player that he was, but he was still very productive last year, and that was playing with Aaron Rodgers. I think the most important thing to get Dak Prescott to a place where he can lead you to the playoffs and win multiple games right now, though, is fixing left tackle. So I can't imagine they're actually getting ready to go through free agency in the draft and not look at that as a spot that's crucial. What you're going to look at going into next year with a difficult schedule is the ratio of touchdowns to interceptions being about 1.5 to 1. That's what Dak Prescott has shown you in seasons where he has nothing at left tackle. He can mitigate right side, no problem. He can mitigate up the middle, or at least he has been able to. If it's coming from the weak side, forget about it. The sacks, the interceptions, the touchdown, it's all going to be going in the wrong direction. And I don't know how you could possibly, fathom making the guy the highest paid quarterback, giving him a huge percentage of your salary cap, and then not going out and protecting him. He's over the age of 30 now.
Yeah.
You have 4 seasons left where you could hypothetically win a Super Bowl, but you're like, nope, we'll have one of the worst left tackles in the league. Guy can't run anymore. You know what this is going to look like, Wolchuk. He might lead the league in picks if he's healthy enough to play all 17 games.
It could be really ugly, but they're thinking we spent a first-round pick on our left tackle, and we need that dude to step up. And I get what we saw last year. Hey, could you go ahead and improve on that position? I'd be all for it, man. If there was a Will Campbell sitting there at pick 12 or a Kelvin Banks Jr. or a Josh Simmons from Ohio State, you don't have to argue with me. I'd take Josh Simmons in a heartbeat. I think that'd be an upgrade for you immediately. Yeah. But I think they're looking at, we spent a premium asset on Tyler Guyton, and Tyler Guyton needs to step up in year 2 and be our starting left tackle.
Simmons is a guy that could get me off of McMillan, and he could get me off Genty if he was available. I think he's that good.
He is.
That's the Ohio State left tackle.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully the Mavs leadership group at least understands now they have to tank. Let Phoenix or Portland get up in here to the 10th spot, increase your chances of Cooper Flagger, a better player. Maybe a ball handler. I don't know about this draft that much after Cooper Flagg. I've heard it's only a couple of good players, and then the rest of the guys, you're just hoping that they'll be career starters. But there's usually some other good players to be had. Every now and then you get a dud draft. Anyway, I mean, Cooper Flagg's in play if you could get to the 7-8 spot of the draft lottery. It's very difficult to imagine how this came together. I guess Nico imagined that you wouldn't need another ball handler because Anthony Davis is so good at scoring. Just throw him the ball, get out of the way. I think he's like at 116 points per 100 possessions. The guy is going to score a lot of buckets for you. So maybe, but I mean, he's hurt. Kyrie Irving's been hurt, guy. Please, somebody wake me up from this.
Yeah, I don't know how you can predict injuries, though. I don't know how you can predict this many injuries.
No, this is a bad run. But
this is
like a curse.
This is a historically bad run for injuries for a team. I mean, you go into thinking all you can have is depth, and at one time we were applauding them for their depth, and now it's just been it's decimated.
Too much.
Yeah.
The only thing I can come up with is that they believe Luka's fitness is maybe the bottom 0.1% in the history of NBA players, and watching him labor up and down, I wonder how much the hookah smoke is weighing down his lungs. Sometimes, like I grew up with a guy, he went to the Army. He was smoking like a pack and a half a day, ran the Paris Marathon. I think I've told this before. If I would smoke one cigarette, I feel like I had just been in a house fire. Like my lungs are like, bro, what was that? And trying to walk up a flight of stairs, I can tell that I smoked a cigarette. It was a horrible idea for my body.
Yeah.
For others, they're like, whatever. I'm out here working 80 hours a week with a hammer, carrying 2x4s up and down stairs and a ladder, getting on a roof. Give me another cigarette. No problem, right? I think Luka might be the kind of cardiovascular athlete, and youth coaches know this well, because some kids just show up able to run all day. Yeah. Some kids can't run up and down without being exhausted. Yeah. And the only way an athlete like Luka overcomes that is being an absolute maniac about not only his work ethic, but his diet, his hydration, everything. That would be the only thing that would make sense. If they, who under Mark Cuban, were on the cutting edge of sports medicine and studying like how well your body produces energy. I mean, watching Luka here this week, I want to give him credit. Like, hey, you were out for a long time. Right. But even if you're out for a long time, you could swim just with your upper body. There's all sorts of fitness things you could do to have your heart and lungs ready. And then I thought, man, I have never in my life seen Luka in shape.
We've talked about it a lot.
That's all I can do for Nico at this point.
We've talked about it a lot.
But we don't have that.
We don't have it anymore.
We need a He never won the
You're
MVP.
searching for now, since Kyrie just hurt his leg again, and now who knows what the future is. And this whole win now, we got Anthony Davis, like this nice little window. Now there's a ton of doubt. So what you're going to do is be like the rest of the NBA, and you're going to look for your superstar. You had him, you traded him, and now you're probably never going to get a player nearly as good.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's a crazy month that has just happened for the Dallas Mavericks, where you looked at one of the best organizations in the NBA that was on the rise. You were just in the finals, and now you're looking around, and the world is just crumbling, and there's nothing you can do.
And you don't have your picks from like 2027 to 2030. They're either trade swaps or not even yours. The whole idea of that was, that's fine. We'll have Luka in his prime in those years. Yeah. Now you're going to be horrible giving your high lottery picks to another franchise, Brian.
No, there's really no way around it. I think everybody's absolutely right in the situation, the team building aspect. This is where, in the front office, you can't be emotional. You can't let your feelings bother you. Jerry Jones did it with Amari Cooper. He let his feelings for Amari Cooper, just get rid of him.
Yeah,
he was that, and here you are, and I'm just trying to compare just. When you're a front office, you just got to be able to control yourself to not let your emotions overrun your ability to help your team.
Yeah.
I think Nico let his emotions get to him about this particular player, and they're suffering for it right now.
Yeah, they are. And now I we'll talk about it a little bit later on, but I think the only way to get a clean cut now is to, fire and reassign, and because he might
lose his job.
Yes,
he might.
The fans need it.
Yeah,
you could never trust this again.
Yeah,
it's like watching Nelly Cruz in right field for the Rangers again. Nobody ever wants to see it. We don't want to see Nico ever again.
Yeah, the question you have to ask yourself is, who would he talk to in order to try and hire potentially a Bob Myers or somebody like that?
You'd have to talk to that stadium guy over